what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny, what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're deceived. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're deceived.
Oh my god, that was almost dangerous. Hey everybody. Hey everybody. That was almost really dangerous. I don't know if you know what that was, but hopefully it was under 3 seconds, whatever it was, right? Whatever it might have been. I don't want to get I don't want to get dinged for Utada. That would be bad, right? Because then it's like getting, you know, getting in trouble for like your favorite like artist. No, I don't know. Is Utada my favorite artist? Shadow NCC, that's right, the yellow-eyed version of myself. Here for you to you know, to show you my Xehanort powers. No, that's not what's happening. I am not Darkwa. I am NCC. And things are amazing. Things are really cool. Things are a little bit dark, aren't they? Yeah, let's fix that. Oh, that's a little bit better. My Twitter is showing. Oh no, you're gonna see like people, as long as it's not like some sussy baka like lying about me or something, like saying NCC did 9/11 or something, I think we're okay. Probably shouldn't say that word. Oh my god, Spark that pled. Thank you for the follow. That is 17 months for you. 9-month streak. Shaxby, thank you for the follow. 11-month streak. Damn. I can't believe it's almost been a year. Whoa, that's a long time. It's time flies though. Time really does fly. Time flies when you're doing content, and that's what we're doing today. We're doing some content. We're talking about the trans debate, which, you know, as I say that, I realize, and probably some of you realize, that it shouldn't be a debate. It shouldn't be up for. What? Oh my god, hype train just started already. Okay, so we're starting off on a hype train. Welcome. Do I need to bounce for you already? You have a limited time to earn exclusive emotes. I guess that's what that means. I gotta bounce. Oh my god. Okay, well that's a wake-up call. And that means Butterfly needs to go in. Yeah, Scribby, you just got a gift sub from Zerazerix. Okay, so we're starting off strong with a hype train already. Maybe I can, like, maybe, here's what I'll do. I'll explain to you, yeah, I'll explain to you what we're doing today while I bounce on the trampoline and while I hype it up. Oh my god, if I can get my, like, pant leg from out from under the trampoline. Yes, there we go. Okay, so I'm bouncing now. I am fulfilling the task. the task at hand to bounce, because we're hyping up the stream today. So what are we covering today? Definitely not Illuminati, even though there is more stuff about that we could cover. I don't know. It's gotten, like, I said what I have to say about that. The one thing I'm missing, though, is music, right? And we definitely don't need Utada. We definitely don't need any copyrighted Kingdom Heart music. Kingdom Hearts, plural, yes. Kingdom Hearts, plural. There we go. There is music. This is the music we need. Okay. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're going to be talking about Mia Mulder's new video on the trans debate. And, you know, obviously trans rights should not be up for debate. We got to talk about it anyway, because that's what is going on right now. That's what the media is doing with our issues, right? Turning them into a debate. Chat needs to be refreshed on screen. Really interesting. Oh my god, Sarah, a community sub. Thank you. Mousebreaker, you just got... There's a debate? Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, a lot of people are trying to make it like it's a debate. And when you've got language like transgenderism, that's what does it, right? That's why they couch it in those terms. That's why they use that language, right? They want it to seem not mean. They want it to seem not like an attack on human rights, because trans rights are human rights. They want to make it sound like they're just debating an issue and it's like up for debate. I don't know. Do you believe in transgenderism? I don't know. It seems like a newfangled thing that might destroy society. Well, I mean, if we're going to destroy society, we're going to do it right, okay? And we're going to rebuild a better society in its place. So that's what we're up to today. Watching the Mia Mulder video. Also, Owen Jones just dropped a video talking about the harassment of Dylan Mulvaney, talking about like everything that went on in terms of the entire right-wing media sphere coming down on the head of one Dylan Mulvaney for drinking a beer, for being sponsored by a beer. Kinda wild. Kinda ridiculous, right? Oh my god. Well, I'm glad you made me jump on the trampoline, right? Because I'm kind of waking up. I was like very sleepy. Oh my god, Buffy Geek. Thank you for the community sub to Flo B. And then what else do we have? Oh yeah, the last thing, right? Don't sleep on this one, right? Stay till the very end. You're gonna want to stay till the very end, because we've got this thing called Maga rap. And it is every bit as cringe as it sounds. It is incredibly cringe. It is unbelievably cringe. And unfortunately, like, there are people making their living off of being rappers for the MAGA movement. And these are the kind of people that have come to they don't usually do concerts. They usually do events, right? Trump events, they'll show up, they'll rap, and it'll be kind of like, oh, hey, look, we got rappers. We've got MAGA rappers. And you know, I ask people in the crowd, do you like rap? Are you a fan of rap? Do you like the fact that they're doing rap at your MAGA show? And they're like, not really about the rap, but this MAGA rap is okay. For some reason, they're okay with this. So, a beer, are the hogs gonna make us bring rap? Yeah, they would. They totally would. I mean, not necessarily prohibition, but they would definitely like to ban some substances. Did you know that Ron DeSantis is anti-legalization of the Mary J? And he's got a really strange reason. He's got a really strange justification for his position, right? It's not anything like it's going to destroy society or, you know, cause criminality or whatever, all the other, you know, stuff that you might have heard in an anti-drug class, right? He thinks that it smells bad. Ron DeSantis is against... Oh my god, thank you, Woody. Thank you, Yokio. Thank you for the biddies. Meow. We're keeping that hype train going. Right off the bat with the hype train. But yeah, DeSantis does not like the man with pudding on his fingers, right? The man who has no problem eating messy, eating very messy, which, you know, in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, I think that the only reason that that pudding thing, like, is hurting DeSantis is because he's such an odious guy already. I feel like another politician that was more charismatic, if they ate pudding, they'd be like, you know, with their fingers, they'd just be like, okay. You're like, I wouldn't mind, like, what I'm saying is, like, if I found out that AOC ate pudding with her fingers, which she probably wouldn't, but if she did, it would be endearing. But because it's DeSantis, it makes it gross, right? It turns the pudding gross. In the context of DeSantis, in the context of dictator DeSantis, the pudding eating is gross. I wish the trans debate was just the title of a movie about two entirely trans high school. Ooh, debate teams, yeah. A vapes in a rage. But the SSPX spiritual bouquet for DeSantis. Oh yeah, I forgot about the spiritual bouquet. Meatball Ron, Pudding Ron. He's lying, he smokes weed every day. I could see that, I could see that. I could actually see that. Doesn't he kind of look like... Do you remember the guy from the meme from like the 2000s? He was like the Speaker of the House. And there was a meme of his face going like... Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Hype train coming in. Successful. We are 5 subs and 401 bits already. So I'm gonna... Let me change our goal here. What do you want me to do? God, it's so hard to sing along with, like, out being able to hear my voice. Whenever I record my vocals, not that I have vocals for anything, whenever I record my voice, I always, like, have to have my voice turned up in my headphones, because I always get nervous about, like, not having the right pitch. What am I doing? Okay, so we're gonna change the sub thing. We got 5 right off the gate, so... End goal. Make the new goal not 10, but let's make the goal 5. Let's see if we can get 5 more subs today for an extra long stream. That's what we're shooting for. And what are we... Oh wait, the other thing... Oh my god. Chat, I didn't realize this, but we're actually 1 point away from that 200 sub point goal. So we're very close. We're very close. The next person that subs, you're going to be number 200, right? Of the sub points, not of the subs in total. Some people have magical subs, super subs, extra subs. I feel like I need to do something for them. Oh yeah, that's something I wanted to talk to you about, right? Those of you who are subbed, those of you who have memberships on YouTube, and those of you who are Patreons, what would you like in terms of like extra special content? Oh god, here we go already. Shaxbia, you are number 200, or Withos. I don't know which one that counts. Withos is like the 200th sub point. Shaxbia is the 200th sub, like, gifter. Oh, it's a new month. It's a new month too, so like there's a whole new leaderboard up there, right? There's a whole new leaderboard, and it's anyone's game at this point. But yeah, I kind of need your input as far as like what you would like in terms of extra content, because there's a lot of different stuff I could do for you. We want to do a premium streamium, but I want to make sure that it's something that you like. It's not something that I'm like, you know, this is my area of special interest and like, here's your reward. And you're just like, yeah, the reward's not that interesting, right? I want it to be about you, not about me, because you're the reason that I'm even here in the first place. And I value everybody in my community. I value every contribution, from, you know, donating, subbing to you know, liking and even just being an awesome person in chat. Like, I value all of you, and I wanna give back as much as I can, but I wanna give back. What is going on? Oh god, yo, I wish we could watch this. I'm like, I'm watching my notifications fill up on my Twitter alt, and as I do it, I'm like wondering what's going on. I'm seeing my name added with a whole bunch of other people's. It's actually Sarah Wants a Cookie. Sarah Wants a Cookie made a compilation of all kinds of, oh my god. Sarah, if you're in here, Sarah, just know that your tweet is popping off. I can see it populating as I speak, yeah. Although you did at me at the non-main Twitter, if that matters to you. But yeah, your tweet is popping off. What has Sarah posted? Sarah has posted a compilation of all these different Twitch streamers doing a dance to the Crab Rave. Now, as you may know, Crab Rave is a song by Noise Storm, which Monster Cat, the Monster Cat EDM producer, right? Noise Storm. So because it's copyrighted, we can't watch it on, because we do Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So YouTube gets really mad when I put up stuff that's copyrighted. So we can't watch it. But it is in the Discord. Yeah, the Discord. That's what I'll promote right now. Join the Discord. Join the Discord right now because you'll be able to go into self-promotion. That's where Sarah Wants a Cookie has posted the compilation, and you'll be able to see. Let's see who all it is. I'm gonna take a look. $27 Cryptid Mage, Dipped in Poison, Lumi Roo, Only Ranch, I'm Really Important, Kevin Logan, Kai Pewter, The Surfs. I don't know who that is. No Comment Check, Poly People. Yeah, it's a great meme, so go check it out. Did we get the Discord posted? Yeah, post that Discord. Join the Discord if you're not already. That way you can see, it's not we have self-promotion. We have so many great channels in there, so much great stuff. If you want to see Neville the Pig, Neville is Dragon Princess's pig. Dragon Princess posts pictures of Neville in the Discord as well. There's a lot of cool stuff there. There's a lot of cool people there. And it's starting to pop off. It really is. Like, right, there was a while where I was like worried about the Discord because it's this weird cycle of like, if nobody posts, then nobody responds, and people forget that they're following the Discord. But now people have really started to talk. People have been suggesting me videos in stream suggestions. God damn, Sarah, your tweet is popping off. Your tweet is popping off. That's what happens when you add a whole bunch of people with a really cool video that you made of them dancing to Crab Rave. That's what happens. That pig is really cute. Yeah, we got pigs, we got cats, you can post your pigs, you can post your cats, you can post whatever cute pets that you have. And you can suggest me content you're like, I want you to, I like you NCC, but I really want you to cover this. We'll post it and we'll give it a go. We'll try to make it a real deal. Oh my god, so thirsty. Okay, so we're gonna start off with Mia Mulder, and I did see chat joking about like the way that I react, right? So there, about a year ago, there was about a year ago, my channel got served with an attempted takedown, right? A really sus person named White Nervosa, a sysadmin for Vosh actually, tried to take my channel down. Not just once, but like 3 times. At least 3 times. I think it was more actually. A whole bunch of times tried to say that I had stolen content from White Leaf creators, which apparently means that, you know, apparently White Nervosa like has, you know, ownership of that content, or is the one that like posts the, you know, the takedowns, right? You know, which implies ownership, right? And the accusation was that I didn't react hard enough. That's basically what White Nervosa said, was that she's taking the content, she's reacting to it, but she's really not saying anything. She's not making any contribution. There's no transformative value added by NCC, right? Now, I think she said that without actually watching the videos, because anybody who watches me knows that if you watch me react to something, it's like 90% me. Like, right? That's the problem, is getting me to press play again, right? The problem is not getting me to press pause, which I do like more compulsively than Sam Cedar even, right? The problem is after I've paused, getting me to unpause and let the video play again, right? So it was kind of the wrong tree to be barking up, and YouTube told White Nervosa exactly where she could shove those false DMCA claims, right? They told her exactly where to shove it, and we haven't really heard from her in a little while, in a hot minute. Let's hope we never do again, because again, an incredibly toxic person, incredibly dishonest person, and an incredibly sus person. Like, the things that she said about me, the things that she accused me of, makes me think that she might have been involved in some of that stuff, right? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. The people that she hangs around with, the people that she plays defense for, right? It's not just Vosh. It is some of the most sus people on Twitch, some of the people that were very likely involved in the hate raids themselves, right? And she tries to turn the accusations that really should be placed on her friends on me. You know, I don't know what that says about White Nervosa, but she does have a lot of tech skills. I'm just saying. She knows that stuff like the back of her hand, so, you know, she might be the technical genius behind all that shit. Oh, looks like I got a follow out of that. Okay, so good. Let's get going. Like, we're starting the drama. There's no drama today. I'm just reacting to Mia Mulder, reacting to Owen Jones, and reacting to a little Maga rap. But, you know, we have to light Vosh's people up. We have to light Vosh's people up, because they will not stop being weird to me. Chat, do you remember last week when I got transvestigated by a Voshite? You remember the Voshite that, like, they responded to my video and they were like, you're not a real leftist. In fact, you're not a real trans woman, right? And I'm just like, what? What are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying, right? So I just thought it was amazing. I showed you on stream, I posted it to Twitter, and it turns out that now there's a Voshite that came to defend his parasocial daddy, and there was like, how do you know? This might not be a Vosh, this could be a tanky. This could be a tanky. It's a tanky transvestigating me to try to make Vosh look bad. Sure, right? There's no true Scotsman. Oh, you're right, we do have to reset the chat. How do I do that? I think I know. Somebody told me to reset the chat and I didn't even pay nearly enough attention. Let's fix that. Refresh. Are we good? Are we good? Can we make it happen? Can we... Come on, refresh. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, good. You are reset. So chat, you've got a whole new chat to fill up with your thoughts, your emotes, your fresh takes on things, right? Oh yeah, as always, if you're in YouTube chat, hit that like button. It means a lot to me. It opens a lot of doors, right? In terms of content, in terms of being involved in the bigger picture of things, in terms of being more influential, in terms of more people finding me, more people listening to me, more people knowing that there is an alternative to the debate bozos. Like if you're a trans person, for instance, a lot of trans people, they're looking for content. They're looking for people that are supporting their rights. They're looking for people that are pushing back, and they might run into Vosh. They might run into Xanderhall. They might run into Demon Mama. That's unfortunate, right? They might not know that there's somebody better out there, that there's somebody that is not, you know, half-hearted in their defense, right? That's not a pseudo chud themselves, right? And you know, that's where I come in. We want to get this out to more people. Liking that YouTube stream is the first step in that process. So please hit that like button. I know it's you know, it's boring. It's just a thumb, then you go boom, and it turns like white from being just an outline, right? But it means more than you could actually realize. It's more powerful, right? This is powerful. This is power. We have power together. There's a power in our union. That's right. It's May Day. It's Labor Day, right? Did you know that? It's Labor Day. This is the real Labor Day, all right? This is the Labor Day of workers. This is the Labor Day of the movement. This is the Labor Day of the people. They changed it and they put it in September in the United States to break apart our solidarity with the rest, with workers in the rest of the world. But I say, workers of the world, unite on May Day. And today is May Day, so, you know, you're on notice, capitalists. You're on notice. Okay. Pseudo chuds. No chuds allowed. Not even pseudo chuds. That's right. So what do we got? Oh, we got Mia. I'm like, where do I?
party or an event or like a talent show or something to celebrate the fact that we went to school that week. I guess. I don't know how to corral kids, maybe this is the best strategy. And one week, my class decided to do a drag show. All the girls would bring clothing to the school and all the boys would dress up and wear it. And, you know, we'd parade around a little bit and laugh at each other. Like kids do. It's fun shit. I don't even know how we knew what a drag show was. I don't even know why we wanted to have a drag show. This was like way before RuPaul's Drag Race. I think maybe it was a thing on like Swedish TV at the time. Maybe RuPaul was my math teacher or some shit. I don't know. One of my close friends at the time brings a lime-colored
Oh, she's got music too.
skirt for me specifically. And as I wear it, I feel weird gender. There was a lot of gender going on in that classroom. And this was the first time that rural, redneck, 11-year-old boy me ever got the chance to play around with gender and gender expression and do some cross-dressing. How on earth we managed to do this in a public school is beyond me. Now, I always knew that I was a bit different, but this was the first time that I ever got to fully immerse myself in those emotions. I actually asked my friend at the time if I could keep the skirt, because I was curious about these new emotions that I was feeling. And she said, "You're joking, right?" To which I had to be like, yeah.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get it.
I had no idea how to interpret these emotions or how to deal with the fact that this skirt somehow made those emotions stronger than ever before. I didn't know about gay people and definitely not about trans people. I come from a village that's pretty rural, that has like 800 people living in it with no stores and one church, and it's a pretty conservative area. No one there was openly gay when I was growing up, and definitely no trans people. This was a time when my only perception of transness at all were of people who dressed up as, you know, men in dresses on TV, or when they were the subject of jokes by the likes of Jon Stewart.
I would nominate any gay to the Supreme Court, or lesbian or bisexual or transgendered person to the Supreme Court.
Yes, yes. All rise for the Honorable Justice Chick with Dick.
And that's on the good end.
Okay.
Most of the time,
Two questions.
We're serial killers.
Two questions. One, oh my gosh, is that Psycho? One, WTF Jon Stewart. Yeah, wow. Like, I mean, like, look, Jon Stewart's been on the television for a long time, and I don't think that Jon Stewart would say this now, but damn, was that a different time. Wow. Yeah, told you about Jon Stewart. Zara was right. That's Dress to Kill. Okay. But the second thing is, Mia, how do you stay monetized? Is Mia one of these Nebula people that doesn't, like, they don't worry about monetization because they got a Nebula and they work all their stuff out through Nebula and that's their deal, I guess? I don't know, maybe? Maybe. I always have to bleep stuff like that. Zara was right.
That Jon Stewart sketch is actually the first time that I hear the word trans person.
Transgendered person.
And growing up, I had dial-up internet.
So wait, Dennis Kucinich, so far ahead of his time, right? Dennis Kucinich. Whatever happened to Dennis Kucinich? Because I remember at one point he was a serious political candidate, and at another point he was like considered a joke.
So I wasn't really could go on the internet and search for.
Wait, Jon Stewart supported Dave Chappelle in the stand-up?
Trannies.
Oh my god, how am I gonna stay monetized?
Yeah, anyway. This was way before the concept of smartphones, too. So if I did use the internet to look up trannies, my parents would figure it out because I would have to use the family computer. Fuck, I'm old. So jokes like
Chick with Dick
are the only experience that I had of transness generally. And it was the only language that I knew to describe that kind of thing. And obviously,
we need a live bleep, yeah.
I was feeling. I wasn't like one of those, after all.
I wonder if an extension like that exists for OBS, right? Because all it would have to do is like, well, I'd have to be on it too. Like I couldn't. I'd have to know it was coming before it hit and press the button, right? But it would have to mute the audio and then it would have to insert a bleep.
And I get why. Public perceptions around transness were basically non-existent until Laverne Cox
I need
came
a
out as
soundboard.
trans and
Well,
gave the
okay,
world
like the soundboard is one thing, but honestly, no bleep is loud enough to really get the taste of a word that YouTube does not like out of the taste buds of the sensors, right? We don't have that technology, not yet.
knowledge like a modern-day transsexual Prometheus. Mocking jokes
By the way, is she loud enough for you?
was the way you would refer to trans people back then. So I didn't actually end up having any
An AI. Ooh, yes, an AI sounds lovely. Yeah.
language to describe these emotions until I was 18 years old and browsing 4chan, of all places, and I stumbled onto a random
She is loud enough.
trans woman's transitioning timeline. A timeline that for the first
So chat, if you want to share in chat, like if you're willing to, if you want to talk about this, right? When was the first time that you became aware of trans people? Dennis is now in an Ohio House of Representatives. Okay, so Dennis is still in politics, just not running for president. It sounds like, or hasn't run in a while. But they don't treat Dennis Kucinich seriously. I remember something about aliens. I remember him talking about aliens, and after that, the media kind of treated him a little different. Jerry Springer is like high school. Oh, that's when you first found out about trans people. Yeah, I must have seen something like that, right? But I kind of like didn't put it together. Like, right, as far as like, because there's, people dressing in drag or cross-dressing, and that's one thing, right? But then trans people were another thing. And you didn't really know that, like, just by seeing the one that the other exists. In fact, a lot of times when the media portrays trans people, they sort of just confuse all those concepts together. I think I was around 14 or 13. My first time was a teen magazine. They had a segment on real people's stories, like overcoming abuse, eating disorders, and having abortions. One was a trans girl story. Nice. I'm not sure my mom was friendly with a trans woman in AA when I was a kid, but I'm not sure how much it registered. Yeah, I'm trying to think. As far as really getting that trans people existed and, who trans people were. Like, because I saw the Jerry Springer stuff too, but I just figured that people were being wild, because I knew that Jerry Springer was sometimes fake, right? I knew that about, like, that Jerry Springer and shows like Jerry Springer where sometimes people would pretend to have a fight when they weren't really fighting, or they would like make the fight bigger than, it seemed. Like, I thought that the fights especially were fake, right? So I figured that maybe, the people that were coming on and talking about like trans issues, that they were, somehow exaggerating stuff too, right? I'm trying to remember when it actually hit as far as like trans people. Why am I blanking on this? Why am I totally blanking on this? Because I feel like I met trans people without realizing that they were trans. I feel like there were some people in my life who were trans, and I didn't realize that they were. Jerry Springer didn't approach those topics with language or accuracy, so it was the way it was presented didn't match my feelings of being a woman. Sailor helped as well. Wait, Sailor Moon. Learned about trans people from transphobic jokes. Transphobic jokes from the 90s and 2000s. Yeah, I mean, I noticed that stuff too, but I always like just mapped it onto, cross-dressing or something, right? Although, come to think of it, I think an underlying sense of gender isn't fixed came with the latter season of Sailor Moon. You know what? like I almost think it was anime with me. I almost think it was like I almost think I figured it out from anime. I honestly can't remember. I knew trans people before I saw Paris is Burning. I'm trying to think like Utena, like right? But like yeah, because like for me, like my first experience like knowing that I was trans was actually like a dream I had when I was pretty young. It was like pre-puberty. Like I must have been like, I don't know, 8 or I don't know. It was somewhere between 8 and 12, right? And I remember having a dream that like my grandmom had these like clip-on earrings, like these really gaudy like jade clip-on earrings, right? But I thought they were cute. And we would sometimes play with her stuff when we were hanging out at her house because it was very boring. She lived in an apartment and there wasn't a lot to do. She had toys for like the littler kids, but when we were getting like, like 8, 9, 10 or whatever, that wasn't that exciting for us. So I remember we would like play with like her old jewelry and stuff. And like I had a dream I put on the earrings and that I walked outside and people just started treating me like a girl, and I liked it and it felt good. And I didn't know what that meant, right? I like literally did not know what that meant, right? I didn't really understand. And it took me like a long time to really understand completely. Remember seeing Ranma 1/2 and Utena? I used to have dreams about getting to wake up and be a girl. I read a book about a kid that gets turned into a girl on the playground, and that resonated so hard with me, but I didn't know it was a thing that could happen in reality. Yeah, I mean, I really didn't recognize it was a thing that could happen in reality until I had like friends who lived with a trans person who kind of like lived a gender fluid life. Like I don't know what their job was, but somehow they were allowed to come to work as either sex, as either, like, okay, so not that there's, they were allowed to come to work as a boy or as a girl, depending on how they wanted to dress that day. Like that's how they lived, and their boss was cool with that, right? And like they were the ones who like they identified me from across the room. Like I was just sitting there and like I always looked kind of feminine. Like I don't know, I never had like a super masculine presentation despite trying to, despite knowing that I was supposed to and trying to like, live in that role. Like I just was never that good at it. And they saw me from across the room and they were like, "Wait a minute. You're a girl. You're a girl. She's a girl." And like, I mean, like if you're a boy, which I thought I was, the obvious thing to say is like, "No, I'm not. Get away from me. You're wrong," right? And I didn't do that. For some reason, I didn't do that. I just was like, yeah, I mean, like what? What am I supposed to do about that? Because like, I didn't really think there was anything to do. I didn't realize that like hormones were a thing, I didn't realize that, that people, could live. And granted, the way that she lived and, oh God, maybe I should use they, them pronouns for this person. I know that I remember calling her she, her pronouns just because that felt right. But I know that they would present differently and depending on the day. So maybe they, them pronoun. I'm guessing that like that they've their pronouns are they, them. But like so even though there's like a difference between how they live their life and how like I live my life now, like you can't imagine me as a boy. Yeah, I can't either. It's hard. I can remember asking my mom when I was maybe 7 or 8. If I grow up to be whatever I want. Oh, if I can grow up to be whatever I want, can I grow up to be a girl? Irene should make a children's book about magic earrings. Yeah, there we go. That's because Irene is faking. That, oh my god. That they made a meme, didn't they? They made a meme. I'm a It would be the coolest children's book. The kid dreams about cool earrings, and when they put them on in the dream, they are perceived as a girl. But when they wake up, the earrings are beside the table, and they wait and they wait. But one day they put them on, and they work IRL too. Oh my god! And watching. Oh wait, sorry. Let me read. Bakugan and Naruto, Masquerade from Bakugan, season 1 and 2 fascinated me too. Naruto fillers after the Sasuke retrieval arc had nothing but gender bending filler arcs that made me think about gender in a more fluid way. Ranma 1/2 also helped. Watching gender bending clips from various harem anime and Birdie the Mighty. No, it wasn't Voosh. It wasn't Voosh. Let's not before I get completely dogpiled here. This was a Voosh fan, okay? This was somebody that popped up in the latest video. The you know, what is it? Intersectional woke scolds. The one where Vosh thinks that the Vosh is talking about like woke scolds being an op, right? So they popped up in there and they said that like I'm a fake leftist, right? I'm really a right winger pretending to be a leftist and also not a trans woman, right? And I'm just like, wait, are you transvestigating me? God, should I put that clip out? Should because like yeah, some people didn't see this, right? But this happened. It's on my Twitter too. Yeah, it was a Vushite. Well, there's still a Vushite coping with that. There's still a Vushite coping with the idea that maybe this person was like a tanky somehow, like a tanky came and defended Vosh. I don't get it. It's basically the no true Scotsman fallacy. They're like, I support Vosh and Vosh supports trans rights, therefore no Vosh fan could ever be weird about. And to be fair, they weren't being like blatantly transphobic. I talked to them a little bit, and I think what they were accusing me of is like they were saying that I was like a cis person pretending to be trans to get leftist street cred in order to hurt the real leftists like Voosh, right? There we go. Hurting the real leftists like Voosh, right? Disrupt the real leftist movement, because that's the thing is like, you know, the rightoids are really afraid of Vosh, and they sent me, a cis woman, to infiltrate. And they were like, I asked, like, what makes you think that I'm cis? And they were like, I'm not going to tell you, because then you'll use that information to better impersonate a trans woman. So anyway, it was just a weird champ of weird champs, right? I don't think that's typical of Vosh fans. I don't think that every Vosh fan out there is trying to transvesticate me. This was one person, right? This was one person that was mad that I was criticizing their parasocial daddy, and their response was to, you know, do it's a reverse transvestigation. It's a cisvestigation, if you will. When I hear stories of trans kids in the news 15 years ago, I was fascinated but envious of them too. This was before I fully understood that what trans people were. Yeah, I didn't really get it either. Ranma is the quintessential gender bendy high school. Oh yeah, wait. So Ranma 1/2, like that's the one with the water, the warm water. What is it? The cold water makes Ranma one way, and the warm water makes Ranma the other way, and then Ranma's dad just turns into a polar bear. No, a panda bear. It's super weird. It's super weird. That's like, look, I don't want to put the content out because I don't want people to think that I'm saying that this person is like, you know, representative of Vosh's community. Like, I've never had this reaction from a Vosh fan before. I think that most of them would have the good sense not to do that. However, I will say that when you make your community amenable to edgy people to reactionary people, when you're a little bit reactionary yourself, you know, because that's a strategy by Vosh, right? He wants to feel okay to chuds. He wants to feel okay to, like, you know, edgelords, right? And that's his strategy to get these people in and get them to become leftists, right? That's what he would tell you. That's what his praxis is, right? When you do that, you're going to get some weirdos. You're going to get some people that maybe haven't unpacked all their feelings about trans people, or that don't understand the lines of appropriate and not appropriate. And that's par for the course, right? That is unfortunately what you get if that's how you run your community. That's why I don't run my community like that, right? Anybody that's going to do a transvestigation on somebody, or a reverse transvestigation, or some kind of weird shit like that, they're not going to they're not going to feel comfortable. They're going to feel woke scolded, right? And so there's a point to that, right? I feel like that almost proves my point there. It's almost as if no leftist is real unless it's a cis white or het man. Curious how that goes. I think this type of behavior from Boo fans is indicative of a general sentiment we are taught in society, that only men who fall into at least two of these categories, cis, white, or well, that's the thing that bugs me out about Voshites, right? So many of the Voshites, right? And again, I don't hate Voshites, okay? I was never a Voshite myself, but there was a time where I handled, you know, people like Vosh with kind of kid gloves. I'd be like deferential and nice to them, right? I thought of, like, you know, be nice to them, engage with them. Maybe you can talk them out of some of their reactionary viewpoints, right? Maybe you can change their mind, right? That was initially my approach to Vosh and Voshites, right? Obviously that changed, because the one time I did try to change somebody's mind, Dylan Burns famously, it got me 2 years of harassment, all right? So that's why that doesn't work, and that's why that's not a good strategy, and that's why I think that we don't need to try to change their minds. We need to supplant them. And trans people understand we can have our own content creators that aren't like kissing the asses of these people, that aren't kissing Vosh's ass, right? Because, yeah, we do have our own, you know, there are prominent trans creators. You want to talk about like Demon Mama, you want to talk about Keffels, you got to talk about people who are playing the same game that I played, only harder, right? They're glazing up Vosh and you know, Xanderhall even harder than I ever was, right? So, and I think that's a mistake, right? I think that we can have our own independent movements that have nothing to do with the debate bozos, right? Anyway, that is, wow. That is a stun lock of stun locks already. This is why you never get it through any content, NCC.
First time showed me that a person could transition and just look like a normal person. And then I got it. You can do that? What the fuck? When I found this out,
I mean, legit though. Wait, that wasn't Mia, that wasn't Mia's editing being weird. That was actually that was actually my computer being weird. Let's watch that again, because I don't want to make it seem like Mia doesn't know how to edit. I think Mia is pretty good at editing, actually. Or whoever does editing for Mia.
Knowledge, like a modern-day transsexual Prometheus, mocking jokes was the way you would refer to trans people back then. So I didn't actually end up having any language.
Yeah, I can remember that too. I can remember my friends watching, you know, just kind of edgy movies that would have jokes about trans people and jokes about gay people, and like laughing along with them. Because, like, I don't know, it felt like impossible to
describe these emotions.
To, like, not do that.
Until I was 18 years old and browsing 4chan, of all places, and I stumbled onto a random trans woman's transitioning timeline. A timeline that for the first time showed me that a person could transition and just look like
So if you don't know, there is an LGBT board on 4chan, right? A lot of people think of 4chan as being poll. And that is part of 4chan. That is a very big part of 4chan. And when Donald Trump, you know, was gaining prominence as a politician, that became a bigger and bigger. And that's kind of what 4chan is known for now, right? Is poll. But there are other boards, right, on 4chan. And one of them is the LGBT board, right? So people jokingly call this TTTT. ContraPoints has talked about this before. It's a board for LGBT people on 4chan, but most of the people on it are trans. In fact, most of the people on it, I would say, are trans women, right? That is the TTT/LGBT vibe, right? And the defining characteristic of trans people on LGBT and trans people on 4chan in general is that they're self-hating, right? In a community that is pretty transphobic, the only way you can exist there is that if you can hate trans people as much as the average channer does, then if you're self-hating enough somehow, that's acceptable, right? That's how that works.
Normal person. And then I got it. You can do that? What the fuck? When I found this out, I had to undergo all stages of grief immediately.
I remember also having some kind of surgery and being loopy on drugs and asking the nurse or doctor if I would wake up from the surgery as a girl.
And then eventually order some sketchy hormones from some Greek internet pharmacy that for some reason would prescribe it to me. I am loyal.
Oh my god, same.
Forever to the nation of Greece. So that I could self-medicate, because otherwise I would have to wait 2 years in order to get my state-sanctioned hormones by the Swedish government. And fuck that noise. Had I, as a child, had the language to understand what was happening, had the tools available to me so that I could transition or at least understand my own gender, I would have transitioned way earlier. I would have tried to transition as a preteen at that point. The only thing that kept me from doing it was ignorance. And when I found out that I could do it, I tried my hardest to make up for lost time. And this story of figuring out your own transness isn't that unique. I know this is my biannual therapy session, so I'm coming with more emotional shit later on, but like this isn't...
Wait, when she says biannual therapy session, is she like talking about her is she talking about like her frequency of posting? I don't really know. Like, how often does Mia post? Let's take a look. Um, 2 months ago, 4 months ago. Okay, no, she posts way more than 2 videos a year. Yeah, it's like... I would say at least 1 video every 2 months, it looks like. And I'm sure she does lives too.
This is not the sob story yet, but it's not an uncommon story from people who transition as adults. They kind of know what they're going through a little bit, they have some vague emotions, and then when they find out what they can do, that's when they try to do it. And it's a story that's especially common among people who, figured out their transness before trans people were publicly known about. Today everyone is talking about trans people, but back then you didn't really have that. So for a lot of people, you only found out when you were an adult. But you'd think that today things would be easier, right? Awareness of trans people has grown to a level that I don't think has ever existed before in human history, which is exactly what people wanted for a very long time, talking about trans awareness. We have a whole day for it even. But awareness is a double-edged sword. And some people are very aware of trans people. And it's not getting easier these days. It's getting harder. And some people have lost their goddamn minds.
Let's go.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
It's like we have mutants living among us on planet Earth.
Is this something that you like?
All right. So, if you don't know about the current onslaught to legislate trans people out of public spaces, I envy you. If you're trans, however, odds are you haven't been able to escape the current onslaught of conservatives trying to outlaw trans people from public spaces. Anti-trans activists are trying to get laws passed in all of these US states, with these states actually having laws that have passed, and the UK is drowning under so much transphobia that the question about whether or not a woman can have a penis is somehow a major question for political leaders.
That 99% of women, I quote, of course, haven't got a penis, he said.
There's a war in Europe right now.
Oh my God.
We're focusing on like chick dick inspectors. And I could spend a lot of time going through all of these proposals and laws and legislations and explain to you why they're trying to get them passed and what the impact would actually be to trans people. But I'm not gonna do that. Partially because that would take up the entirety of this video, and also because it doesn't actually answer the question of what the fuck is going on. And because even if I did that with the most well-reasoned arguments in the world, I wouldn't actually be able to convince anyone of anything. Because these laws ostensibly deal with safety issues occasionally, women's sports, bathrooms, gender-affirming care to minors, but most of them have actually nothing to do with protecting.
And understand when she says safety, we're not talking about the safety of trans people, which should be the issue. You know, even when we're talking about like the bathrooms issue, there's a real issue of safety of trans people. No, it is a absolutely disingenuous, like made up issue of the danger is from us being able to use the bathroom that we're comfortable with, right? That's the danger. They don't have any, you know, they don't have anything to show for that, right? You know, like there are, you know, bad things that happen, you like in bathrooms, but like there's not like there's no filter on the bathroom door that like says like, you know, you must be considered a woman by society to enter here. And that stuff, you know, like happens regardless, right? You know, trans people are very much not safe in bathrooms. When people like Posey Parker ask cis men to come into women's bathrooms with their guns, right? That makes things dangerous for everybody. And, you know, there's also been issues of mistaken identity, bathroom gatekeepers, right? Like TERFs or transphobic men who, you know, try to, who basically clock cis women and then say, hey, what are you doing in here, you trans person? And their person's not even trans. So yeah, I think that stuff does actually cause a safety concern, but the safety concern is not of trans people. It is towards trans people, right?
Protecting children or women or women's sports. What about something else? So, what the fuck is going on? Let's deal with the issue about whether or not it's actually getting worse or not. When these laws are getting proposed, a lot of people will point out that they're just being proposed. A lot of them don't actually stand up to public scrutiny. Some of them
Lonerbox, paging Lonerbox. Mia's literally talking about you. Oh, you know, this was just legislation that was proposed. There's no reason to worry about it. This would never get passed, right? You know, the legislation was proposed and one time it didn't get passed, even though it, yo, like how ridiculous, like that person, Lonerbox should hide their head in shame after the BS they pulled and after the way that they doubled down in their debate with Polly, right? Like we're never gonna get that apology. Like, you're right. It's just not gonna happen.
Them won't survive in court, and some of them just are straight up unconstitutional, meaning that they might sound scary, but they're not actually doing anything. To which I say, yeah, no doy. But it's not really about whether or not...
It's definitely not about, like, whether it's constitutional when you've got people on the Supreme Court that don't give a crap about precedents. They're just looking for... You bring that case. Like, you bring that case. You find that unconstitutional law about trans people, and you bring that to the Supreme Court, and guess what you're going to get? You're going to get precedent overturned. You're going to get new precedent made. You're going to get what is constitutional... like changed, right? These people will claim to be strict constructionists. They claim that the Constitution is this document that you have to be like faithful to that, and you have to be faithful to the decisions, the previous decisions. They don't believe this stuff at all, right? It's all up for grabs.
These laws get passed or not. Some of them are, and that's important, but most of them aren't. But it doesn't really matter for their end goal. Similarly to how conservative areas managed to make it really difficult to have access to an abortion, even when that was a constitutionally guaranteed right, they can just make it really difficult for anyone to have access to either gender-affirming care or make it difficult to be a trans person in a public space. They don't necessarily have to make it legal. They can just make it really difficult. But politicians have this weird habit of making things legal. Take, for example, the statement by an attorney general of all people declaring that gender-affirming care should not be available to people who have other mental health conditions. Conditions like anxiety.
And now that law, like, right, a law very similar to what we're talking, Missouri, right? Like they've actually passed this law. You know, like, will it stand the constitutional test? I don't really want to find out. That, like, and that's the thing, that's what pisses me off about people like Lonerbox, right? Is they tell you to calm down. They tell you that you're too concerned, you're being histrionic, you're making a bigger deal out of the danger than it really is, when you're not. You're absolutely not, right? Banning trans people with depression from having access to trans healthcare, right? And also autism, I think, is another and so, like, if you don't remember this, right? Because I talked about this before, but you may not have been here for it, right? The Missouri Attorney General, Missouri State Legislature, there were two bills. One was regarding autism, you know, basically banning people with autism unless they can prove that they're cured, right? So it shows you what kind of people are making the law, you know, people that think that autism can be cured, right? And then another one that was basically the same thing with depression, right? And, like, you know, I guess the way that they're trying to insinuate that depressed people are getting access to trans healthcare, and that being depressed, being mentally, you know, ill is making people think that they're trans or something like that. When in actuality, if you are trans and you're unable to get access to healthcare, and you're unable to transition, and you're unable to deal with that stuff, you don't have any access, right? That's, you know, that's a big source of depression, you know. And even if there's more to your depression than just that, and you know, you got no chance of getting of dealing with your depression if you're being forced to, like, not, if you're being forced to live in a gender that you don't identify as, right?
And depression. And I don't know why a trans person might have depression while not being allowed to transition. Gee golly, what a mystery. Or in the UK, where a court decision claimed that puberty blockers should not be administered to children because it's dangerous, leading to puberty blockers being restricted not only in the UK, but also here in Sweden. A completely different country.
Wait, what?
Despite that court decision eventually being overturned. But it doesn't really matter.
Wait. Does anybody know about this?
Already happened.
Does anybody know about this? Right? When did this happen? The Sweden thing. When did the Sweden thing happen? Because I was not aware of this. Puberty blockers being banned in Sweden. Now I'm imagining Harry Potter reboot containing the Gringotts waterfall, revealing the true natal biological sex of everyone who goes through it. Nobody tell JK. She'll absolutely do that. She'll absolutely do that.
Trans people now have a harder time accessing medications like these. I also don't know why Sweden is listening to what's happening in a court of another country.
Yeah, that's
but
what's
I guess
confusing
that's just what
to me.
Does now. So even if these things aren't legal, they still make it a nightmare to actually navigate a trans healthcare system in any given state. Or how restrictions of drag and public performances might make it difficult for trans people to even be entertainers in any public space. Because it leads to an atmosphere of fear among private individuals and doctors who might be afraid to host trans-themed events or administer gender-affirming healthcare. Conservatives don't really.
So they tried to do this with abortion too, right before they rolled back Roe versus Wade. You had an incident with a Fox News broadcaster named Bill O'Reilly, who zeroed in on an abortion provider, I think in Florida, named George Tiller. Would call this guy Tiller the baby unaliver, but with the word that rhymes with, Tiller, right? If I can't say what Bill O'Reilly called Dr. Tiller, but people took him so seriously that this person, Dr. Tiller, was unalived himself at church. He was in church getting lemonade and he was unalived, right? Because Bill O'Reilly made his fans think that this person was unaliving, babies based on the, specious anti-abortion arguments, right? So that kind of thing makes doctors afraid to provide that kind of care, right? Because if you're a doctor, I mean, you might have beliefs, you might believe that trans rights are human rights, but when you have to put yourself on the line like that, right? When you have to be subject yourself to losing your license, to being, having hate directed at you, having dangerous people pointed at you stochastically like Bill O'Reilly did, then, and we saw that even before the Roe v. Wade overturn, there were a lot of states where they chased out abortion providers, right? So Anna Kasparian referenced it when she said she's against children transitioning because of the side effects, quote unquote. Oh my god, this coffee is so good.
Care about making a solidly workable legal system that applies equally and well-regulated to everyone. Their goal with this anti-trans legislation is to get rid of trans people.
In 2022, gender-affirming healthcare, including puberty blockers and hormone therapy for those under 18, was banned in Sweden outside of research settings. Wow. So, in the United States, we usually don't think of Scandinavian countries like that, right? We think of Europe as a whole as being a little bit or not just a little bit, but a lot more progressive. We think of the US as having one foot in the dark ages, and that in Europe, that stuff doesn't happen. And I will say that conservatism, reactionary ideology, and that kind of stuff manifests in different ways between continents. But I think it's a misunderstanding by Americans to make those assumptions, right? There are better things about how European and Scandinavian governments in particular operate. And there's some things that aren't so great, right? Sweden's new government is pretty right-wing. Yeah, that's another thing that people don't understand, is that the whole social democratic consensus is more of a phenomenon of what the late 1900s and early 2000s, right? There's a lot of right-wing stuff, and a lot of it has caught traction due to the anti-immigration sentiment in Europe. I think she specifically mentioned Sweden. Yeah, she does. And the issue is also that the U.S. actively exports its culture. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so any sort of political movement, any sort of reactionary movement is not bound by lines on a map, right? They absolutely... The European right is feeding into the American right, and the American right is feeding into the European right. You look at something like the legislation that's going on in Uganda even, and you can trace that back to American evangelical missionaries, right? Fomenting anti-gay hate. Issue is, U.S. actively exports its culture wars to Europe. The pro-life activists from the U.S. and Russia actively pay to undermine abortion rights in Europe.
So even if it's a haywire system that barely works and is contradictory and hypocritical unto itself, does not matter, because the goal will still be achieved, and that's the only thing that matters. If they get rid of trans people, they've won. And it doesn't matter if they do it in one unified law or if they do it in 100 different statements by attorney generals that will be fought in courts over decades.
And again, not to harp on loner box either, right? But that mentality is what allows this frog boiling, right? Allows this, unaliving by 1,000 cuts. That is this way of like that especially in the United States, the way that our laws work, the way that states become a laboratory for the rest of the country, things don't necessarily start as like national laws, right? Although I will say, both DeSantis and Trump are signaling that they want to propose national laws, right? So we have viable candidates that are proposing exactly that, but it doesn't even take that, right, to really kind of mess things up, right? Obviously, states are laboratories for each other. If one red state says hey, let's use the attorney general to go after trans rights, and it's successful, other states are going to do that too. If one state makes a law that, let's say the law is unconstitutional, let's say that that's clearly unconstitutional, you get a lawyer, you get your clients to sue the state, and they take it up to the Supreme Court, right? You would think that is a way to curtail that state law. It might also be a way to overturn precedent and to solidify, to codify an anti-trans rights legal precedent for them. So the apathy of people like Lonerbox is how you get far-right nationalist reactionaries to rise up. Oh, you're immune to Godwin's law because of being in Germany. True.
Years. But as I've mentioned, some laws have actually passed, and they're pretty damn draconian. Take, for example, SB 150, which recently passed in the House in Kentucky, which not only bans gender-affirming care for new...
And Kentucky is a state where, at least my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But when they do polling on some of these issues, like the laws that are passed, they're not popular. Kentucky doesn't actually want these laws. The citizens of Kentucky, despite it being Kentucky, despite it being a red state, despite it being the home of Mitch McConnell, right? It's not a majority of people that support this stuff. However, when people vote in Kentucky, they're not just voting on one issue. And the representatives that they elect are voting for this stuff. So it almost doesn't matter whether or not it's popular. Did she mention something about Sweden? Yeah. Wait, did Anna mention something about Sweden passing? I think you're right, Natalie. I do remember something like that.
And existing patients, forcing many to detransition, but also bans any mention of sexual orientation or gender identity in classrooms, while also forcing schools to out trans children to their parents if they find out about the student hiding a trans identity. All of these laws have led a lot of people to claim what is currently going on as a trans genocide. I personally might not be on that level quite yet, but I definitely do think that this is a systematic measure to get rid of...
I'm not super hung up about the language that you use to describe what's going on. I definitely would not try to put the kibosh on language. If I think that actually does make sense. And a lot of people talk about G-side. G-side is thought to occur in stages. We're not just on stage 1 or 2, right? We're, according to a lot of people, on stage 7 or higher, right? Of this. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable. Look, I don't demand that everybody be on board to use that terminology, right? But I wouldn't voice that, right? And I wouldn't do anything to be yeah, maybe those people are a little no, they're I don't know. Do you see what I'm saying? If you're uncomfortable using that terminology, fine, don't use that terminology, but also don't you don't need to say it, right? Because something's happening and it's not good. It's not good at all. And yeah, I would call it a G-side. I have no problem with that terminology. I will use that terminology. And the reason that terminology exists, right? If you look into the history of the Lemkin Center, The reason that that terminology exists is to keep it from never happening again. Never again should not be like an empty promise. Never again should be a firm commitment. And that's why this language exists, for situations like this. And this language serves a lot greater purpose when it is spoken about, when it is introduced, when it is talked about before there's bodies piled up, okay? That's the other thing in the, whole loner box poly thing was like, how many bodies need to pile up before you consider this to be, a G-side, right? Like once that starts to happen, you're in a situation where grave, deadly damage is done to trans people, and it's too late at that point. It's too late to blow the whistle. It's too late to raise the red flags, right? Like, I mean, still do it, still fight what's going on, but you're fighting against like a boulder that's already got momentum rolling down a hill, right? I would rather fight that boulder closer to the top of the hill when it's smaller, all right? Rather than play Lonerbox's losing game, Loserbox's loner game, and get crushed by it.
Of trans people from existing in public space. But this is just a legal framework. What about the cultural impact? Like I said, this can create an environment of...
Yeah, systematically trying to erase us as G-side... Yeah, like when people like announce that their goal is to eliminate us from public life, what the heck do you call that? What the heck do you call that, Loserbox?
Fear among private individuals to try to enforce what they think is the law, even though it might not actually be it. If transphobia becomes entrenched enough in a culture, you can change society quite significantly without having to actually change any laws. And laws are being changed, so you can only imagine what big impact that has on cultural perceptions of trans people. When conservatives pass laws that are outright transphobic, that lends credibility and legitimacy to being transphobic generally. It's not a fringe idea anymore. It becomes the law, or at least debated in law. The trans question becomes a legitimate discussion, rather than a thinly veiled attempt at arguing away the rights of another human being.
But there is a spectrum here of irrationality and insanity, let's call it what it is. And so if a man is convinced that he really is a woman, like in some of those viral videos we've all seen of the big burly man screaming in the bodega, "My name is ma'am, my name is ma'am," not only is it the right of society to take some action here to restore order.
And you are saying that the government and the people that run it should be an arbiter of truth and then should involuntarily commit and basically lock people up who don't meet their perception of the truth.
And what ends up happening is increased cultural transphobia makes it so that more people want to legislate against trans people, which then feeds into more cultural transphobia, and the cycle just gets worse and worse and worse. And we can see this right now in modern day discussions around transness generally, with conservatives arguing that trans people, or queer people generally occasionally, are groomers and pedophiles. When I started this video, I kind of wanted to have this whole segment where I sort of dug into how this outrage machine started and what we can learn from that.
Yeah, terrible.
I just can't do that.
That's right, Natalie. Two terrible people debating our rights.
Partly because it's pretty overwhelming, but also because it probably wouldn't do any good anyway. If you are a person who believes that LGBT people, or trans people only, are pedophiles and groomers by virtue of being trans, then I don't know how to argue with you at that point, because it's just repackaged old-fashioned homophobia from the 50s, 60s and further behind. It's the idea that anyone who doesn't conform to a perfectly heteronormative lifestyle for some reason has to be a pedophile. You know, I'm kind of done like respecting my political opponents at this point. I used to be a lot more respectful in my videos where I try to, reason with their worldview and sort of see where they were coming from. But like, I'm kind of over that at this point, because it doesn't really work, and it's not as if anyone from that camp is giving the same kind of benefit of the doubt to me. And the reason why is pretty obvious. They don't actually care about children or safety or anything that they're saying that they care about. They just care about getting rid of trans people. The point of this entire ideology is to get rid of trans people. That's the start and the beginning of their entire methodology. And it's the only thing that explains the variety of different laws that people levy against trans people. And if you want evidence specifically to see that the only reason for why people are transphobic is because they don't like trans people, well, there's plenty of evidence to find. Take for example the current outrage against bad beer company Bud Light. So the story here is that influencer Dylan Mulvaney got sponsored by Bud Light to do a sort of sponsored segment in their content. And
oh my god, thank you, Buffy. Thank you for the gift sub to Not Your Average Guy. Not Your Average Guy, that's another person saved from the ad breaks. If you don't know, the ad breaks happen at the bottom of the hour and the top of the hour, thereabouts. I don't know if it's like the hour according to when I start streaming or the actual hour, right? But they happen twice an hour. That we know. They're really annoying. They take you out of whatever I'm saying, whatever Mia's saying, whatever, you know, like you can still maybe see me so you can maybe follow along with the Minecraft, right? But that's about it. It's kind of disruptive. If you want to get out of that, several ways that you can go about it. One is to use your Amazon Prime, hook it up to Twitch, and get a free sub out of that. You can put you can use that for any streamer that you want, your favorite streamer. If that's me, that means a lot to me, right? Because like you only have one of those, so if you park it with me, that means you really like me, and I really appreciate that, right? So that's one way to do it. The other way is if you do have $5 laying around that's not being used for other things. Again, I do not want people subbing that have other expenses that they need to take care of, and that I don't ever want you subbing to cause you to be in a bad financial space. So only if you're able to do it, right? You can buy a sub for yourself for $5. The other way is just be an awesome little chatter, contribute to the discussion, contribute to the community, and very likely somebody like Buffy Geek, somebody out of the kindness of their heart will see you there. Take pity on you for getting sucked out of the immersion of the stream and get you a gift sub. So Silent Storm, it looks like, oh my god, Silent Storm, thank you for the subscription. That is 2 months in a row for you. And thank you, Buffy Geek. And like, wait, are we at? Why does that say? Okay, maybe that's a resub and that's not counting. But regardless, we're doing pretty well towards our sub goal today, right? We started off strong, and you and YouTube, right? You can get involved too by hitting that like button. I got to remind you to do that because it helps me out more than you realize, right? Hitting that like button is the way that you give me a bigger social media presence. It's the way that you let YouTube know to send people into the stream. So if you want a more exciting YouTube chat than we are currently having, hit that like button. That can really help you out. Also, let me share the, oh my god, what just happened? Whoa, Silent Storm with the gift subs. Rashid, name X77898, and I'd prefer not to. You just got gift subs. And that is the goal. The goal is met. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Silent Storm, and thank you, Buffy Geek. Those count. No, I'm not. It's just, I just don't know the way that Streamlabs works, right? Yeah, hit it. I always forget to. Let me give you because I keep forgetting to give YouTube the Twitter thread. If you're on Twitter, right? If you're still on that hell site, right? I am trying to get myself a Blue Sky account right now. Lance, if you're listening, I would appreciate an invite. Lance, we used to be friends. We could be friends again. I'm trying to get onto Blue Sky, but in the meantime, Twitter is all we've got as far as promoting the stream outside of that. So I would really appreciate your retweets and your likes on YouTube as well. Juniper is on there. Nice.
You know what those are. It's when influencers try to sell you a product and then they get some money from a company in order to do it. Now, speaking of which, this video is sponsored by Skillshare. Remember to go to the link in my description.
Oh my god.
In this one, people lost their minds.
Wait, that was a really sly ad integration. Nice.
I'd like to bring up one of the biggest pedophiles in America today. His name is Dylan Mulvaney.
Go, it tickles, oh my god.
And they lost it because she's trans. That's the only reason. That's the whole source of this outrage.
I hadn't seen the beer boofing. I hadn't seen that. I didn't see that, the transphobic beer boofing. That's wild. Tom McDonald, yeah, noted. Yeah, Yo, people will tell you that Tom McDonald is somehow like not a transphobe or something, right?
It's not as if Dylan is marketing this to kids. It's not as if Dylan is somehow canceled in some actual problematic way. Dylan is actually maybe one of the most unproblematic content creators out there.
One of the most wholesome.
I can see why people like her, although she's mostly popular on TikTok among Zoomers, I think. Maybe. I don't understand TikTok. A lot of conservative influencers have been outright demanding a formal apology by the company behind Bud Light. But why? What exactly are they supposed to be apologizing for? When Bud Light released a statement on Twitter, a lot of people...
So, like, do you see what Marjorie Taylor Greene's doing? She's literally saying that Dylan living her life and being publicly visible as a TikTok creator is G-rooming, you know, like, right? So in other words, we were talking earlier about, like, how did you first find out that trans people exist? How did you first know that you were trans? Like, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to take all of those experiences away. She wants to sneak into my dream like Freddy Krueger and steal my grandmom's earrings, right? How messed up is that? Anything that might show a child who they are and might make them realize that it's possible to live as themselves, Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to steal from us. Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to sneak into your anime collection and take out Ranma 1/2. Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to tape over Sailor Moon, wants to tape over... Wait, I'm talking about VHS tapes. I don't know if anybody has those, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to like, you know, get rid of your Utena, like delete it off your hard drive, right? No more Utena. Marjorie Taylor Greene is unironically trying to force Utena to wear a girl's uniform. Yeah? Like, we got this. She's got to be stopped. Also, terrible pull-up form, even for a CrossFitter. I gotta say, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you do not know how to do a kipping pull-up. Like, right? Even as a CrossFitter, you are messed up, lady. You are messed up. Okay. No love for MTG.
We're saying this is not a real formal apology. Do better. But what did they do wrong in the first place?
This is not an apology.
AI edit Freddy movies to add MTG.
Apology. Apologize. They must apologize.
Oh yeah, that's right. MTG probably has the Matt Walsh take where anime are satanic pervert cartoons.
It's not enough.
It's gone to the point where even associating loosely with trans people has become extraordinarily
Okay, so chat, check this out.
And this issue isn't about bathrooms. It's
I'm going to show you something.
It's not about anything like that. It's about beer and the fact that she's trans. The reason that people give as to why the company should apologize is because it gives legitimacy to the idea of transgenderism, which on its own apparently is dangerous enough as a concept. The idea of trans people is enough to force a company to apologize. They claim that any exposure of transness into the mainstream will expose children to transgenderism, and that is going to either sexualize children, which is bad enough in itself, or it's going to create children who think that they're trans. Which leads us to the next question then. Can children be trans? Well, yeah. Children seem to be at the center of this debate, but they're actually not. When I first made the script for this video, there was a part of me that's just like, oh cool, I'm going to spend a significant amount of time talking about like the concept of childhood and whether or not children can be trans. But like, it doesn't matter. Because the entire discussion has nothing to do with actual trans.
Wait, MTG cheated on her husband with a communist? I seem to remember something about this. This biome is so pretty. It's pretty, but it's also dangerous. You saw what happened, right? That sound was a skulk shrieker, right? That shrieker, that's why I've got the spyglass, right? I gotta spot the shriekers because the shriekers call the warden. And the warden is a mob that I am nowhere close to being able to fight at this point. I would have to have enchanted everything, netherite everything, right? It's going to be tough. So I'm trying to sneak around here. I'm trying to kill the Skulk Shriekers, and I'm trying to raid the ancient city because it's got a lot of good loot. There's a lot of good loot here.
Children. At all.
She cheated on him with, oh my gosh, with the tantric sex guru. That's
Nada.
awesome. I
But
mean,
that's not what you'd think.
no, it's not. I should be the one cheating on somebody with this tantric sex guru, not MTG.
About watching
Tantric sex guru, call me, okay? Call me.
conservative pundits talk about trans people.
I can
in
actually
the
do one of
media.
those pull-ups,
protecting
unlike
children in this
MTG.
state across a wide variety of things. And one of the things that they're trying to do is they talk about these very young kids getting gender affirming care.
But you'd think if they spend so much time talking about it, that they would at least know the basic facts of what they are actually talking about. Take, for example, conservative commentator Matt Walsh. He's made documentaries, he's talked about trans people incessantly, he's gone to podcasts to talk about trans people, and talked about the dangers of puberty blockers and the epidemic of transness among our youth. He takes a typical conservative form of debating, which is to argue against college students who don't really know how to debate people like him. But when he talks to anyone who actually wants to fact check him on anything, he just falls apart. On an episode of Joe Rogan's podcast, Matt Walsh talks about...
So yeah, college students get a bad name, like, right? And like, I don't know. I feel like that in and of itself is a problem, right? College students are so easy to pick on. And there's a lot that goes into that, right? When you're in college, most of the time, when you're out and about, a place where you might see Matt Walsh camped out with this little, not Matt Walsh, sorry, Steven Crowder, camped out with his little change my mind sign, right? You're on your way to class. You're busy. You got things on your mind. You got things to do. And you're supposed to debate this chud, right? On his turf, on his terms, like with his argument, with whatever, whatever he wants to talk to you about, right? And, his whole goal is to make you look bad, to weaponize that hatred that people have against college students, which we got to talk about that because at some level, this is like the source of everything else that the chuds are doing. It's anti-intellectualism, right? It's wanting to look at a center for knowledge. And granted, colleges aren't what they should be. Colleges should be state funded at a much greater level than they are. A lot of times now colleges derive their funding from alumni, derive their funding from deals with corporations, right? Colleges are not getting the funding that they should, it's anti-intellectualism at its very root, right? They want to look at the one place that you can go to get a little bit of knowledge that's not, coming to you through Dennis Prager or Steven Crowder or some garbage like that, right? And they want to make it seem like these kids don't know what they're talking about. These people don't know what they're talking about. This isn't knowledge. This is BS. Right? These you're not so smart, college kid. Right? I don't know. It's anti-intellectualism is really what it is. And Steven Crowder ambushes these kids on their way to class. That's usually how it goes down. Now, recently, Matt Walsh had a conversation with, I think it was a college kid, and it didn't quite go so well. It didn't go as well for Matt Walsh as normal. He actually just in fact, I think, didn't he cut it out of his video? It's a major transition. You go from having to ask permission to go to the bathroom. Yeah, exactly. To living all on your own. You don't have enough life experience to debate an older man with lots of debate experience who's basically trying to set up a situation. Those aren't debates. Those are theatrical. In fact, isn't Steven Crowder kind of a theater kid? If you look back in a lot of these people were theater kids. A lot of these people were failed actors. Michael Knowles included, right? Ben Shapiro included. "100% a theater kid." Yeah.
About the amount of people who use...
It's a setup. It's theater. It's not real. It's, in fact,
puberty block.
A lot of debates end up like that. He was the voice for someone on Arthur. I heard about that. Brain, right? Brain.
Millions of kids have been on hormone blockers. Really?
I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on that, but my
What's up,
my guess is that we're into the millions now at this point.
Let's see here. No. MTG had a sex guru who was a former member of CPUSA. Oh, that's the communist connection. And yes, she slept with him, but apparently her husband was okay with it. The Sneeko. The Sneeko thing. Yeah, her husband was doing some Sneeko. Okay, interesting. Someone talked about the epidemic of right-wing grifters who are obsessed with trans people. Ben Shabibo probably sees that his cousin got the Hollywood success that he never did. Yeah, and surprise, surprise, right? Daily Wire's trying to start its own movie company, right? I don't think we ever covered this, but there was a a movie, like a Daily Wire movie where it was like literally a college, or not a college, a high school shooter movie, right? Literally did a movie of that.
Yeah, that's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
So despite having really strong feelings on the topic, he doesn't actually know the basic facts of the topic itself. And to be clear, the facts are settled. There are multiple medical guidelines that discuss the best ways to treat children who suffer from gender dysphoria. And there are multiple studies that have shown that if you allow trans children to be their authentic selves, they will be happier people. That's just an objective fact.
Okay, that's not good.
Study after study shows that trans people exist and that some of those trans
we didn't
people
spawn the
are
warden,
children.
but the next time he will spawn.
This isn't really controversial.
It's like a three strikes you're out kind of thing.
No one is transing your kid. It's just that any kid can be trans. And in this modern world, it's easier for children to find language to describe themselves, or for medical professionals to lend children the tools that they need to describe themselves. And children having these tools objectively leads to less negative psychological outcomes. But why are we even debating this? Because this doesn't matter to the people who actually have the power to decide over the lives of trans children. Lawmakers who are convinced
there's the offending
transes
shrieker
are coming to steal your children don't care about the actual facts of the matter. They're still implementing medicine.
Please tell me there's not another one.
Still implementing bans on gender-affirming care for young people, and in some cases even adults. So
That's
arguing
gonna spawn a
facts
warden.
here is a mistake, because they don't care about the facts of the matter. They care about control. Like I've mentioned, these laws don't actually do
Oh my god, I gotta
anything
pee, I gotta
when it
pee,
comes
I gotta
to
pee.
helping the mental health of children.
Sudden urge to pee.
At all. The reason, as always, is ideological. And this time it's the ideology that traditional values, no matter what, are uniquely the best. But it's also a redefinition of what traditional values even mean in the first place. Like, I grew up next to a literal field of hay in a very conservative part of my country. I didn't get any sexual health education until my mid-teens. I regularly went to church with my school for some reason. And that village also turns out votes for conservative parties every single election as well. But back then, people had no problem with an entire class doing their own drag show. Today, that would be seen as almost absurd. To them at the time, this was not seen as children being indoctrinated into some sort
I'll
of
pee really
lifestyle.
quick and
this was just kids being kids.
Let's just put
And
you
unless
on
that one
like with
drag show
the
that I
good
did as a
audio.
kid somehow transed me and or making me think that I was trans for a while now, I don't really see how I could have been tricked into being trans by the trans
That does
agenda.
work.
My parents were pretty
That works for me.
traditional.
Okay.
I didn't really grow up knowing any
gonna
of that gay
switch.
stuff. And I had to figure out a lot of that stuff on my own. And I still ended up trans.
Hi, Sarah.
So what's the deal here?
Everybody, Zara Xerax. Who you should all go follow. Can we get a shout out for Zara in chat?
I can type a shout out if you want me to.
I don't want you to have to type your own shout out. There we
Thank
go.
you so much, though.
It happened. It happened.
Hey,
so go follow
groovy
Sarah.
people.
And
What's up, Clarity Echoes? It's
okay, so
good
we're going to
see
take a
you.
little pause here. I am going to pee. Zara's going to talk to chat. It's your chance to, and I'll come back and talk to chat as well, because like I realize that I don't do that nearly enough. I want to, but I'm always so pressed by content. But that's not what you're here for. You're here for vibes. You're here for interaction. That's why this is a live stream and not just a video. If you want to watch my videos, you can watch my videos on YouTube without me responding in live. But you know, since I'm here right now, we'll do it that way. Anyway, Zara's going to talk to you for just a minute, and I will be right back after peeing. Oh, yeah, also we're going to put up the NCC did nothing wrong.
Oh, that's a great plan. NCC did nothing wrong.
It's true. True facts.
Meow! I see that. What a great meow spark that bled. Hi, Jules. Too quick for me. Love it. Welcome to the mic. Oh, thank you so much, Clarity. I am so happy to be on the mic. Let's weasel behind NCC's back. She'll never know. Throw those weasels in chat. What you read? Those emotes are so great. There we go. That's the spirit, Oglubbits. Let me scroll up a tiny bit and see what we missed too. Joe Rogan's political takes are really annoying because I'm a UFC fan. He should stick to commentary. Oh my god. Yeah, I wish he would stick to UFC commentary, something he knows something about. I just figured out he wasn't okay with it since they got a divorce. Look at y'all. Y'all are spamming the chat so good. Oh my god, she's going to be so surprised when you get back. Like, she'll get back and chat will have just absolutely dominated. Throwing up those weasels. Meow, meow, meow. But yeah, this is actually one of my favorite things in the world to do. We'll hide the memes, we'll spam the weasels, and we'll make it so that, oh my god. False alarm, false alarm. We can keep spamming. She hasn't seen us yet. She doesn't know what we're doing. But yeah, seriously, talking to chat is like the most fun thing in the world. It is just very exciting because it's chat. Everybody's great in chat. I love that. I love that, Moni. Buffy with some choice memes. Well, they're not memes. They're just like the best emotes. The wonderful creations. Also, shout out to Buffy Geek for amazing work done on some of these emotes here. Look at that. 5x weasel combo. Alf doesn't get enough love, you're right. I don't even have Alf in my favorites. What am I thinking? There's just so many good, like, emotes. But what about Bimbo Alf? Y'all remember Bimbo Alf, right? Oh my god. The Alf memes were before my time. They were before, like, before I had access to them. I used to follow Irene back then, but I definitely didn't, I wasn't like a sub. I just like, I would see her kickboxing streams and be like, oh my god, she's so cool. She's gonna come back and be like, Blonde Elf? What is going on here? We can do it though. Oh my god, we're spamming so good. Y'all have cleared like 2 pages worth of chat. This is incredible. I love it. What is another underrated emote that you feel like doesn't get the love it deserves? Oh yeah, definitely. See that no calm surprise? Buffy, perfect moment captured. Everything is hidden. We kept it secret. We kept it safe. This is incredible. Memes are well hidden. I love it. Also, yes. The no comment chick, like, no com cat. Incredible. It's incredible. That one doesn't get old for me. I like to use that one a lot. That's one of my favorite ones to use on YouTube.
Hi.
Clarity. Oh my god, thank you so much for the 500 bits.
Thank you, Clarity. That's really sweet of you.
I
500
love how you
biddies.
sprinkled weasels in there with it.
Oh my
That's
god,
just
it's biddies and
magical.
weasels. Yeah.
Biddies and weasels.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
We should have like an emote suggestion thing. I feel like I keep on thinking of other emotes that I want to have. I do have some extra slots.
Ahoy, Adodak.
Ahoy, ahoy, hoy to you. Yeah, we've got like a ton more spots for emotes, and I feel like there are like other memes that need to get recognized with emotes.
Adodak, are you okay if I mispronounce your name all the time?
Wait,
Because I'm pretty sure
maybe
it's A to the
I'm
K.
A to the K.
But like
What?
A to the K.
Are you
Right?
serious?
But like
Are you serious?
I can't help myself but say Adodak because it sounds so cool and I'm a weirdo. So like, do you mind? It's okay. Okay, are you sure?
Am
'Cause
I
I'll
the
say
one
it
who
the
got
right
that
way.
mispronunciation started? Is it my fault? NCC is like famous for mispronouncing people's names. That's a meme. A2 Decay. What's up, Polly people? Polly, how do you pronounce
Polly.
Adadak's name? I mean A2 Decay's name. You've been saying it the same. Okay, so I'm not the only one then, right?
I always look at it and I'm like A to the K and I'm like, I should say Adodak.
But I feel like I force other pronunciations on people's names, like Shakespeare. I don't know if Shakespeare ever intended to be pronounced Shakespeare, but
Wait,
I pronounce.
is it not pronounced that way? I thought it was pronounced Shakespeare.
Well, that's how I pronounce it. But like
That's how
it's
I've
like
always said it.
I force that pronunciation some justice for A to decay. It sounds so weird to say your name correctly. Shakespeare, yes, Shakespeare. It's like the French, because like, yeah.
I don't know how to say it any other way than Shakespeare.
No, I am so famous for like the first time, one of my channel founders is named Little Miss Muffin Top, right? And it's clearly LILMS MUF, like right, Lil Miss Muffin Top. It's very clear what their name is, right? And when they first came into my chat, I was like, "Oh, hey, thank you for the follow, Lilms." Lilms.
Oh my god.
I'm just like, yeah, that's awesome, Lilms. I can't pronounce the rest of
Wow.
your name, but like Lilms, I can get.
That's incredible.
It's Shakespeare. Yeah, that's probably how it's supposed to be pronounced. But I always I pronounce Atodak as okay. That's the cool way to pronounce it. So I am indeed cool, right?
Okay, as long as you like it. I just wanted to ask because,
Well, yeah,
deep
if it
down
bothers you,
inside,
definitely. I don't want to.
I'm always like, I don't ever want to like be that girl who mispronounces and you like hate it. Like I'm pretty flexible about how people pronounce, like my name. I guess I have to be because it's spelled ridiculously. It's a very unique
Do people
name.
ever call you Sherex?
No, that's probably one of the ones I would say please don't. Like that's one of the few times I would correct someone, but I haven't gotten that one yet. A lot of people try to pronounce it without any of the X's, even though the X's are clearly part of the name, because it's like also a way that people make their names by using X's
Like
to isolate
Oaxaca, right?
parts.
Oh, okay, not like Oaxaca. Yeah, because like
No,
I know that there are
Like,
different
people will
ways of
be like-
pronouncing X's.
they'll be like era ire.
It's not. I was gonna say, Hera or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a
I mean,
it's
the
a great.
formatting on now is off. We can only see Mia Mulder trans.
The formatting is off. Yo,
For now and
thank
next.
you. Yeah, that's
So
like
it looks like-
I'm sure
it
Mia
looks-
appreciates that. Yes, Mia Mulder.
The
trans,
headline,
just
Mia
in case.
Mulder,
Well, we have to
trans.
specify now since I've been. Polly, do you know about the reverse transvestigation that's happening with me?
Oh my
Do you
god!
know about the Vosh fan that is like sure that I'm not actually trans and I'm not actually a leftist and they're doing the research right now on me. They're doing the QAnon tinfoil hat shit on me. Because apparently I'm not actually trans, according to the reverse transvestigator. So So yeah, maybe I have to specify when somebody's trans just so the people won't get confused and be like, I don't know, Irene is not really trans, so maybe other people aren't really. They're gonna start reverse transvestigating us. That's what I'm saying. You saw that comment, yeah.
Yeah, that's such a weird
That is such a
way
weird
to
thing.
take things. Also, once someone called me Jennifer all the time, it was really weird because my name is not like Jennifer at all. And Clarity Echoes chimes in with that historical fact about it's an old straight edge punk thing, the three X's.
Oh, okay, yeah. You put the X's on your hand to be like, I don't want to drink.
But I'm not straight edge because I'm very promiscuous.
Reverse transvestigations. Well, you're the reverse Blair White, right? So that could apply to you too, I think. Reverse transvestigations are a time-honored hog tradition. Yeah, well, here we've got the pseudo-hogs from Vosh's community. Like, I mean, Vosh isn't sure. Vosh likes to be Schrodinger's douchebag when it comes to his own ideology. So why would his community be any different, right?
I mean, that's a fact. I'll say one last thing about names. I think my favorite thing so far has been when people, the funniest thing, not like I want this to happen, but it was very funny when I found out that people thought my name was Sarah, like Sarah. Like that so far has been the funniest consequence of having a rather unique name.
That might be because of the way that me and Polly refer to you. Like when I say Zara, maybe it sounds a little bit like Sarah. Maybe my Z's and my S's.
Oh, that's fine too. I like the way you and Polly say it. It doesn't sound weird. I don't say my own name because that's I wouldn't have very many reasons to do super often. And most everything I do is typing. I love the crew that is here right now. This is awesome. Oh my God, Clarity. It's thanks to everybody in chat and Irene that we have such a cool, fun circle. We got Polly in chat, reverse Blair White, but I wish I were reverse Candace Owens after the Crowder thing.
Nice.
Candace really did wreck him, that's for sure. That was a wild stream.
I mean, we watched, was there more to that? I feel like we watched it all. The Candace Owens, Steven Crowder.
I think you watched it all.
Yeah. Because when I think about a Candace Owens stream, I'm imagining a 3-hour VOD on Twitch. Yo, Polly, we gotta get Candace on Twitch.
No, don't let her on Twitch. It's good that she doesn't know that Twitch
there
exists.
Are 3-hour VODs of Candace Owens going off.
She has a YouTube with Daily Wire.
True.
All right, well, I don't want to hold you up if you would like to get back to your Mia content.
Yeah, I guess we should, but yeah, thanks
Palsy, hey y'all.
Yeah, hey Tapalsy, what's going on? So for anybody just joining us, this is Mia Mulder. Mia Mulder just put out a video. It's called "What is the Deal with the Trans Debate?" And indeed, what is the deal with the trans debate? I'm trans, but does that mean that there should be a debate on whether? Apparently, there's a very strange debate about me and the Vosh community, but no, the trans debate that we're talking about is should trans people exist in public life, or is there some moral panic that we need to stir up to make trans people's lives even harder than they already are? Or if you're loser box, the debate is it really appropriate to say trans genocide, or is that a little bit histrionic? Is that a little bit alarmist? Is the law really going to pass though? Because the last time the law didn't completely pass, and oops, the law passed this time. Oops, the Supreme Court upheld it. Oops, they reversed their precedent because they're a conservative court because Trump put a whole bunch of judges on there, right? This is the weirdest thing in the world for a relevant to be, I don't want to say gaslighting, because gaslighting refers to a very specific interpersonal phenomenon. But in the colloquial sense, yes, it is appropriate to feel somewhat gaslit by, wait, did I say irrelevant? Or did I say loser box? I said loser box. More like loser box. I'm just making sure I'm referring to the correct streamer here, because I haven't even kept up with all of the Destiny Orbiters. Realize that Candace Owens will stand up for people. I got it right. Okay, I was just making sure. The last thing I want to do is drag drag somebody else into Loserbox's bullshit that didn't actually say what Loserbox says. I think, oh, that's right. Yeah, Irrelevant covered the Loserbox manifesto. But I don't know if Loserbox or if Irrelevant ever went on the went on to Loserbox's take. It seems so like it's funny though that like I feel like there hasn't really been an acknowledgement of how wrong Loserbox was. Denial box, yeah. It's a good thing I got off voice before the box discourse started. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Like, look, Loserbox hates us all, right? But all we want is an apology. All we want is for Loserbox to unambiguously say Poly People was right, and then I think we'd be able to get Toxic Box's name out of our mouths. Did you miss the Dylan Mulvaney discussion? No, Xanton Revolution. You did, Zaxton. Oh my God. I'm so bad at mispronouncing people's names and getting people's names wrong and saying the wrong name of the streamer and everything else. I'm so, I need to drink my coffee, uwu. But no, you didn't miss it. We still got the Bud Light on tap. We got the Bud Light on ice, right? Waiting for the Dylan Mulvaney thing to start off. Polly, we still got to do that stream with Dylan Mulvaney where we drink Bud Light together. I think that would be great. I think the Chuds would appreciate that. So yeah, if you're just joining us, this is Mia Mulder. Mia Mulder's got a video called What's the Deal with the Trans Debate? Why is there a trans debate, right? I'm trans, that's like, you know, who I am. Why is that up for debate? Well, I don't know. Ask the Chuds, ask Matt Walsh, ask Michael Knowles, ask all these people why they want to turn our existence into a question. Not good. Not good. Let's get back to it, right? Loserbox never apologize. He'll just say nothing and hope people will forget. Yo, I don't know. I kind of feel like not letting Loserbox get away with this, right? I still feel like Loserbox has got something to answer for. And this is not to drag Loserbox across the coals. It's just to get that apology. I really want to hear that. Say it with your chest. Loserbox. Polly was right. I want to hear you say it just once. Just once. Seriously, it'll get me off your back. I promise. He's proud of his positions on this whole discourse. Well, if that's his take, then like I guess if you want to be content, you want to be content, right? But you don't need to get cooked here. You really don't. I'm not trying to cook anyone. I'm not trying to harp on anyone. It's not like I'm trying to not let this go, but this isn't about me. This isn't about Polly. This is about all trans people, right? That's who you hurt with that rhetoric, right? And that's why I kind of can't let it go. That's why I feel like there does need to be an apology. Anyway, we're gonna finish watching Mia Mulder, then we're gonna get to the Owen Jones has got a video talking about what happened recently to Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan Mulvaney tried to have a beer, not the best beer. Some would say the worst beer, although I'm not saying that. Ha 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 ha. I'm not saying that out loud. I'm not telling you that Bud Light is the worst beer I've ever tasted. I would never tell you that, right? I would always keep that a secret, right? That's not something that I'm saying, right? But yeah, like all Dylan wanted to do was a little, influencer sponsorship with Bud Light. She got one can with her face on it sent by Bud Light, and the Chuds just have not let it go ever since. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to see what Owen Jones has to say about the hounding of Dylan Mulvaney and what it might tell us about the right wing's disposition towards all trans people and indeed all LGBTQ people. And honestly, it's probably even more far reaching than that, right? When you look at this movement, when you look at what MAGA really is, it's an eliminationist movement. And it's dangerous, and it needs attention paid to it, and it needs to be swept up into the dustbin of history once and for all. So we're going to look at that after that, and then stay tuned even after that, okay? So I got that coming up. That's really interesting. I know you all want to, you know, want to see me and Polly drink Bud Light with Dylan Mulvaney. Right after that, we've got MAGA rap. I kid you not, MAGA rap. It's a thing. Hey, Polly, meow. I love that emote, by the way. I think that's really cute. MAGA rap is a thing, and it's something that we got to deal with it. We got to talk about it. We got to talk all about MAGA rap, and we got to know the ins and outs. Who are the MAGA rappers? Why are they MAGA rapping? And who's buying this stuff? Who's listening to this stuff? What is this stuff? What indeed? What indeed? Right, so we're gonna get to all of that after the rest of this content. Bud Light tastes like, oh my gosh, I gotta stop myself. Right? I'm not trying to disparage anybody's product. I know that's how you get in trouble. And Bud Light, if you're looking for another, if you want me to say good things about your product, you know, just right. If Dylan Mulvaney turns out to be too controversial. NCC has a reputation. Yes, my reputation precedes me for being completely uncontroversial. Isn't that right? Can everybody in chat give me a weasel if you think I'm uncontroversial? You can do this too, YouTube. If you got those memberships, you can share in the weasel watch, right? Let them know I'm uncontroversial. Yeah, absolutely uncontroversial. Uncontroversial. There's no controversy ever has been associated with the name No Comment Chick. So I think I would be a good spokesmodel for your beer. If you're looking for a new person to promote your product, to promote your beer, you know, look no further, right? We can do this for you, right? We can have a party where we show you how we really get down on weekends. And that's right. We're cracking open those Bud Lights. Sometimes we even crack them open with the keys and then open them like that and drink them like that. You know, sometimes we do the beer bongs. We get crazy. We do all that wild stuff. No, we don't. What is a keg stand? Can somebody explain a keg stand to me? There's a thing called a keg stand, right? Because I'm kind of joking about like the ways that beer is consumed. I've seen it consumed that way. I definitely have the lack of a gag reflex to be able to do those beer bongs, although I don't have the tolerance for alcohol to be able to do anything like that. But there's a thing called a keg stand, right? What is that? Can somebody, you do a handstand and you drink from the keg. How does that work? Wait, it's pressurized so it just like goes into your mouth? What a wholesome question. Indeed, what a wholesome question. Oh, White Claw. Now, oh my God, White Claw. See, that I could drink. But that's dangerous, though. I've learned that there's a good reason to appreciate Bud Light, right? To appreciate alcoholic beverages that we do not like the taste of. And that reason is the fact that when I get an alcoholic beverage that I do like the taste of, I tend to overindulge. Chat, I have not drank on stream in a really, really long time. I don't have an issue with alcohol. I don't have an issue with like, you know, that substance or, you know, substances in general, right? But I haven't done it for a very specific reason. And if any of you saw the last stream that I did when I had a bottle of wine and I was playing Rocket League, I was on a trampoline and I almost fell off that trampoline because like you get a bottle of wine and you pour yourself a glass because you know all you need is one glass. If you're me, that's all you need, one glass. That's enough, right? But then you look at that bottle of wine and you try to get that cork back into it and it won't go. And you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have all this wine turn bad? Well, maybe I'll have another glass. And then after that, you're like, you know, there's not that much left in the bottle. It's like less than half. What if I just like start drinking from the bottle? Oh my God, chat, it was messy. I was messy. We should probably have that for a reward at some point. Speaking of rewards, I owe you a cosplay of Colonel Nanuchka. And chat, just so you know that I'm on it. Right? That cosplay is here for the most part. The one part I'm waiting on is the tattoo. Because one big feature of Colonel Nanuchka, I'm talking about the original Kami Babe wrestler, right? Colonel Nanuchka from the Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. The original Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. Before there was even... Wait, did the original Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling, yeah. If you know the character Zoya the Destroyer from the Netflix version of Glow, right? She was based on Colonel Nanochka, who is the original Kami Babe wrestler of Glow, right? And so I promised to cosplay Colonel Nanochka the first time we hit 200. We have hit 200 again, right? And I'm still waiting for that tattoo. I gotta have the hammer and sickle tattoo somehow. I don't know. I'm trying to I don't know if I would I don't want to just like draw a tattoo on myself. Also, I'm a bad artist. Also, I know that if I try to do it, it's gonna look bad and stuff. I don't know how to do this. Oh my god. Oh my god, what am I seeing? What kind of cursed shit am I seeing? Could you use body paint to do the tattoo? I could, I don't know. Here's the deal. Here's what I'm thinking, okay? We do a cosplay night. I also do a Bud Light night. I get some Bud Light. And then after drinking the Bud Light, I try to draw the hammer and sickle on myself, right? Because like that, I don't know. I don't know how you cosplay Colonel Nanochka without the hammer and sickle, right? And I don't know how I get the debate bozos to get really mad and call me a tanky and all that good stuff that they're gonna do. Because like they're already reverse transvestigating me. Chat, I need them to tank vestigate me as well. I need a tank vestigation into NCC because I swear to God, they will call anyone and everyone a tanky. That is their main thing. If somebody criticizes Bosch, you're a tanky. You're a tanky, you're a tanky, you're a tanky. You're all tankies. You're all tankies, okay, apparently. No comment, comrade, right? Print on temporary tattoo paper. What? Wait. So wait, would I have to have a printer for this? How does this work? Springlock, explain this to me. What is going on? A printer. Okay, I need a printer for that. Oh my god, should I put a printer on my Wish? Look, Wish. I didn't mean Wish. I meant Throne. Is what I'm talking about. But what am I talking about indeed? I am talking about this link right here. That's my Throne. I've only got a few things on there so far. But if I really need a printer to be able to do the tattoo, then I guess let's make it happen. I don't currently have a printer, but I need that tattoo. I need to get that tattoo somehow. And I looked for it on Amazon. They have that, but it takes like a month to get to you. Right, so there's the Throne. I'll put it in YouTube chat as well if anybody's interested. Also, YouTube chat, make sure you're hitting that like button. I haven't been bullying you like I usually do. I usually, Tara's inkjet paper you can get. Okay, well, I mean, if that's like a reasonable thing to be able to buy, right? I guess we can do that. We can make that happen. Libraries where I live have printers. Okay, so go to a library and print out a Kami Babe tattoo, but I would need special paper. Is that all it is? So I get the special paper. I put it in the library printer and it prints me out a Kami Babe tattoo. I need the Kami Babe tattoo. Yeah, NCC Tanky arc. That's right. That's right. Just to mess with the debate bozos. Just to mess with the debate bozos because they love it. And it is May Day, so it would be appropriate. It's a special paper. Okay, so really what I need to get is the paper that I can use because I could go to not just like a library, but like one of those office stores, one of those mailboxes stores, right? I could go to that. $11, and you should be able to get a cheaper printer. Oh, I could get a cheap printer myself. Yeah, I should put a printer on Throne. That's my Throne for now. The things that I'm looking for now is to get a better microphone, since like this microphone, right? The jack is busted. So I usually like to listen to my own voice in my headphones to hear what I sound like. It helps me just, feel, I don't know, it somehow helps me do a better stream, right? I can't do that right now, so I'm a little bit messed with that. So I need a microphone and a interface and a cloud lifter. Apparently, I need all those things to make that work. So you know, if you want to take a look at that too, I think I've put those on as community goals. Anyway, I've been edging you way too long as far as the content goes. We're in the middle of a reaction to Mia Mulder, and I know you want me to get back to the content. Clarity Echoes, get in the Discord and put it in stream suggestions, or put it in the Discord somehow. We just have the links disabled just because we had some harassment issues last year that are hopefully not going to happen ever again. Because that's what you get for criticizing a debate bozo like Dylan Burns, right? I listened to Blow Back, and I believe U.S. propaganda about communism. I guess I'm now a North Korea sympathizer. Wait, oh yeah, who is that one? The North Korean defector, Yeonmi? Is that her name? Yeonmi Park? Well, we'll make that happen somehow, right? Because I want to do that cosplay for you, and I feel like I owe you another, right? So we broke the sub goal. Here, let me fix this first, right? We busted through the sub goal for today, so we will be doing an extra long stream today, and we also busted through. Let me show you this. Switch over to end goal, and then total sub points. If you look at this right now, we are at 204 sub points, okay? That means that you hit 200 for the second time, and that's something special. Yeonmi Park, yeah, Yeonmi Park, right? Hassan's been talking about this defector from North Korea that's gone on Joe Rogan, and I think a show called The Heavies. I think that's the other place, and just saying some wild stuff, right? Now, yeah, like North Korea is a wild place, right? North Korea, there's some weird stuff. Wait, what sub points? That means like the total number of, okay, so there's subs, right? The total number of people that are subbed to me, the total number of people that are saved from the ad break, and then there's sub points, because if you sub with like at a higher level, then it gives you multiple sub points, right? So they're close to the same thing, but like some people sub at a higher level. And oh my god, tier 1 sub from Nabil to Kenny Games. Thank you. So, yeah, so we're over 200 now. That means I owe you more than just the original Kami Babe of Wrestling cosplay. I'm gonna have to do something really special for you. I'm gonna have to figure out what that is. I will probably be asking on the members page on YouTube and in Discord what people want for that, because I want something that's going to be special for you, not just something that's cool for me, right? Because it is all about you at the end of the day, chat. You are the ones that keep me here. Wait, what did A2 Decay do? Even Marvel Comics has realized that assimilation is garbage. It took them realizing that it was okay for minorities to go their own way to make the franchise good again. Which Marvel comic? The video of Kim Jong-un showing off a missile like it was an 80s action movie. I didn't see that. I did not see that. X-Men. Okay. What's up, Crystal? Good to see you. Did I get my Blue Sky invite from Anna Kasparian yet? No. Look. It could be from Anna Kasparian. It could be from the Surfs. Look, Lance, we were friends once. We could be friends again. All you gotta do is send me that Blue Sky invite. You know you want me on Blue Sky, right? You know that when you go up against Anna Kasparian next time, you want me fighting along by your side, okay? Let's be real, okay? I know you got a little scared because when people criticize Dylan, you have Dylan on the show anytime you want to talk about foreign policy and stuff like that. And so you got to back away and be like, oh, I was never friends with NCC in the first place. Ha, that never happened, right? That's fine, Lance. We know you did your little interview with Lauren Southern. Hopefully you learned your lesson about that. It's really bad to platform people like that. I criticized you for that. But Lance, I'm swearing to God, we can be friends again, okay? And especially when it comes to toxic people like Anna Kasparian giving mainstream voice to TERF talking points, I am very much on your side in that regard, okay? I am very much on your side. Just don't drag me into any of the Illuminati garbage, okay? That's all I ask, all right? We can be friends again. We can absolutely be friends again. All it takes is you giving me an invite to Blue Sky and opening up that sky for me. Yeah, that's all, right? Put your money where your mouth. You're not even money. Put your invite where your mouth is. There we go.
I demand
shout outs to Lance. Yeah.
A refund on my own childhood. My point is, God, what is my point even? I need to spend more time.
To be fair, I don't really like, compared to people like Vosh and Xanderhall, I don't really have that much of a problem with Lance.
I'm on the script. My point is that I had maybe one of the more traditional upbringings that you could ask for.
Keffels will send me an invite, but only if I debate her, right? That's what Keffels wants from me. Keffels, if you want me to debate you, all you got to do is apologize to Zara. I need your apology. I need you to apologize for the lies that you told about Zara.
And I still ended up trans. But because I didn't have the language to describe the feelings that I had, or the tools to actually manage those feelings in a constructive way, I had to be miserable for quite a long time. As a teenager, I tried so many ways to cope with these emotions that I was feeling, to find
What's up,
ways
Dr. Butler?
to affirm my masculinity, or to explain.
Yo, I can sort of relate to that. Okay, I never did anything that I think anybody would regard as like excessively masculine to affirm my like masculinity, but I did try to fit in. I did try my best to fit in, and it was so awkward. It was so weird. I don't know. It was a weird time in my life, right? Meow, are you okay? Molly Snee? Meow. Was it Keffel streaming again? No, there's no drama. There's no beef with anybody. All right, it's just it was a long time ago. Keffel said something about Zara that wasn't true in any way, and Keffels wanted to debate me. I held it out that I would come on stream with Keffels if she would apologize to Zara. So that offer still stands. All right. That offer still stands, mainly because I want an apology for Zara. I want Zara to have some justice there. So fucking mad. Oh my god, trying to stream, frustrations in that. I'm sorry. Yeah, it can be really tough with the software and everything. I chopped down a tree one time. I had an axe I was gonna use. Polly's a huge Keffel stan. That's true. Polly. When I think of Keffel stans, I think of Polly people first and foremost.
The emotions that I was having. I turned to the military, trying to join the military because that's a very masculine thing to do, right? I turned to music, and I even turned to Christianity for a short period of time.
I never joined the military. What did I do to try to be masculine? I don't even remember. I think I remember trying to act toxic like that and it just not coming off right.
And that actually went so weird that for a small sliver of time, I actually thought that I was being possessed by a malevolent demon that was making me think the weird thoughts that I was having, and that I inherently was evil.
You did field research?
Because of those feelings. But girl, you weren't evil. You were just trans. And like, my parents are even
Oh no, Polly, I totally understand. I always use 3 Fs with Keffels.
Atheists. They didn't push that on me. I had to seek that shit out myself. But I don't know. My parents are...
Look, my attempt to be a man was very much like that scene from Mulan where it's like, be a man. It was like that. That was me. No, like actually I wore the boys uniform to my school. Mm-hmm. Like Utana. I pretended to like girls. Yeah. My first girlfriend shamed me for not being aggressive enough to other men. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's gotta be awkward. Yo, getting started with streaming is hard, Molly. I can relate. Look, I'll admit that the first time I streamed, my audio was terrible, and it took somebody coming in and like, you know, we had to fix it. We had to fix the audio. The audio would not work. I could not get it to to work without either doubling or sounding terrible, or I don't know. It was a mess. So I'm right there with you, Molly.
Shit lib hippies anyway, so I guess they are to blame for my sexual deviancy.
I blame the hippies. I'll blame the hippies for a lot.
They don't watch my videos, it's fine. I know my mom's coworkers do though, so no one.
You know what's terrible though? I hate seeing like old hippie accounts on Twitter where they got all the Grateful Dead stuff. And like, you know how the Grateful Dead iconography works? There's like dancing bears. There's like that skull, and the skull's supposed to have like a lightning bolt inside of it, right? That's the normal Deadhead iconography, right? You'll see Hassan wear this stuff too, right? Grateful Dead stuff. What I hate though is when the skull has like a Trump face in it. You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen this? Have you seen like the Deadheads for Trump? And the bears are all wearing MAGA hats? Like, what is up with that? What is up with that?
Tell her.
That sends me. Oh, meow. I had a friend whose girlfriend got mad at him and because he refused to get into a physical fight with another guy. Ew. I can agree streaming is hard to just have to do it all live and on the air. Yeah, for sure. Sort of just became a miserable stoner loner. Didn't go super hard into man stuff. The Trumpful Dead. Yeah, I don't know what this is, right? But I keep on seeing these people on Twitter.
The only reason why people even pretend to care about this now is because they've been told to care about it by big shot celebrities in the conservative.
Springlock says, I've never seen the skull, but the hats I can totally believe. My first girlfriend. What's weird though is if you see the Grateful Dead stuff with the MAGA stuff, then like I haven't seen a fish head that's like MAGA, right? That's the other band that's like that, right? The Fish is like a less like 60s version of the Grateful Dead, I think.
Conservative mind space, most of whom are coming from the UK and the US, and because those places are the cultural hegemon of the entire fucking Western world, when Americans do something stupid, 2 years later, Swedes do the exact stupid thing anyway. And they do it because they've seen this as a pretty good venue to get people on their side. It starts off pretty easily, like you talk about trans women in sport, which I've talked about before, so I'm not going to mention it here. But that is an issue that works really well at convincing people that maybe these transes are up to something weird. And then
okay, so let me talk about this for a second. The trans women in sports debate, right? We've seen this as what she's describing at this as almost like a gateway into the pipeline, into the transphobic pipeline, right? So why do they start with trans women in sports? All right, first of all, most people don't know that much about trans people. When I said before that I didn't know that HRT was a thing before I transitioned, there's a lot of normies that don't know that HRT is a thing either, right? And so when they're thinking trans women in sports, like, you know, they're literally, their Jink Uger brains are like imagining like LeBron or something like that, right? They're imagining people with testosterone dominant systems participating in women's sports, right? So you've got a lot of ignorance for the transphobes to be able to play off of. Also, it allows them to introduce this concept, right, of biological gender. And when they say biological, they feel so damn smart. They feel like science is on my side. It's biological. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about your sociology or your anthropology, all your soft sciences. I've got biology on my side. And these assholes, these lay people, want to talk about biology when they can't differentiate anatomy and physiology. They don't know. They can't explain to you how is physiology different than anatomy? How does that work, right? And if you don't know, it's structure and function. Anatomy is structure, physiology is function, right? So they don't know this, but they think that they can just say biological. And then they'll start talking about terms like a biological male should never participate in sports with women. A biological male, like, right, the biological destiny, right? This is woo. This is woo in scientific language. These people are gender essentialists, and they are shipping their woo in pseudoscientific terms that they don't even understand, right? Like I said before, biology made up of anatomy and physiology. Anatomy is structure, physiology is function, right? They don't know that. They don't know that. They don't know. You know what else they don't know? Embryology, right? So much of what they're talking about refers to human development, right? How we go from being little blobs of cells, like, to, you know, being people, right? That they don't know that. They don't understand that, right? They don't understand that, you know, at the inception of a human being, like, although, yeah, the chromosomes are different, there's a lot that's the same. A lot of those structures that create, you know, your reproductive system start off in a very similar way, and they're differentiated through a number of mechanisms. Yes, the sex chromosome is usually the trigger, right? But that is just like the lever that starts the Rube Goldberg machine that makes your biology what it is. These people are so confused. This is what I'm saying. They don't know whether they're talking about chromosomes or whether they're talking about you know, anatomy, like reproductive anatomy, or whether they're talking about physiology, like hormones and stuff, right? To them, those things are the same. Let me tell you this, as somebody who's taken an embryology course and barely passed it, right? Because that's a hard course, and you wouldn't pass it. You would fail. You would fail. My embryology teacher would fail you so hard, right, wingers? It's there's more going on than that. In fact, I will dispute the idea that sex is binary. It's not. The thing that we call sex, you can't even identify to one specific thing. You don't know if you really mean chromosomes, or if you mean like organs, or if you mean like, you know, hormones or whatever. And you don't understand that those things don't always coincide in the same way. What I'm saying is that you are stepping on turf that you should not be on, that you do not understand, you don't know about this, right? And you are posting cringe to anybody with an understanding of actual biology, things like anatomy, physiology, embryology, stuff like that. If you haven't taken courses like that, please shut up right now, because you're embarrassing yourself to anybody who does. And the only reason you're not more embarrassed is because there's not a lot of people that know this stuff, right? But yeah, there are so many misperceptions, and I cringe every time I hear conservatives try to talk about biological sex, because they literally don't know what they're talking about. They don't understand that nature does not know. Nature does not know a woman. Nature does not know a man, right? These are not biological, natural, like empirical realities that you think they are. They are much more complicated concepts than you realize. So please, if you don't know, then shut up, because you look silly. You look incredibly silly saying this stuff. But yeah, the reason that it's such a good entry point is because they get into that like language of the biological male, and then they turn the biological male into like this boogeyman that haunts the rest of the discourse, right? And once they start saying that, it's so easy. It's a backdoor for them to invalidate us. Don't use their language. Don't let them trick you, right? When they start talking about transgenderism, okay, stop them right there, because they're talking bullshit. When they say biological male, understand that that is a metaphysical concept that they have just brought up. That biological male only exists in their head. Anyway, chat, I'm sorry. I just got, like, look, I've taken these classes, right? And it makes me mad every time they talk about this, right? And it makes me mad that they're able to use the trans women in sports debate as a backdoor to, like, hijack your mind and change your terminology. And if you're Ben Glebe, if you're Jink Huger, if you're Anna Kasparian, and you start talking about biological men and biological women, you are talking bullshit, okay? You are not talking reality. You are not talking anatomy. You are not talking physiology. You are talking metaphysics, right? That is your own woo that you're projecting on the rest of us, and we would thank you to stop doing that. Anyway, chat, enough. I'm sorry. I got on my soapbox.
For kids, because kids have always been the prime target for conservative people who want to create culture wars.
This makes me mad, though.
Everyone supports kids, and no one wants to seem like they're against protecting children. So
Pluto haters react, exactly.
It becomes the first few steps to go into an extreme right-wing rabbit hole. Because you
Yeah,
start
oh my
out with kind of
god, oh my
valid
god, oh my
concerns,
god, Mia.
And then eventually you try to promote traditional values. Some people go so far as to want to fire teachers who happen to be trans. An agency in Texas is trying to enforce gender congruent clothing.
What?
Which, I mean, I don't even know how that works. Fashion is not biological, Shauna. I thought we established this in the fucking 1920s. And we've been through this before, because it's what happened with abortion. Before 1977, Republicans were actually more in favor of abortion than Democrats were. But once conservatives made it into a culture war issue, it worked well as a tool for recruitment. You could claim that the opposition wanted to kill babies and that you wanted to protect babies, even though no one really cared about abortion at all just a few years prior. The control that these people want to try to enforce is the strictest possible gender binary, which includes gender roles. Many of the most proponent transphobes in this space are very open about the fact that they believe in gender roles and that they believe that men should do certain things and that women should do other things. A system that heavily regresses many of the progresses that feminism has done over the last 200 years. Which is the same reason why conservative forces, while at the same time arguing against trans people and trans rights and gender-affirming care, are also trying to ban sexual education and the right to abortion. Because it's the same fight. What anti-trans activists are trying to do is undermine the concept of bodily autonomy, that you shouldn't have right to your own body. In children, this is a lot easier to argue because children already don't have bodily autonomy in some instances, but in adults, that's more difficult. But it's not stopping them there either. But the name of the game here is control. It's always been control. They want parents to control their children in a very typical way, and if they don't, the state is going to do that for them instead. And the goal of this control is to create a society where basically...
All right. Zaxton, I want to give you too much attention because clearly that's what you're looking for. But I do want to say, you just told me that the Democrats created the KKK. Who is going around? No, the Confederates. The losers of the Civil War created the KKK, all right? People that are long dead, but tell me, who is carrying around Confederate flags in this day and age? Is it the Democrats? Are the Democrats putting Confederate flags on their cars? Are the Democrats defending statues of Jefferson Davis? No, I think that would be the Republicans. Look up realignment and stop being ignorant and pull your head out of Dinesh D'Souza's ass, you absolute clown.
Everyone's the same, or at least is predictably the same. A society where men are men and girls are girls, and any deviation of that does not exist. We'll get to why this is the world that they want in a tiny bit, but I quickly want to talk about how they're trying to get there. And that is by a complete miscarriage of the usage of the word truth. A lot of anti-trans commentators will talk a lot about truth and objective reality and scientific things. And they will argue that truth is basically the closest thing we have to some sort of moral indicator. We have to live according to real truth. Because if we don't live in truth, we live in lies. Which is bad.
Lies are bad, yeah.
Going to go along with the general societal willingness to rewrite basic facets of human nature and human biology, and frankly, mammalian biology, in order to suggest that a delusion is true. Although that is obviously scientifically true. Trans women are not biological women are biological women.
It's a very simple version of...
I want to know, Ben, are these biological women in the room with us right now?
Philosophical morality.
But where are you going with this?
They will argue that we need truth in order to live a true and correct and happy life, an orderly life, in a society that makes sense. Because how can you structure society if you believe things that aren't even true? And I kind of get where they're coming from on this issue. I have had my edgy atheist phase. I get exactly what it's...
Wait, did I do a Ben Glebe impression?
Like, for people to do something that you think is completely illogical and makes no scientific sense. I get that, and it's a concept that appeals to a lot of people who might not be completely anti-trans, but who are transphobic curious. But it's a bastardization of what truth means, because truth only means what they say truth means. They have decided what, for example, gender is, and they have said that gender is biological sex. And then they say that sex is your chromosomes. Oh, actually, no, wait, I'm sorry. They don't say chromosomes anymore. They say gametes?
Gametes.
The large gamete and the small gamete, yeah.
Gametes.
The large gametes.
All of the history of gender and masculine and feminine interests and life experiences are because of the size of sperm. Also, like, not to be that edgy atheist person again, but
oh my
isn't it
god,
weird?
chat, YouTube chat, I gotta make you aware of something. Okay, we are only on 30 likes right now, okay? Can we get more likes in YouTube chat? That would help me out immensely. Like, literally, that button is what you press to get more friends in chat, okay? So you want more friends, you want to bring more cool people into YouTube chat, press that like button, please. It means the world to me, okay?
That a lot of people who are, like, fermentally anti-trans...
Look, can we get to 35 likes in by the hour? We got 8 minutes to do that. Like, can we get 5 more likes?
Trans who
in 8 minutes, is that possible?
Argue about objective truth and reason are all like fundamentally religious people. Like, hold on. What sex is God, Matt? Does God produce small gametes? I need to know if Jesus Christ had a penis. I know the hypocrisy doesn't really matter to them, but this is more for you and me, dear viewer. But let's actually take that.
Okay,
just
wait.
From a philosophical point of view.
Section, did I get you wrong? Were you not making a Dinesh D'Souza argument?
I don't really believe in the concept of God, and I do actually think that we should live life according to what is mostly true. But I base
if you understand what the realignment was, then I apologize.
That on actual arguments and not just.
Maybe you were making a different argument than I thought you were.
Truth equals good. But let's, for the sake of argument, for the sake of debate, flip that around and talk about the concept of truth for a little bit. Because I feel like when we talk about this discussion, in a very basic sense, we need to talk about why we even think things are bad in the first place. Why is transness bad according to anti-trans people? I have an answer, but it's probably not what they think is the answer. I think society is good when people are healthy and happy. And I think that society is bad when those things are not true. Seems like a pretty basic position to take. This philosophy shit is easy. But let's say, hypothetically, that we organized our society around the worship of a golden bull. Everyone worships the golden bull. We built churches to the golden bull. We worship near the golden bull. We meet there every morning. We eat meals inspired by the golden bull. And we generally just have a golden bull lifestyle. And let's say, hypothetically, that society is great.
No, I just heard you say that the Democratic Party created the KKK, and it sounds like a Dinesh D'Souza thing where you argue that Democrats are the real racists, but that maybe that's not what you were saying.
Actually, the people who are involved in it are happier, they're healthier, they perform better in society than other people. And let's say that in the mythology of this religion, the golden bull chases away the dark orbs that haunt our minds at night. Like, I love this religion that I've made.
But where are you going with this?
No, the bull isn't real, right? The bull doesn't...
I don't have time to check my whispers, but like I don't want to call you out for a bad argument that you weren't actually making. So if I got your argument wrong, I apologize.
Actually do anything. There is no spiritual entity around the bull that is making you feel those things. Maybe you like
I'm trying
the
to
social
concentrate on this though.
that you have from visiting the bull.
Like she's making an interesting argument, and I feel like I got distracted by so many different things.
Social structures that people have built around the golden bull, and maybe those things are.
So the golden bull is what, like this biological gender spook? Is that the idea?
Making you feel happier, but that doesn't really matter. Because in your mind, you worship the golden bull, and many parts of your society are structured around the golden bull. Now, this is obviously not a true fact, but does it matter? I mean, I think that we should be able to explore the bull. We should examine the bull, see what it's made out of and how it works.
Or is the bull biological sex? What is the? I'm sorry. Do I need to like go back? I feel bad. I'm getting so like overly stimulated. This does sound like bull. Yeah. Sorry. There's like too many things to pay attention to at once. I'm gonna try to take us back and just like figure out what this golden bull thing is, because I'm a little bit lost here. I thought she said bowl. Isn't golden bowl like a like what a kappa wears on its head? Do y'all know about kappas? The mystical yokai called a kappa. It's like a duck-like, frog-like creature that dwells in rivers in Japan, and it's known for eating people if they fall into the river. It steals your Shiriko Dama, which I can't really tell you where your Shiriko Dama is located without TOS. But it's located in some place where the sun does not shine, right? So that's when I think of golden bowls, I think of the yokai, and I think that if you ever meet a yokai, right, and you're afraid of getting your Shiriko Dama, is it a turtle shell? Yeah, I think it does have a turtle shell, right? If you're afraid of getting your Shiriko Dama stolen, then you should bow to the kappa, because the kappa has that bowl on its head. The bowl has water, and if the kappa spills the water out of its golden bowl on its head, it loses its power. So yeah, that's the way to deal with kappas if you ever run into one.
But this
kappa.
This is more for you and me, dear viewer. But let's actually take that just from a
wait. They talked about kappas in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Philosophical point of view. I don't really believe in the concept of God, and I do actually think that we should live life according to what is mostly true. But I base that on actual arguments and not just truth equals...
It's a novel by Henry James, Golden Bowl.
Good. But let's, for the sake of argument, for the sake of debate, flip that around and talk about the concept of truth for a little bit. Because I feel like when we talk about this discussion, in a very basic sense, we need to talk about why we even think things are bad in the first place. Why is transness bad according to anti-trans people? I have an answer. But it's probably...
Are we getting epistemological? Is that the...
No, what they think is the answer. I think society is good when people are healthy and happy. And I think that society is bad when those things are not true.
So the golden bull in Christianity is the object of worship of well, no, it's not Christianity, right? This is Judaism, right? This is or maybe even Yahwism. I'm not entirely clear on the exact distinction, right? But the golden bull was worshipped. Oh my god, I used to know this stuff. It's in the Bible. Worshipping it was bad. And there's some reason, like culturally, why this was considered bad. The samurai guy who thought we were Kappa when he came to the the samurai guy thought that the Ninja Turtles were Kappa. Golden bowl of weed. Yeah. She's so bad. I'm sorry. Epistemology is thinking about thinking. Yeah. Are we in that territory? Can't we just dunk on Zax? I guess I just can't figure out what Zax's argument is. Worshipped the golden bull while waiting for Moses to return from Mount Sinai. Strudel, thank you for the Twitch Prime. That is my favorite kind of sub. Look, every sub, helps me, and anyone who wants to, get a gift sub or a sub for yourself or whatever kind of sub you want to get, a foot-long sub with extra vinegar and salt, whatever kind of sub you like, that's good with me. But like when people park a Twitch Prime sub on my channel, it means a lot to me because you only have one of them, and like I don't know, that's special. That's special somehow. Okay, wait. Let's get back to the Moses. Moses saw So this was like Moses goes up to the top of Mount Sinai to get the 10 Commandments, comes back down. Everybody's worshiping a golden. That's wild, though. That's wild. Like, can you imagine that? Like you're some kind of religious, leader, and you go up to have a conference with God to the top of the mountain, and you come back down, and everybody's like worshiping like a golden bull, and you're like, no, you're supposed to worship God. Don't you remember? You're like, we're like, yo, come on, because this is like, what are we doing worshiping this golden bull? Did you know that footlong subs aren't actually 12 inches according to Ireland law? Not legally. Oh yeah, there's too much sugar for it to be bread. That's why Subway bread is so damn good. So happy to catch a stream. So happy to have you. Christianity is fundamentally divorced from Judaism. Yeah, well, so that's what I mean. That's what I mean is like, Christians will claim a lot of, that stuff. And obviously it didn't originate with them. And
seems like a pretty basic position to take. This philosophy.
We got 35 likes. We did it.
But let's say.
Oh my God, we did it. We did it. We did it. We got to 35 likes. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, so let us go for. Can we go for 40 likes by the bottom of the hour? 3:30 my time. It might be like 6:30 your time, depending on where you're at. Ex-Christians popping off. Look, I don't remember like Christianity that well. Pseudo-intellectual could also include all of us here. So here I remain case by case. Wait, what? The golden calf was made by the Israelites when it took too long for Moses to get the tablets from God. Yo, so Moses was like, hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get the tablets. All right, just sit tight and everything. And they were like, oh yeah, Moses, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll sit tight, right? And he comes back and they're like, golden bull, you are the shit. This is like our new god here. Is that really what happened? I don't remember it that well. Moses seems like a dick. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'd get in trouble for calling religious figures dicks. Moses was the wait, what is that emote even called? Not like this, not like this. That's what happened in the Bible. I'm trying to remember. Like, I remember that the golden bull was bad and you shouldn't worship it, right? But I don't really remember why. History Channel is a mess, but those banned from the Bible series were interesting. Pastry bread. Yes, pastry. It does smell weird. I will say that. It smells weird. Clarity Echoes, what's up? Let's go indeed. Let's go. Just join the Satanic Temple and you'll have a legal right to say, yeah, all the blasphemy I want. It's tempting. All right, let me try to figure out this golden bull.
Okay, hypothetically, that we organized our society around the worship of a golden bull. Everyone worships the golden bull. We built churches to the golden bull. We worship near the golden bull. We meet there every morning.
Okay, so hypothetical, imagine instead of being like imagine that that the golden bull is current day religion and it's like everybody in the United States. Everybody in the US is a golden bull worshiper. Is that what she's saying? Our society? No, this isn't the US. She's not from the US, despite the fact that she's speaking English, which Americans totally invented. That's right. Didn't we invented English? Yeah. Americans, famously the inventors of the English language. Inventors of everything. If you ask Republicans, right? America invented all things. Anyway, so like, right. Okay. So the world, we have a culture. That culture involves worshiping the bull from the Bible, the golden bull. That thing is real. That thing is current. That thing is our religion. That's what our whole society is based on. Everybody's like the bull, the bull, the bull, the bull, the bull, the bull. Worship the bull. Worship the bull. Do the horns. Do the horns. Do the horns. We're gonna worship the bull. We're gonna It's like the warden. We're worshiping the warden, right? Which just makes sense because you don't want the warden to like I mean, the warden can two hit you with a ranged attack or one hit you with a direct attack, right? That seems like something that maybe you should worship. If that will get you out of getting clapped by the warden, then yeah, I'd say worship. We're gonna worship the warden. That's what we're doing. We're worshiping the warden in Minecraft. 1993 Chicago Bulls. Was that a good year for the Bulls? Is that like Michael Jordan time? The golden bull is the first two commandments. What? My head is starting to hurt. Oh my God, you had fun. Have a wonderful day. My head is hurting too. Too much epistemology. NCC would be a nice priestess of the bull. Well, or the warden, right? I mean, like, oracle. Oh no. I don't know if I want to say that. Do I really want to get into being an oracle? I'm thinking too hard too. I don't even know what happened. I thought I disagreed with you, but then you like clarified your argument and I felt bad. So I'm not even sure. But then Polly, you're disagreeing with Polly, which makes me sus, but I'm not sure. I'm so confused. I am entirely confused. This is what it's like to have ADHD and just be completely overwhelmed with input. Praise the sun. Base bulls. We got the base bulls. Bull parade. Wait, isn't that a Rage Against the Machine song? Was just to highlight the no false god bulls on parade. You can take many different conclusions. Is that even? Are we even talking about Rage Against the Machine? I don't even know, chat. I am so confused. You're ordained. Do I even want to be an oracle though? I feel like that like does that mean I have to do it with King Leonidas when he comes in?
We eat meals inspired by the golden bull, and we generally just have a
Wait, does the golden bull have a TikTok? Should I be following this?
Golden bull lifestyle. And let's say, hypothetically,
I'm just gonna go with the confusion.
That society is great, actually. The people who are involved in it are happier, they're healthier, they perform better in society than other people. And let's say that in the mythology of this religion, the golden bull chases away the dark orbs that haunt our minds at night. Like, I love this religion that I've made. Meals inspired by the golden bull.
Wait, the dark what?
And we generally just have a golden bull lifestyle.
I'm so confused.
And let's say, hypothetically, that society is great.
We got bulls in
actually. The people who are involved in it are happier, they're healthier, they perform better in
Oh,
society
wait.
than other people. And let's say that in the mythology of this religion, the golden bull chases away the dark orbs that haunt our minds at night.
Dark orbs? The orbs. Where did she get the
I
orb
love
from?
this religion that I've made.
But where are you going with this?
No, the bull isn't real, right? The bull doesn't actually do anything. There is no spiritual entity around the bull that is making you feel those things. Maybe you like the social interactions that you have from visiting the bull. Maybe you like the social structures that people have built around the golden bull. And maybe those things are making you feel happier. But that doesn't really matter, because in your mind, you worship the golden bull and many parts of your society are structured around the golden bull. Now, this is obviously not a true fact, but does it matter? I mean, I think that we should be able to explore the
So is the golden bull like a conflation of sex and gender? I don't get it.
bull. We should examine the
I mean,
bull,
I'm sure she'll explain.
what it's made out of and how it works. And I think we would probably come to the conclusion
it's a golden
that the bull
calf.
isn't magical in any specific way, that it doesn't actually chase away the night orbs. But the worship around it is still built on something that isn't true. And it's still making the people who are worshipping the bull for that spiritual reason happier and healthier. So what's the argument to stop doing it? Why should we come to the conclusion that we
The golden calf. So we're talking about the golden calf can also tie into greed and hedonism. What book of the Bible is this? Is this like Exodus? Or I feel like if it's Moses, we're probably in Exodus, right?
we should remove the bull just because the bull isn't true. Truth isn't some objective measure of what is right in the universe. We decide what kind of society we should have, and if we want to live a lie, that's fine, actually. In fact, I would say that we as humans take precedence over objective truth, because I think that our happiness and healthiness takes precedence over some arbitrary rules that we make around bull worship. Now, the bull is obviously an analogy for antidepressants. You thought I was gonna say trans rights, didn't you, or transitioning? No, we already have many instances in society where things kind of work sometimes and sometimes they just don't. A lot of antidepressants just don't work chemically in your brain, but they still work. There are many medications that also just do not work, technically, chemically, in objective truth, but they still make you feel happier and healthier. That's the entire premise of the placebo effect. But that doesn't mean that we should stop doing anything relating to that. It doesn't mean that we should stop using medication that we don't know exactly entirely how they work, because we don't have the objective sense of truth around those issues. And in regards to gender and trans people, obviously, truth is not the metric that we use whether or not to determine who is a real man or a real woman. Even if we did, most people wouldn't even know where they stand on the true or false spectrum on that issue. Okay, but this is getting a little philosophical. How does this apply to actual trans people? Well, let's talk about objective truth in regards to biological sex. So, some of you watching this video, probably a lot of you judging from my YouTube comments, don't think that I am biologically a woman. Some of you will sometimes argue about chromosomes in my comments, which I absolutely adore. Because, are you sure what chromosomes I have?
Yeah. No.
I may have told this in a previous...
1 in chat if you're sure what chromosomes you have. 2 in chat if you're not sure. 1 in chat if you're sure what chromosome, if you're sure about what chromosomes, you know what chromosomes you have, right? 2 in chat if you don't. We got a lot of 2s. We got a lot of 2s. So we got a lot of smart people, right? 1. Okay, so we got 1. I mean 2. No, sorry, it was really a 2. It was really a 2. So no 2s, no 1s so far, only 2s. Only people who are unsure of what chromosomes you have. And that's right, because you really wouldn't know unless you'd taken a very specific test that you probably wouldn't have ordered unless a doctor suspected some sort of a pathology that you know you could rule out or rule in by knowing your chromosomes for sure. That's right. Most of us do not know our chromosomes. We assume that most people that have like certain primary and secondary sexual characteristics that corresponds with like a XY or XX, but in fact there's more than just XY and XX, and also sometimes our characteristics don't correspond with those. Like I said, your sexual presentation, I guess your biological sexual presentation, if you want to call it that, is a Rube Goldberg machine. It has many parts that sometimes, maybe even usually, like usually if the foot kicks the bucket that contains the marble, and the marble goes down the little thing and it hits this, and then it goes this, and then the mouse trap springs, right? If you know what I'm talking about, like a Rube Goldberg machine, right? But sometimes that marble does not go where the marble is supposed to go. And there are many people who, upon taking one of these karyotype, that's what it's called, a karyotype test, right, to determine what chromosomes you actually have, end up being surprised. It's known to happen, right? So, yeah, the people in chat that are there's one person that maybe has taken such a test and knows with certainty what chromosomes they have, right? But most of us don't, and most of the time, it's not really important what chromosomes you have, except in certain circumstances. If what you're doing, if how you're living is working for you, there's not really a reason to question it, right? Chromosomes are tested with wait, where did I say carrots? Oh, karyotype. Yeah. Golden bull in the Bible is in Exodus 32:21-24. Neat. Chromosomes argument is just plain disingenuous at this point. So debunked, yeah. And when you're talking about the sports thing, right, what you really want to interrogate is a physiological difference. Not even an anatom, definitely not a genetic. So like, right, chromosomes, genetic, sex organs, anatomic, hormones, physiological, right? Most of what we, the whole rationale for the separation of women's and men's sports has to do with sex hormones, has to do with testosterone and estrogen primarily, although it really is a lot more complicated than that. And if you want me to show you, like I can pull out my chart of how the different sex hormones, how these steroid hormones. So very basically, You know what cholesterol is, right? Cholesterol makes you have heart disease. Famously, no. There's a lot more to cholesterol than that. It's on the surface of every cell in your body, right? Cholesterol's, really kind of an integral compound, right? But it's a backbone. It's a skeleton. It's a basic structure. You can take that cholesterol and you can modify it in so many different ways, and you can get so many different compounds, and two of those compounds are estrogen and testosterone, and there's different flavors of those. There's different versions of what we call estrogen and testosterone too, right? And they can convert back and forth, right, to even blow your mind a little bit more. But it's all on that cholesterol backbone. But that's really what we're talking about when we're discussing the biological differences as they implicate sports. We've got two hormones, just looking at the big picture, backing off of the nuance, right, for a second. We got two, forms of sex hormones. They both have the effect of helping you put on skeletal muscle, right? Putting on skeletal muscle. They also impact how your bones develop, right? They impact a lot of things, right? But when we're talking about sports, we're generally concerned with skeletal muscle, and they are both anabolic. They are both promoting the building of skeletal muscle, testosterone more so. So, that's generally that's the biggest factor in the biology of sports is, do you have are you predominantly the sex hormone that is strongly anabolic, or are you predominantly the sex hormone that is less strongly anabolic, right? And when you're talking about trans women, and that this is what the International Olympic Committee, this is the conclusion that all kinds of sports bodies have come to when they interrogate the question with their sports medicine brains, because they know the difference between anatomy and physiology. They know about this stuff. They know about human, physiology when it comes to sports. And what they've said is that if you are on HRT for long enough, you should compete with other people who have the same dominance in that sex hormone, right? So it's settled. It got settled back in the 2000s, right? The International Olympic Committee made its decision, knowing sports science, understanding this without an agenda, without a transgenderist agenda, or without a traditionalist agenda or any other kind of agenda, just looking at the sports science question of what's fair. They decided it is fair for trans women to compete with other women when it comes to sports. So this has been decided, right? And yet they continue to cope. And yet they continue to weaponize people's ignorance, weaponize people's misunderstanding, and try to make it seem like we got this magic Y chromosome. I think Alana McLaughlin talked about the magic Y chromosome that they imbue with so much power, that they can just crush a skull, right? With the Y chromosome, right? And it's just such a contrived argument. Anyway. I don't coat my cells with cholesterol. I use strictly jizz. Oh yeah, that's a good way to think of it. Hormones are super important because the bones are the skeleton's money. Yeah, and if you want to have will this be on the test, right? Oh my God. I mean, this is the thing though, having these conversations with the view from nowhere, with ignorance, with when you appeal to biology and I ask you, what do you mean by biology? And you show me a 5th grade textbook. Forgive me if I don't take you seriously. Forgive me if after taking anatomy and physics, and let me be real clear with that, okay? I am not claiming to be a big brain. I am not claiming to be somebody that understands endocrinology, which is the scientific study, the field of medicine around these sex hormones, right? That is a very complicated field. So I am not even completely competent to talk about the nuances of this stuff, but people who have weighed in on this. And their decision was that the fairest way to conduct our sports is to allow trans women who have, X number of years of hormone therapy, or in some cases, X amounts of levels of hormones to compete with other women. That's the fair way to do it. Now, when conservatives are appealing to this like biological essence, when conservatives are appealing to magical chromosomes, they are in conflict with people who know better, right? So we're not the ones that are out of line with biology. We're not the ones who are out of line with science. They are. Their thinking is inductive as hell and just fundamentally unscientific, fundamentally unserious, and fundamentally coming from a place of bigotry. But they'll use that bigotry, they'll use that ignorance as a backdoor to stop talking about trans women and start talking about biological males, right? And Anna Kasparian, you've played into their game. You have absolutely played. Don't you ever try to claim to be a trans ally again. You are not.
This video. I don't remember what I put in my videos anymore, so bear with me if I said this
before.
before.
What emotes are the
it's
best?
still relevant in the segment. So when I began to transition at 19 years old, I ordered medication from the internet, and I just kind of winged it in terms of dosages. I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't really know how to dosage it, so I got this type of medication called Estradot, which is like these estrogen patches, and lugged a few on my stomach, and on I went with my life. But I was paranoid around side effects and generally anxious about...
Oh yeah, Chat Alpha's bringing up when they forced a trans guy to wrestle girls. Yeah. And the trans guy won their division and, like, you know, hated it, right? Didn't feel like much of a winner, didn't feel good doing it, right? Because they're competing with people like who they actually are at an advantage, you know, towards as far as their the effect of their sex hormone on their predominant sex hormone on their physiology, right? Just check 23andMe. I do have they do that in 23andMe tests. I didn't know. So some people actually do know. So yeah, you would be the one for the one exception to every most people not knowing their actual chromosomes. A movement that doesn't fully embrace evolution and climate change. Oh yeah, as being real should not be taken seriously about science. Exactly. Don't let right-wingers pull this Captain Ginyu BS with you, right? Don't let them say that they are the real progressives. Don't let them call you the regressive left, right? Don't let them Dave Rubin you. Dave, TYT threw us out of the plane in order to lighten up the load. Yeah, exactly. XY chicks winning.
What would actually
I mean, we assume, right?
Happen to me if I didn't get the correct dosage. So I contact my doctor, ask them to do some tests while waiting for my trans investigation thing to be over.
Oh no.
I'm basically asking them if my blood levels look okay.
Did she say transvestigation?
I told them what dosage of estrogen I was taking, and they told me that it would probably be fine. If anything, I might be taking too low estrogen, but that's fine. But then my test results came back, and it turned out that I was producing an ungodly amount of estrogen. Just like absurdly high, way higher than I would actually get from the Estradot.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level? It's over 9,000! What?
I feel like my brain and Mia Mulder's brain, despite me not really understanding her point with the golden bull analogy, I feel like our neurons are firing in sync or something, because I just mentioned Dragon Ball Z and she mentions Dragon Ball Z.
Where are you going with this?
So we did a few more tests regarding whether or not maybe the lab equipment malfunctioned, maybe there was some contamination going on, and the same result came up.
Well, I mean, yeah, good point, Polly. I'd be shocked if I weren't XY. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter, right? In a limited number of cases, it might matter, right? Like I said, when there is like a genetic something going on that's suspected, right? Then they might want to test you. They might want to do that karyotype test. They don't do that, right? You'd think if this was so important, you'd think that they'd be testing every baby and be like, by the way, your baby, even though they display this, you know, these primary and secondary sex characteristics, your baby's, you know, like chromosomes are actually this, right? If it was that important, you'd be tested, right? It's an expensive test and they don't usually do it because it usually just never has any, it's the kind of thing that, like, you know, if you're trying to get pregnant or something like that and you just can't get pregnant, then, you know, like and there's a number of other, you know, cases that they'd look into that too, you know, but it's basically, you know, within the diagnostic investigation of certain, rare pathologies or issues, right? That's when they'll take a look at it, right? Or sometimes I guess they used to do this in sports though, right? There were like some sports where they've done this, and that people who like were assigned female at birth or were assigned male at birth or whatever, and were lived their whole life thinking that like this is my biological sex, right? Were surprised to find that their chromosomes were not what they thought their chromosomes would be. So I mean, it has happened, and then they've been, but like I think they kind of like don't do that, because like you're taking somebody who's like you're just needlessly taking somebody out of their sport. And I would say that the same thing is true with taking trans women out of sports, right? You're needlessly taking trans people out of sports that the people that know better have said this is where they should compete.
So,
it's almost always black women that were penalized for having testosterone over some arbitrary level. And then we get to the issues with the physiology. So even that like has, so are we really talking about biology here? Are we really talking about biology or not?
Fuck. So there are two explanations to what the fuck is going on here. One is that my body just produces an ungodly amount of estrogen on its own. Every body of every sex produces estrogen. Maybe my body just produced significantly more than other people did. Or I might be intersex. Specifically, I might have the genetic condition known as Klinefelter syndrome, in which my chromosomes would be XXY. And when I looked up the symptoms of Klinefelter syndrome, oh shit. Weaker muscles, greater height, poor motor coordination, less body hair, being described.
Oh, I didn't realize you were, there's like a Matt Walsh reference.
This lanky, impaired attention skills, poor planning abilities. Like, this is, okay, it's literally me though. Now, I probably don't have this, it's very rare. But I'm not actually sure.
Wait a minute, just a second, I gotta see that.
I might be intersex.
I gotta see that again.
Specifically, I might have the genetic condition known as Klinefelter syndrome, in which my chromosomes would be XXY. And when I looked up the symptoms of Klinefelter syndrome, oh shit. Weaker muscles, greater height, poor motor coordination, less body hair, being described as lanky, impaired attention skills, poor planning abilities. Like, this is, okay, it's literally me though. Now, I probably don't have this, it's very rare, but I'm not actually sure, because my doctors didn't really want to test me, because in their mind, well, I'm a trans woman anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be suppressing my testosterone, and I'm going to be artificially adding estrogen, so what does it matter? If anything, this is a positive. So they prescribed me some more estrogen and sent me on my way. Now, objectively, truthfully, what biological sex am I? You don't know. I don't know. And you probably don't know about yourself either. And odds are, if I had Klinefelter syndrome, but I wasn't trans...
And like I said, a lot of times it doesn't matter.
I would probably never find out about it. Because how often do you actually check? And I think that this is the reason why some people want to move away from using chromosomes as the biological determinant for biological sex. Because people with Klinefelter syndrome exists. So they don't really fit in.
There's other, non-XX, XY configurations as well.
But then people will say, well...
She should not have advertised. Are you worried about like a TTT kind of phenomenon going on, Zara?
Well, intersex people make up a very small minority of people, so they don't really count. But now you're changing the definition of truth. Truth is reality as it actually exists in the world. Not as you want it to be, but as it is. And then every single minority and edge case and thing that don't really fit into the rules have to fit into those rules. Otherwise a rule doesn't make sense. Truth, by definition, has to include everyone.
Is that something you teach in science class, or is that something that you teach when you're teaching language?
Yeah, because a lot of times the argument that you'll get from right-wingers about this, right, is that there's two gender, or there's two sexes, right? That's the first thing they'll say. There's two sexes, fucking cope, right? Cope and seethe. Those are the two sexes. No, they'll say that there's two sexes, like, you know, XX and XY, and then you point out that, like, actually that's literally not true. And they'll be like, but you're talking about a genetic defect. You're talking about an edge case. Why should that even be counted? Why should that be considered? Well, you're the one who said truth, right? You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. Okay, I've always wanted to say that, and now I have.
So,
a little bit anticlimactic, I gotta admit.
Whether the fact that people want to express themselves on a spectrum, on a gender spectrum, whether that fact is something you want to put in a sociology class or in a science class, maybe that remains to be determined. But it is a real fact about real society.
Well, of course, nobody's denying that people identify how they want to identify.
So where are you going with this?
But honestly, I don't care.
Do we need to watch this, Ben Shapiro? Is this high yield? Anybody? Polly, have you watched this? This Ben Shapiro, Neil deGrasse Tyson interaction?
Because it doesn't matter whether or not I am objectively a woman or not, but living as one in the world, in society, and being referred to as a woman doesn't hurt anyone around me. It hasn't really, like, caused society to...
It was pretty painful. You've seen the clip.
Collapse. But it has saved my life. So...
Oh, also be thinking about what you want for your premium and streamium. Be thinking of, especially those of you who have subs, who have membership on YouTube, who are Patreons, any of the above, right? Be thinking about what you want for your premium content, right? In general, right? Because there's a lot of different ways I could go with that, and I really want to direct it around you, right? Like, there's things that I'm more interested in. There's things that, like, you know, little niches that I could get into, but I'm really more, you know, like I said, this is not about me. This is about you. So I want feedback from you as far as what would be good for that, right? And if you think it's something like the Ben Shapiro, Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, although I'm hearing from chat that maybe that's not that high yield. He didn't do as good against Ben as one might assume. So he just looked good in that little moment there, because Ben has so many talking points locked and loaded. Yep.
In my very basic
in general, right? I think that a mainstream figure like Neil deGrasse Tyson platforming Ben Shapiro is a bad idea.
Philosophy worldview, I think that this is a good thing. So truth doesn't matter, because truth as a philosophical...
Wait, chromes? Is it time we chrome the fuck up? Are we gonna chrome the fuck up? Platypus have XYZZUUBB? Oh no, UUB. Trans people are absolutely right to push back on this trans medicalist BS. Wait, I was actually listening to Out of the Shadows by Walt Odets, and he expresses the problem associated with medicalizing gayness. That's true, right? So that's why whenever anybody starts to bring up the idea of like brain scans, right, I try to steer them away from that, right? I think that kind of stuff leads to trans medicalism, right? And you know, like, again, the last time I heard that brought up, I think it was Riley Grace Rochong who was talking about it, who later turned out to be kind of a bit of a trans med herself. Premium equals blue sky invite. Wait, what? Like, that you get blue sky invites? Well, if I could give them to you, I would give them to everyone in my community. There's a vole that has no Y chromosome. They create their males differently. It's neat. Interesting.
Concept is exceptionally hard to even define what it is. But ideas around truth work really well as systems of control for people who don't want to make their own decisions. Especially if you can set out a series of culturally defined rules in society and define them as truth, well, then you can make anyone conform to those ideas, because otherwise they're not truthful. But like, what does it matter? What does it really matter if we're talking about chromosomes or gametes or anything that's biological?
Why does it always make me think of gammy? Like, when we talk about gametes, I'm like, gammy?
Why should...
I see a blue hat. I see a blue hat in my head when I hear the word gametes for some reason.
Small biological indicators, things that are smaller than cells themselves, matter in regards
Way
to how
smaller.
we organize
Way smaller.
society.
Like,
I've never actually heard anyone answer that question properly, except for this fanatical dedication to their idea of truth, as if that somehow answers the question. Taking this argument to the logical extreme would indicate that every gender role that we have, that men need to be authoritative, that men need to take charge in the household, that women should be submissive to their husbands, and that children should be normalized into their structurally patriarchal, old-fashioned 1950s advertising gender role, all of that would be because sperm is small? To me, there's a bit of a logical leap there. At that point, the concept of truth loses all meaning entirely. It's like saying that we should all be vegetarians because trees have fibers. Like, what? But again, this is pointing out the hypocrisy in their logic, and as I've said, it doesn't matter, because this is not the real logic. This is the logic that they use to try to trick you.
Some would call it chud logic, yeah.
Person who might have some valid concerns. They're not actually believing this shit, but
it's cold and wet, I have a gammy knee.
By the way, they're just trying to trick you into believing it. Because their real ideology, the thing that actually is driving them to make these arguments, is uncomfort. I think, fully, guaranteed 100% that the only reason why people become anti-trans to the point where they want to restrict, you know, medical care for kids and
yeah, I mean, you can think of so many different types of bigotries that there's some appeal to science to justify, right? This is not unheard of.
And why they won't recognize trans people as even existing is because they think we're gross. I think that that's it. I think that that's the entire...
I mean, she might be right. What do you think about that, chat? The sort of basis for all this bigotry or this anti-trans stuff, like being uncomfort and disgust, right? I kind of got real sad when scientists, quote unquote, try to get into a debate because they're knowledgeable about quantum physics or astronomy, but they know nothing about social issues. And yeah, this is another thing, right? Because like, more than anything, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a symbolic value as a celebrity, right? He symbolizes to a lot of people science. So if you're Neil deGrasse Tyson and you invite Ben Shapiro on to have a discussion with you, a discussion that, as people in chat are saying, it sounds like he wasn't prepared to have, right? And you come off looking less than stellar. See what I did there? Less than stellar in that performance. Then what you've basically done is you've let Ben Shapiro symbolically defeat science, or maybe lay claim to having a closer relationship to science. Like you've given the conservatives a symbolic victory that you never needed to extend. There was no reason for you to talk to a transphobe like Ben Shapiro about trans people, right? What were you thinking? I think it's partly it, but I think it's also like about maintaining a system that gives certain people power that they want to keep and other people feel comfortable with. You caught it. Clarity Echoes got it. This is about the dominant class's comfort. Oh yeah, it's discomfort and the icky factor. We're different and therefore, yeah, I mean, it's pretty... I mean, this is pretty integral to all kinds of discrimination, that ick factor. That's why the far right portrays their designated enemies as vermin, etc., to establish a feeling of disgust. True. They persuade themselves that they're being victimized because they're being made to be. Oh, yeah. So who's making you feel uncomfortable? You are the people, the folk, if you will, are the protagonists, right? The people are being made to feel uncomfortable, and therefore that which makes the people uncomfortable needs to be eliminated. That's a pretty old and disgusting, set of logical propositions, but it's what they really hang their hats on. Their little fascist red hats on, yeah.
Reason. They might think we're gross for different reasons. I know that some straight men think that trans women are gross because trans women sometimes have dicks. I know that cis women sometimes think trans women are gross because sometimes trans women have dicks.
I'm going to wipe my hands on my penis.
And they will say that it's all about valid
I'm never gonna
concerns,
get
about
over that.
safety
I'm never gonna get
regulations, and
over
about
that.
What should be the best for most people. But when you look past all of that by using real facts, real truth, real studies, and real
Crystal says that Neil wiped the floor with Ben Shapiro after seeing the whole interview.
Objective fucking math and truth, all of those arguments fall apart. And the only thing that's left is that some people think, ew, when they see us. Trans people are evidence that you don't have to adhere to whatever system that you think that you have to adhere to. Be that your gender, your biological physical.
Sometimes the disgust is because of the othering and the dehumanization. This is stuff that I researched. Yes, Shaxby, this is your wheelhouse, right? Or in your wheelhouse, right? Basically everyone wipes the floor with Ben Shapiro. Oh, you're making him sound like a sticky substance or something. I don't know.
Form or anything, really. And if you are a person who is very comfortable in those roles that have been assigned to you, you might think that trans people exhibit some sort of threat to those systems. And that makes you uncomfortable.
Yo, whoever said I was going to take forever getting through this video, you were right.
But because trans people aren't actually a threat to you or the way—
Who was it? Claim your merit in chat, right? If you said early on, before the stream even started, NCC is going to take forever to get through this Mia Mulder video, you were right.
That you live your life.
The idea of contamination is particularly strong in these instances, the ties to disease, etc.
You experience cognitive dissonance, and then you take out those frustrations back at trans people. And I don't think that I'm being very controversial when I say that this is probably—
Black Phillip says Neil deGrasse gets owned and destroyed by Shapino. I think that discomfort is why they keep they keep on putting the focus on passing. Yeah. I do wonder if it's a form of uncanny valley. Okay. You knew it, Yolkio. That's what I thought. I knew it was some Y name that had said that. I had the first letter right. Anyway, congratulations, Yolkio. Neil is legendary for only being knowledgeable on one topic. Oh my god, Shapino. Wait, Shapino? Shapino. The social contagion idea of the pseudoscience, the rapid onset gender dysphoria, yeah.
The main reason for why people become anti-trans in the first place. I mean, look at any public discussion when it comes to trans people, either in sports, or drag people reading to children, or LGBT activism in general, or in descriptions of what doctors are doing to trans children. Every time they only appeal to the most base sense of cringe and disgust and weirdness.
Guys, it's day 4 of being a girl.
Oh my god! Oh no!
Like in some of those viral videos we've all seen of the big burly man screaming in the bodega, "My name."
I'm kind of glad I had that in a small window. Jesus.
Is ma'am, my name is ma'am.
The thing about the Nazi comment was—
Oh my god! It's Glinner! It's Glitter. What's up, Fox and Socks? Good to see you. Oh, I love that. That's a Pixels Smixel emote. I love the alien. Is it an alien goose? Yeah, it's an alien goose, right? Not a duck.
Was what I was trying to get across was that this is a hinge moment in history, just like during the Nazis. But where are you going with this?
During the Bud Light controversy.
Wait, no, I mean it. Oh God, Glinner doesn't realize like the fucking overtones, the mythic resonance of what he's saying. Yeah, except that you're the Nazis, right? That's what you're missing, Glinner. And also it is like it is a pivotal moment in history, right? I'm convinced that acceptance of trans rights opens up a lot more possibilities for humanity, right? And it has to do with our concept of how much we honor people's subjective experience. There's a part of your experience that you could never prove to anybody. that nobody else can ever see, nobody can examine, nobody can take a spyglass and look inside your heart, like just like I can in Minecraft. Like nobody can take a stethoscope or a microscope and examine, like, you know, like what your thoughts are, what your experience is, what your like, right? And there is a group of people, conservatives, that generally say that shit isn't real, that shit isn't important, it doesn't matter. Like, listen, square peg, I'm going to hammer you through this round hole, whether you like it or not. That's what conservatives are saying to humanity, okay? It is more than just trans people. But yeah, like, I feel like our struggle, our liberatory struggle, is emblematic in that. And our victory in achieving those rights is emblematic in that, in honoring, like, so much more in terms of humanity, right? Like, Republicans and conservatives want to say that they're individualists. Oh, hell no, you aren't. You're not individualists. You don't respect individuals, right? You don't respect our autonomy. Like, whether it's Steven Crowder or any of these other assholes, right? They do not respect autonomy. They do not respect humanity. They do not respect our experience. They do not respect what makes us us, right? So how can they propose to speak for humanity when they don't even accept what it actually is, right? And the part that can't be fucking, like, independently verified, right? They want to say that that's not important. That's why they hate the social sciences so much, right? This is really important, and it's important to trans people, and it's important to more than just trans people, right? So in a way, Glinner's right in ways that he can't even imagine, but just, you know, completely 180 from the truth too.
Tons of people spend a significant amount of time just making fun of Dylan's appearance, which, okay, but that's not really an argument, is it? That's not really a worldview that you want to have. That's just a base expression of uncomfortability. And at a certain point, I think we need to stop entertaining the idea that that's a rational standpoint. And I think this is one of the reasons why it frustrates me to no end when liberals try to poke holes in the logic of anti-trans activists, trying to show the logical fallacies and scientific illiteracy, because it doesn't matter. None of this is based in any type of rational discourse. It's all about people find trans people yucky. And that's it. And I honestly think that this is driving a significant part of conservative legislation recently. Not only when it comes to gender-affirming care to children and adults, but also banning period discussions. Periods make some people uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
So they ban it. Abortion makes me uncomfortable. So you ban it. If you're not allowed to talk about a subject, it doesn't exist. Again, it does still exist. These concepts don't disappear because we stop talking about them. Objective truth still prevails.
Look at that.
But that's not
Gotcha.
the point. The point is,
Really?
I don't want to know about it. I just want to be safe.
Oh, no.
In my little bubble, like a little snowflake I am.
Oh, hell no.
There's a part of me that kind of gets that feeling. I also don't love it when things are uncomfortable. I do actually think that there are some things in life that should be entirely abolished because it's kind of uncomfortable and gross. Like, Mulder.
You heard that noise, right?
And I think that this is a big retreat, almost, of what it means to be an individual in modern day society. Historically, people would relish the chance
I think
to
we're
be
on the same
uncomfortable by something, to be exposed
I think we're on the same
to something
page
that
here,
they were
Mia.
not super okay with, so that they could train their own resiliency and improve themselves as people. Comfort is the mind killer. And if you want to grow as a person, you have to leave your
Oh my
safe
god.
zone, your
Okay,
safe
okay.
space. And what's happening right now is that anti-trans activists are essentially trying to make all of society into their gender. And by banning sexual education or just being exposed to trans people existing in the world, you're creating an entire generation who becomes scared over seeing a person wearing some clothing that they don't.
Shakespeare, you were just writing about the tie between menstruation and fascistic ideas. Interesting. Wait, so it's an extension of the conservative idea that other people don't believe in their bullshit hierarchies. It renders them powerless, and they throw tantrums. They hate the social sciences because they think that anything that doesn't represent them is wrong and flawed. Yeah. Like if people want so... Okay, well, I barely got out of there. I barely saved my own butt there. Dylan, I know, I think Dylan is really cute too. Yeah, I think it's really mean. And, you know, I feel like a lot of people recognize Matt Walsh as mean. This is what I've been talking about, okay? Matt Walsh's success with What is a Woman, the ability of him to mainstream transphobia, lies in his ability to present himself as just asking questions, present himself as aloof, present himself as somebody that is not not trying to be mean, right? And that's the space that he occupied during that documentary. Now, obviously, that was achieved in a number of ways, like, you know, clipping the subjects of his interviews out of context, right? But you know, that's a big part of his dark power. And when he got triggered by Dylan Mulvaney's trans euphoria, which is what it was, like he, you know, the original thing that got Matt Walsh to go after Dylan Mulvaney was a moment of gender euphoria that she was experiencing in a TikTok. He watched that and he could not take it, right? That is what has exposed him as a hater. That is what has exposed, like, I mean, the cruelty of Matt Walsh is apparent to all of us, right? But as far as exposing that to a mainstream audience, the mainstream audience that looked at What is a Woman and didn't see the problem there, right? Well, he's just asking questions, right? They see it now. They see Matt Walsh for who he is. This is the begin. Dylan Mulvaney, I predicted, would be the downfall of Matt Walsh, and I feel like that's what we're seeing. I feel like that's what we're experiencing, right? In real time. Hey, what's up, Yatisni? Oh, you saw some non-acceptance of trans people at a event recently? Not much you could do? It's awful. I've seen the whole thing. I've only watched clips from it, really. The What is a Woman documentary. You see, you see this in the more willing doctors and politicians who tried to sterilize BIPOC with uteruses, and why there are always a lack of pads, etc. in BIPOC neighborhoods in the U.S. Like, I haven't met many trans people in person, but it was kind of messed up seeing people being transphobic. Yeah, well, I mean, stuff like Matt Walsh is able to mainstream that, where before people might have kept their bigotry to themselves. Somebody like Matt Walsh gives them the certainty, the security, you know, to be able to say the quiet part out loud in person, right? JAQing off, yeah. Where class intersects here is that they, the ruling class, feel the right to be comfortable and not see uncomfortable things. Yo. So, in so many ways, Sam. I hope it's, yeah, I hope it's his downfall. I mean, we're seeing a turn, right? I mean, you saw what happened this last month. We're talking about Steven Crowder. We're talking about Matt Walsh. We're talking about a lot of these people getting exposed for what they are, and people really, in the end of the day, not being comfortable with them. I hope that people have the good sense to see that that's where the real danger lies, right? That you know, in some ways, these guys, and they mostly are guys, but although not completely, but they they get by on being the devil that we know, right? And presenting their victims as the devil you don't know. And I think that the way that we win is when we show people that they are the danger. They are the danger, not us. They are the, you know, the Matt Walshes of the world, the Steven Crowders of the world, etc., are the ones you should be scared of. It's tough to convince people in a group. She didn't know how to. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, like it's like the empathy towards trans people that's like discouraged by what Shakespeare was talking about earlier. The sort of, you know, ick factor and the desire to achieve some kind of purity, as you know, misbegotten as that whole concept is. That's why liberals suddenly become super cruel to homeless people. Yes, 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 yeah. And if you've talked to anybody who's lived like that, I mean, they've seen a side of our supposedly, like, you know, liberal, like in terms of permissive and generous. Like, there's a lot of things that liberal means, but what people don't get is that liberalism is fundamentally a conservative philosophy. It is conserving of hierarchy. What does conservatism conserve? Hierarchy. Therefore, liberalism, has this, you know, great respect for private property, is conservative. You'll mind blown, right? But it's true.
Expect them to wear, which, in my mind, creates a very weak generation of people. You can't survive seeing a man in a dress? Okay.
Ooh, yeah, trans women cannot be kept barefoot and pregnant by the Matt Walshes of the world. What's up, Gothic Azrael? Good to see you, meow.
That's kind of weak. And like, I know I'm coming across as a bit of an asshole here, right? But like, what other explanation exists here? In the domain of Meatball Ron, this definitely...
Oh yeah, Disney, I can see how that would make a trans person uncomfortable.
Seems to be the case.
But your mom just didn't get it.
Where parents get to complain about basically anything, or even just adults get to complain about things that make them uncomfortable, and then suddenly people have to react to that, giving a lot of real political power just to people being uncomfortable, and no other reason. Meaning that parents can restrict basically anything that makes them uncomfortable, which is also completely deranged, because since when have parents been good decision makers on anything? Like, I love my parents to death, but I wouldn't want them to be in charge of the way we shape our society. And like, so many times it comes back to parents.
I remember trying to get another student to acknowledge the mistreatment of homeless people in San Francisco. And she just repeated San Francisco's almost like there's a mantra or something, right? Almost like it's like, you know, shove your fingers in your ears, cover your eyes up, you know, hear no evil, see no evil. What is the other thing? See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Well, they do speak evil though. They definitely do. Especially these this is what I'm talking about, right? This is like a new manifestation of, like, you know, I call it like West Coast liberalism, right? But I think it's not limited to the West Coast. I see what I see being, you know, in the part of the country that I'm in, and yeah, otherwise progressive people that just really have like these exclusionary, almost like eugenic ideas, you know, predispositions towards homeless people, right? And it's absolutely disgusting, and there's nothing, you know, progressive about that form of liberalism, right? Like the idea of that people being progressive in one area, not meaning that they cannot be toxic in another one, is too much for her. Yeah, it's like a mantra. Okay, yeah, she just like doesn't want to hear what you're having to say. Yeah.
Or to protect the sanctity of the traditional family. For a long time, this has been the refrain of a lot of conservative commentators, saying that the woke liberal left wants to destroy the family. And
look, I'm going to say something controversial here, but inasmuch as the word family is used as a stalking horse for hierarchy, yes, I do want to destroy the family, and you should too. Children are not the property of their parents. Wives are not the property of their husband. I think we should get this. I don't think this should be controversial.
But can I just say, fuck the family. I actually do want to destroy the family.
Smartest man in the world's bringing up like how the liberals in Europe became super anti-immigration after the refugee crisis during the 2010s.
Okay, but I kind of do though. What about the traditional family unit is so beneficial to people? I think what's important for adults and children is to be in a group that can support each other, that can love each other, that can lean on each other for support, and that can provide for each other in times of need. But any group can do that, because what are you left with after all of that? Traditional values? But then, like, what traditional values? Don't be gay, don't have premarital sex, don't be trans. All of those things are really fun. But that's where we end up with the eternal question that we always end up to. What the fuck do we do now?
Is that the last?
While making this video, I've been watching the videos of a lot of other trans creators to sort of try to be in.
Yeah, that is the question. What the F do we do now? Property is a disgusting standard. Family is fine, but property is absurd. Well, that's what I mean is when they say family, right? And like that should mean something. But to me, family does not mean your freaking bloodline or your nuclear family, whatever that is, right? A family is about love. And if you're really talking about love, how can you be so hateful? They're not talking about family. They say family, they mean hierarchy. So you know, yeah, that configuration of what family is, I do want to destroy. And that's the only way to create real family. That's more all-encompassing, that's more universal, that's not segmented and broken down and atomized. Capitalism wants us atomized, right? And that the family structure was the first step of that, right? And now you've got fucking adults, now you've got like, you know, like boomers who think that they're doing something good by not helping out their children who are the victims of a much more aggressive form of neoliberal capitalism, right? The whole avocado toast thing. Remember that? You don't own your home because you buy too much avocado toast. Oh my God. Because I'm not eating absolute garbage? That's why you think I don't own a home? That's so misguided, right? But so now they're trying to atomize it even more, where it's no longer, not even your family. I mean, your kids are a bunch of fucking blue-haired, septum-pierced they-thems, right? So like they-them can fend for themselves. Like that's what they're pushing these days. They want to even atomize it further than that, right? It's not enough to break us down into nuclear families and say, just care about your family. Now it's like just care about your, shitty boomer generation. You're the most hypocritical of all generations. The summer of love that turned into the fucking winter of Reaganomics and neoliberalism. You let those ghouls in the door, and now the rest of us are dealing with your mistakes, with your hypocrisies. Sorry, I mean, I shouldn't say I'm getting tricked into the whole, generational conflicts. Really, it's not about boomers and Xers and millennials and Zoomers or anything else. That's another way to atomize us. That's another way to split us up. But only care about your employer. There you go. There you go. I always find it funny when conservatives claim nuclear family is traditional. Oh yeah, you're right. It's not traditional. It's anti-traditional, actually. Right. There was an anti-immigrant immigrant at the birthday party on Saturday. He was of Indian ancestry, born in Canada, and immigrant from Canada, but just he was a fan of Tucker Carlson and had married into that family. This Tucker Carlson fan was literally the brother-in-law of the trans person in question and part of the same family. Yeah, that family is probably going to have some. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, that's got to be tough to deal with.
Fired of what the fuck to do now, and the answer that I've come to is, I have no idea what to do. So an overarching goal in this video has been to try to answer that question. How do we counter the negative streams of the anti-trans movement? And I'm not sure that we can. Well, okay, I have some ideas, but we'll get to them. I mean, there's the obvious, which is, you know, go to protests, call your congressman, vote.
Pokemon, go to the polls.
This is on my mind a lot because the day this video is going to come out is actually going to be the 10-year anniversary of me coming out as a trans person. My tranniversary.
Yeah, so Adadak's talking about the phenomenon of immigrants and refugees become critical of immigrants and refugees after arriving. Like they think they're competing for a certain number of spots, or
if you will. And honestly,
yeah, right. Even in traditional and patriarchal societies, kids were raised in a communal fashion.
I'm grappling a lot with the difficulties that has entailed for me.
Sorry, like I didn't mean to have an outburst against boomers. I know I see my analytics, and I know there's literal boomers in my audience. You're not the majority of my audience, but you are there, and I care about you. And the fact that you're watching me means that you're not like the people that I described. Sorry for lumping you in with that. I love you and I care about you. And I'm encouraged to know that that there are people of your generation who do understand these things. It's actually gives me a lot of optimism. So sorry for, I didn't mean to God, you know, sometimes in the symbolic you end up directing your ire in the wrong direction.
Because I feel on a weird level that things used to be better before. I know objectively that that's probably not the case. A lot of countries have new rights, new protections for trans people that didn't exist in 2012 when I began my transition. But I feel like we've never had a bigger target on our back. Public awareness of trans people doesn't always correlate into improved rights or into safer trans people. It just means more awareness. And I used to believe on some naive, deep part of my psyche that things would at least try to get better over time. That even though things were bad for trans people for a significant part of world history, things would start to become better over time. But I'm not sure about that anymore. I'm starting to make plans just in case super right-wing politics becomes popular here in Sweden, that anti-trans rhetoric becomes the de facto talk of the day here. But then where do I go? This is a question that a lot of people in the US are currently asking themselves.
It's
because
relatable.
States there are regulating against trans people even existing there. There are people now within the US that have had to flee their home state because that state will take their children away from them if that kid might be trans. Every single day there are stories about how some new state is regulating against trans people, how famous politicians are saying that trans people are all pedophiles and groomers. Some idiot will accuse a trans person of cheating in sports, even though it's obviously not the case. People will blame you for causing mass shootings, and some people are openly arguing for the public execution of anyone who gives out gender-affirming healthcare. Which I can't even imagine hearing just 5 years ago. And the escalation of rhetoric here is happening very quickly. You might actually be a bit skeptical when some people call this an attempted genocide, but when you see measures like this being implemented, how can you not think that? I'm not sure that I would use that language myself, but I definitely understand why people would. And it's just outright exhausting at this point to continuously worry about what will happen next. And when things feel this bad, and when the outlook is not great, the thing that kind of
look, I gotta say though, if you don't feel comfortable using that language yourself, fine, don't use it. But you don't even need to say that, right? Because like unwittingly, when you say like, I wouldn't put it that way myself, you're feeding into the loser boxes of the world, and they don't deserve that respect. They don't deserve that respect, right?
Track is watching documentaries from the 80s and 90s, when similar rhetoric was being levied against gay people. and seeing the media that they produce in
Meow.
order to counter it. Portrait of Jason is an avant-garde film about the life of Jason Holiday, a black gay man, which was released in
I heard Sweden re-elected its right-wing government recently, so that was really bad for people in Sweden. Yeah.
1966, which shows
At least my mom, as an immigrant, is very pro-immigrant towards other immigrants and refugees. My mom has a really good... Oh, that's really cool.
audience the struggles that you would have to survive during those times, and about his...
Oh, yeah, the whole... this trans woman beat 14,000 women in the London Marathon, and hidden in the fine print is that she was beaten by more than 6,000 cis women in the same run.
Story, revealing a lot of perseverance that obviously would be needed in a time before even the Stonewall riots. The documentary Word Is Out came out in 1977 and was made by gay filmmakers, which talks to various gay and lesbian people from all sorts of demographics from all over the US, and was, for many straight people, the first introduction to the idea of a gay community, with many citing the documentary as the first place they realized that gay people looked just like normal people, with many gay people in more rural and isolated parts of the US outright crediting the film with saving their lives by showing the realistic portrayal of gay lives. But the one that always gives me some comfort, despite the huge amount of sadness within it, is a 1990 documentary, Paris is Burning, which deals with drag and ball culture, along with the trans culture of the time when all of those cultures had significant overlap. It's comforting to me because despite the incredible amount of sadness and societal opposition portrayed in those films, they're evidence that the community can still survive and thrive afterwards. It's evidence that even though things look dark, they're not over. This kind of media activism has done a lot to normalize the full totality of queer lives in the minds of heterosexual people. Mainstream society might not know what it's like to be gay, but they can see both joys and sorrows in the media that people produced during those times. And there's good reasons to do this too, because most people who are transphobic don't know a single trans person, and the only trans people that they might even know about,
or they don't know that they know a single trans person. They know multiple, but
come from public demonstrations of what Fox News presents to them. And it's physically impossible for all trans people to get to know everyone in the world so that they won't be transphobic. I don't have the time, so we kind of have to do media in order to reach out to other people. And when I say media, I mean media that you make yourself. Not going on a TV show and having a trans person be part of Euphoria. I don't relate to that. But the media that activists would do in the 80s and 90s and 70s. Magazines, comics, short films, essays, video essays even. Well, don't we have more queer media today than we've ever had before? But do we? You sure about that? Seriously.
Gay and trans people are normal, whatever that is.
Try to think of what queer media, specifically queer media, that you're
what's up, M-Dragon?
aware of
Meow.
even. What about queer magazines? Gay bars? The benefit of making media like this by and for queer people makes it so that you produce a lot of it that shows the totality of queer experience. So that when people who aren't queer get a glimpse into what that actually looks like, then they will see the complete lives of queer people, good and bad, warts and all. But a lot of that has been replaced by a lot more commercial representation, which shows the world a much more
commercial representation, like beer ads,
scaled back version of the totality of trans existence. A lot of times
I wish there
those
were
stories
ace
are
bars.
Too happy.
Wait,
or
Shakespeare, that's like a cool idea. That's like a really cool idea. There should be, right? I can imagine, yeah, why a lot of the bars, out there might be really alienating to somebody that's ace. Yeah. No, that makes sense. And also, I think the ace flag's colors are really pretty, and I would love to see a bar decorated like that. I would love to see a bar with those, like, with that theme. That would be
successful, or too well passing, or too assimilationist in their transness, or their transness doesn't even matter. It feels almost too curated. It feels too perfect. And that kind of devalues it a lot for me. Queer media used to be a lot more representative of the flaws that existed within the community, about the sad experiences that a lot of people had, about, you know, the bad shit too. The difficult stuff. But we don't do that type of media anymore, and I think that we as a community have lost something in that. We've lost some of that realism and exchanged it for more clicks on the internet. We're appealing more to the lowest common denominator instead of telling more authentic stories. And I'm part of this too. There are video essays that I'm not really gonna make because the YouTube algorithm isn't gonna like it, or I might not get a sponsor.
Were those butter sticks? Yes, I'm making buttered apples
for that video. So even though I have total creative control over what I make here,
so for anybody who doesn't play Minecraft, right? Look at this. Golden apple, enchanted golden apple. What's the difference between these two things? These things aren't supposed to exist, right? This is also called a notch apple. Notch is the creator of the game, and he's a very problematic person, and so there's a reason that that Microsoft doesn't want to call these notch apples, right? They're called enchanted golden apples now, but you didn't used to be able to get them. You can make these by taking an apple and surrounding it by gold, right? So you and what they do is they give you health back, right? And then I think they give you some absorption too. So in other words, they give you like temporary extra hearts. But these ones are like, these ones you almost can't die when you eat one of these, right? You could eat one of these and get into a really bad fight with something and probably be okay. Maybe not the warden, but like a lot of stuff, right? So where did I get these? I raided them from the ancient city underground. That's where I just was. If you notice that, like, what happens when I go down there, right? Here, let me, when I go to the ancient city, I will, you'll see me go in, do a few things, and then the lights will go on and off, and I'll run away, right? And that's because I've triggered a shrieker box, and the shrieker box tries to spawn the warden, and I don't want to be down there when the warden's down there, because the warden is will one-shot me, right? So that's bad. Sleep. That's why I would live in a neighborhood with a lot of coffee shops. I feel like even coffee shops aren't entirely like, like there's still like a lot of, I don't know. I guess the interaction in coffee shops is like different enough, but. So I want to show you something here.
This becomes a scaled back version of what it means to be trans. So that ends up being my solution to this. To create more things and to ask for more things to be created. Which, I know, the content creator is asking for more content. The butcher thinks meat will solve the issue. But don't take my word for it entirely. Go and watch other creators. Read their books, read their comics, make your own content, show your own opinion. Because I truly believe that if we can create so much noise, it will be impossible for cis people to ignore those voices. The issue then becomes trans people are going to need attention, and trans people already have too much attention. And it's not really helped by companies trying to do outrage marketing on the backs of trans people. Like, come on, Bud Light, you didn't know that this would cause an outrage in the current anti-trans landscape? You're telling me, Bud Light, that there's not a part of you that's a little happy that this outrage marketing has started to happen? That it's become a political statement to drink Bud Light? That you're now woke by drinking Bud Light? I know your sales have gone down a little bit.
So if you don't know, the whole dynamic between the sponsorship of Dylan Mulvaney, the influencer sponsorship of popular TikTok creator, and this is going to tie into our next piece of content with Owen Jones, right? The reason that they did that, according to the higher ups, is that Bud Light or Budweiser, I don't know if it's just Bud Light or if it's all of Anheuser-Busch, I'm guessing it's Bud Light, has like an aging demographic. There's people that like to drink Bud Light, but they tend to be boomers. They don't have a lot of, they're if you look at the like younger generations, sales aren't as high as they were in the older generations, and they'd like to stay relevant, right? So Dylan Mulvaney is, I don't know, in her 20s, and so it is influential to even younger people. And so sort of sponsoring her is a way for them to do that. Now, the political statement that drinking a Bud Light has become, or at least that the Bud Light would like it to become, that Mia just mentioned is something that will appeal to, it's a political statement that younger audiences, younger demographics are more likely to want to make than older demographics. So even though Bud Light's sales are down 17% versus like a year ago at this time, which is how they sort of measure, is it really good, because people consume beer differently, maybe during different times of the year. So the best way to measure it is like, okay, how is it compared to last year? Well, 17% down doesn't sound good. However, if you look at the stocks, if you look at Anheuser-Busch's stocks, their stock price has not gone down at all. And that demonstrates that people who are in the know, who know how brands work and stuff, are betting on the continued success of Bud Light, are betting on this as being a good strategy. Now, I totally understand what Mia's saying about the utilization of trans people as a football, right? Because in the process of garnering that sort of like political statement, of like Bud Light, right? That drinking Bud Light means you are a progressive person, means you believe in Bud Light equals trans rights or whatever, right? It's gotten them access to a younger audience, but the price has been what we're about to look at next, which is the hounding of Dylan Mulvaney, and just like an unbridled assault on trans identity, right? Because the way that Dylan was attacked was by saying that her existence was an affront to womankind. That she's fake, that she's putting on an act, that she's, right? All of these are attacks that can be used on trans people, right? And all these are attacks that imply, they're saying it about Dylan, but I think they mean it about more than just Dylan, right? That like, I mean, this is turf rhetoric. Trans people, the existence of trans women specifically, are an affront, are an attack on women, right? They've kind of opened up a Pandora's box in that. So yeah, I understand what Mia's saying here. I mean, I think that some of these fights though are fights that you can't turn away from. But yeah, like having it used to, like the corporate angle on this does make me a little uncomfortable too.
But god damn it,
that's why she called it outrage marketing. Exactly.
I haven't had to hear Bud Light every single day now for the last week.
Which is not a good beer, by the way. Not a good beer.
I think we need to produce a lot more of this
some
content,
would say.
Just because I think that
in other words, Bud Light, not a good beer unless you sponsor me.
Need it as a community, but also for cis people, right? Because cis people, listen, I love you, but sometimes you're kind of weird about the trans issue. Like, some of you will watch Euphoria and then you will base your entire view of transness based on Jules alone, which...
Yeah.
Good for you, but that's not really, like...
Yeah, no, that was what I was worried about with, like, ContraPoints, right? That, like, when that was my problem. And, like, look, I don't have a huge problem with ContraPoints, and if you give me, like, Vosh or ContraPoints and tell me to pick between them, I will obviously pick ContraPoints, like, 100%, right? But my issue with ContraPoints of the pronoun circle thing is that a lot of cis people, their idea of trans people is ContraPoints, right? And ContraPoints never asked for this, but she got it, right? And when she comes out and she says, "Oh, I don't know, pronoun circles, they kind of make me a little uncomfortable," they bank that. They take that home and they think, you know what? Trans people don't like pronoun circles, right? Trans people will be more happy if I don't. Yeah, some trans people don't like pronoun circles, right? But if you're basing your entire concept of trans people on that, that's a problem, right? That was my issue with ContraPoints thing. And again, it's something that I don't know if she necessarily got at the time. I hope she understands now. I feel like there has been a progression. I feel like there has been an understanding. I feel like she's backing off of this whole canceled narrative, and she, came out as why I'm leaving the center. So, we can hope for better things in the future, right? But like, I mean, that was my issue with it, right? It's a vibe check thing. It's because their entire market share. Oh my god.
The totality of trans experience, is it? But back when I was an LGBT educator, the one movie that cis people could watch and sort of get it was The Danish Girl. I know, we all decided that movie
I never actually saw that.
was bad, and it is kind of bad, but it kind of gave cis people a look into transness.
Okay, so just a little deviation into Minecraft for a second. Okay, so we're gonna look at with our spyglass. Do you see that right there? So not this, but not this, but that. Not, oh wait, not this, but that, right? See the difference between these two? That's a shrieker. That's the thing that summons the warden. And you see all these little like leafy things like this, like that, like that, like that. These leafy things, they detect your movement. More to the point, they detect the sound that you make. So if you are making noise, they'll go off. And if they're close enough to one of these, it will 3 times getting triggered will summon the warden. All right, so that's why I run away when the lights blink on and off, right? That there's, you know, a chance that there's another that's like a detector, right? And then that's the actual thing that does it. And then you can see them like right there. That one, yes. That one, not that, not that. The things that look like birthday cake here and here, these are just helping the skulk grow, basically. Oh, there you can see a little peek of a shrieker box right back there. So all of these are super dangerous. I'm trying to go through and eliminate these, because when I get them all eliminated, that makes the area safe to walk in. There's no other mobs that spawn in this biome because the whole world is deep dark. That's why it's all covered in this blue stuff. That's skulk, right? And you know, going through here and really eliminating like all of this stuff, like all this, that, and this, and then maybe even cleaning up this stuff because it gives you XP when you destroy it. But yeah, mostly it's these guys right here. Like that, think of that like a hornet's nest right there and right there. Those are shrieker blocks
that they don't really get otherwise. A lot of people who don't know a lot about trans issues will think that transness just means you put on a dress and you put on some makeup and then you're good. And a lot of depictions of trans people in this positive commercial light don't really disprove that false initial presumption. But the fucking Danish Girl did. But that's just one step in a much larger process. And I don't really know how to take those first steps.
The detector thing at the top looks like someone's trying to grab the sky.
So now what?
The course company's run by right-wing people. Yeah, true. Yeah, who's yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing of it. It's funny. It's really funny that they. Okay, so first of all, Anheuser-Busch donates to right-wing causes. Yatesni's reminding us that the course company itself are right-wing people. And so when they try to like, you know, boycott like one beer company, they're not real. They're boycotting a right-wing a beer company that just has a market strategy of trying to use outrage to appeal to a younger demographic. That's all Anheuser-Busch really wants at the end of the day. None of these companies are woke. Nobody. This is not ideological. This is green. It's not red. It's not blue. It's green for what decisions the marketing team actually makes. I remember watching The Danish Girl, and all I can say is that every still scene is like a literal painting. So it's like a beautiful movie. Yeah. Oh wait, the detector thing. Yeah. Okay. So you mean the detector, the little leafy blocks. Looks like someone trying to grab the sky. Interesting. Very beautiful movie. I should see it then. I should see. Listen, like a lot of these movies, like that I haven't seen, they happened when I was in the middle of a very involved graduate program. I'm not going to specify exactly which, but some of you have been around for a while. You might know you might know what kind of program that I was in, and it's a pretty involved academic, type of academic program, right? And because of that, I just did not see movies during that time. I didn't see animes. I think I kept up with JoJo's, but that was about it, right? It's a movie about artists. Bud Light gained popularity long, long ago because their competitors, the Coors Company, used to require invasive tests to prevent gays from being hired. Oh, okay. Yeah, because a lot of times when I go to a gay bar, I feel like I see a Bud Light. I'll see like Bud and Anheuser-Busch products promoted more than others, maybe. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Whoever you are out there, anonymous gifter, you just gave Yatisini a gift sub, and I'm sure Yatisini will appreciate not being stuck in the ad break, which is terrible, right? If you don't know, the ad break happens twice an hour now, thanks to Twitch's policies. It's, I have to deal with it as it comes, right? And it'll take you right out of your immersion. It'll take you right out of being able to watch this, right? There's different strategies that we have for getting past that. One of them is to just be an awesome chatter, be involved in the discussion in chat and contributing to the community that way. And there's a good chance that somebody out of the kindness of their heart will see you and take pity upon you having to go through those ads and give you a gift sub. Other ways, if you have $5 yourself, you can make it happen right now. You can make it happen right now for only $5. You can get out of the ad break yourself. And then the third way is if you have Amazon Prime, you got a free gift sub. You don't even have to pay for it. You don't have to wait for somebody to give you one. You don't have to pay for it. You can just integrate it into your Twitch right now, and you get a free gift sub. And like I said, I value the are we talking about the crying game now? That's like a very was that movie from? Yeah. So yeah. If you I appreciate the Twitch Prime gift subs a lot because I know that you only have one to give, and so if you park it here, that means a lot to me. Welch's makes the fruit snacks and juices. Welch's is funded by the John Birch Society. Oh, to start it. Okay. I love watching European art house films. They are super aesthetic. That's why most of my fave movies aren't in English. Yeah. Get your Glucose Guardian to buy you a sub. If you got one. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Dweeb Chan? Good to see you.
After all of this, where do we actually end up? What do we do about all of this? The truth of the matter is, a lot of people have lost
There's no good alcohol. It's haram.
Their entire mind.
I mean, I don't really drink. I haven't drank alcohol in like over a year now.
And I don't really have
maybe 2 years.
Complete solution for that. I don't know how to de-radicalize an entire political party or an entire political movement, because that's what this has become now. Anti-transness has become an ideology in itself.
I didn't mind gay movies until I started feeling banged on the head over and over again by Bury Your Gays. Wait, Simon is homophobic. I'll die on that hill. Didn't hate the Danish girl. I get the criticism. The croissant girl. Where are we at on as far as likes go? Take a look at this again. 42. That's pretty good. Can we get to 50? We got 30 minutes to get to 50. Let's make that happen, chat. Can we make that happen, YouTube chat? Oh, your sleep schedule got messed up. I'm sorry. That sucks. The movie Love, Simon. Okay.
With a lot of people dedicating their entire lives only to this one issue. And they can rationalize it however they want, but at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. That's the entire point. That's the only thing that annoys them. That's the only thing that bothers them. And that's what they want to fix. And the sad truth is, we can't really do this alone. Trans people are a very, very small minority, even though some people think that there are millions of us being created every single year. But we're not. Even if every single trans person stood up and spoke their piece and tried to fix this, it wouldn't work. We're not enough people. So what we need is we need normal people. We need cis people to actually stand up and actively be a voice on behalf of trans people.
I totally get what she's saying, and I do appreciate cis people doing this, especially, you know, when you're putting yourself at some, you know, on the firing line as well, right? I appreciate that, and I value you know, cis people that are willing to stand up for us. I just don't want this ever to feed in to these kind of like hero complexes by people like Will. I don't know if Polly's still here, but Polly can attest to this like odious little destinoid named Will that that's marched in 3 pride parades. So, you know, we need, this was what Will's argument against Polly was basically that you need us, and so therefore don't be so mean to Loner Box, right? And Polly wasn't putting up with Loner Box's crap, and neither should you, right? This is not John Birch Society was co-founded by Robert W. Welch, who gave all the money he got to the James O. Welch Company. His brother spent his money on the John Birch Society after retiring from the candy industry and co-founding right-wing conspiracy theorist groups. Yeah, the normal people thing. Yeah. I mean, she was kind of tongue-in-cheek there, but it is an active trope. It is an active trope. I'm not normal, but I will stand up for trans people. Hell yeah. Why does she keep saying normal people? I mean, you know, this is like, this is being relatable to the normies, right? You can tell my content's very different, but that's yeah, I mean, I don't agree with like everything about like how she's going about this. I feel like the overall, there were some parts that I really didn't get of what she was trying to say in this, but overall, you know, I liked it. I get that Polly maybe there were some contentions that she had, and Polly, if you're still in the audience and you don't mind jumping in Discord on your day off, I would love to hear about that, right? Because I value your opinion, as does the chat, I'm sure. But yeah, I get if you want to, you know, make your day off a real day off too, or if you're already on to other things by now. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, I liked it for the most. Well, I guess we're not even through with it. We got like 12 minutes left of this video essay. I mean, you know, I somewhat. I'm just not entirely sure of, you know, Polly had some issues with this, and I'd love to hear more about them. Maybe we'll get a chance to sometime.
Only way this is going to work. And even if there were 10 times as many trans people as there currently are, even if there were 100 times, it wouldn't matter, because they're never going to listen to us anyway. It's not going to matter how well we present ourselves, how well reasoned our arguments are.
Well, I mean, like, I don't think assimilationism is something we should be hanging our hat on, but I do think we do matter, and our experiences matter, and us being in the driver's seat in our own liberatory movement is crucial, is key, is indispensable. I love how Will genuinely thought he was doing something when he mentioned the 3 pride parades. He's like, listen here, Polly. Listen here, Miss People, okay? I'll have you know that I've marched in 3 pride parades, okay? How many pride parades have you marched in? Oh my God. Yeah, no, it's the peak of comedy, really. I hate that that's how these idiots interpret allyship, obviously, but at the same time, yeah, Will did make for some memes. Will definitely did make for some memes.
It does not matter to the core ideological principle that these people have, that they don't want to see trans people. And there's nothing trans people can say against that. It doesn't matter how well we pass, it doesn't matter how well we fit in, it doesn't matter how much of the surgeries you do, none of those things matter, because at the end of the day, we're still trans. The only trans people that are even marginally accepted in the worldview.
You have a Will emote in your Discord? That's awesome.
But watch out, because they're not on your side either.
Really know how much you know about me, but I'm
probably
the most vocal anti-children.
Wait, how did she get to Blair White?
It's what I'm.
how well we pass. It doesn't matter how well we fit in.
I'm sorry, I
It doesn't
gotta see
matter
this. How did she get to Blair White?
Much of the surgeries you do, none of those things matter.
Oh,
Because at
okay,
the end of the
okay, I
day,
get
we're
it, I
still
get it.
trans. The only trans people that are even marginally accepted in the worldview of some of these people are people who agree with them. But watch out, because they're not on your side
people
either.
who I mean, like they'll accept because they're useful tools against other trans people. That's where Blair White fits in, I think.
Really know how much you know about me,
This
but
is
I'm probably
content warning, trigger warning. Like, look, we all, have opinions about Blair White. I'm not a fan. I'm sure you're not a fan. But this was one moment where I almost felt sorry for Blair White. Because Lauren Witzke, aka Nazi Barbie, is a monster. Is an absolute monster.
the most
And
vocal
Blair's a monster too, but Lauren Witzke is a scarier monster.
anti-children
Somehow
transitioning
somehow
person on the
manages to do
internet.
that.
It's what I'm. It's well. I let you speak.
The best thing you can do for us is grow out your mustache and tell people not to live like you. You know, how many kids saw Blair White, giving one of her videos? How many children saw her and looked at her and said, you know what, she looks really good. I could do that too, and started transitioning.
Meow.
But where are you going with this?
The only thing I can really do is encourage more trans people to be publicly visible, to stand up for themselves, and to be content creators. God, that's depressing.
Well, I guess I'm
Be
doing
visible.
it.
Create media.
I'm living
for
the
trans
dream.
people, for everyone. I think it's more important now than ever for people to actually see the totality of trans existence.
Look, I mean, I don't know. I say that like tongue in cheek, right? It's really hard. It's been quite a slog. There has been so much stress that I've been put through, especially even more so. The more I stand up for trans rights, the more I'm under attack, right? But I'm a warrior, and I'm a happy warrior. And it has been worth it, and even though it's been difficult, and even though at times I've wanted to give up, even though at times I've looked at the realistic, sustainability of doing this and said, I don't know if I can keep doing this, right? I don't know, if I can keep being a content creator. Like, y'all are what keeps me coming back, and y'all are what has let me get to the place where I'm within sight of not, having like a great, like super, like it's not super like financially rewarding, but just being able to do something that I believe in, do something that I care about, engage in that fight at a real level where I can see, actual change happening, where I can see a real effect to what I'm doing, like that means the world to me. And it's really only, oh my God, thank you, Transvisions, Vamps. And it's only because of all of you supporting me that's even possible. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Because that's the only way that we're actually going to
28
win
months.
the good
Wow.
graces
Hey, what's up,
of the
Big Secular?
larger community.
NCC Rising.
Widespread society isn't going to care more.
NCC Rising and Infrared, not so much, right? We won't really talk about that, and I can't really show you Infrared on Twitch, right? But I've taken a look at how Infrared's doing, and it's not quite going so well for him anymore.
About us just because a few people are beginning to
Meow.
hate us. And originally I had a segment here about how I think more trans people should try to engage themselves in party politics, even if I know voting doesn't really do that much. But I had this theory that if we went into politics and we actually hung around politicians, then just by the virtue of social awkwardness, they wouldn't want to legislate against us. I mean, it's easier to legislate against
I don't know.
an abstract entity than it is...
I don't know. Maybe ask the Montana legislature about that. What's up, Moni? I haven't heard about Infrared for a long time. I guess he got banned from YouTube recently, and it's like the second strike that he's gotten. So he's like looking at like Kick and that's the TLDR. He's looking at Kick and Rumble now.
Against your coworker. And I kind of believed in this. This is one of the reasons that I personally went into politics. But then
Montana State Representative Zoe Zephyr, the state's first transgender legislator, tonight is banned from the House floor for the rest of this year's session.
So, it doesn't work.
It's adorable that Mia doesn't know that transphobe politicians are obsessed with trans corn.
Even using social awkwardness as a political weapon doesn't work. Using well-rationed arguments does not work. The only thing that really works is to disengage from the people who see us as disgusting. To distance ourselves.
Hinkle has grown a lot. Isn't Hinkle like kind of like deplatformed too in some way? I thought, at least that's what Has said.
From their narrative around us. And to instead try to engage with the vast majority of people who actually support trans people. Or the ones who don't actually have an opinion on us yet. But it's not enough for us to do this ourselves. We need as many people as possible to help us do this together. And right now, it's feeling pretty lonely. I think the number one thing that people can do is to build community. And I mean really build community. Don't just follow other trans people on Twitter or Reddit or whatever. I'm talking create media for each other. Connect with other trans people and create trans media together. I know that some people think that trans media is annoying and it's everywhere and it's actually doing more harm than good. But I couldn't disagree more. I think that we need to be in people's faces as much as humanly possible. We need to be unapologetically trans in every instance where we can be it. Because that's the only way we're going to show the world that we exist and we're not going anywhere. The civil rights movements of the 20th century didn't win only because they did political activism or because they appeared in Will and Grace. They did it because they made sure that they were visibly everywhere, that they could be anywhere.
Yeah, so I do have some stuff about Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin. We got a lot of content to get through today, but I want to cover that too, right? There's been there's some, I don't know how he manages to do it, but Caleb Maupin keeps on making comedy gold somehow, right? Somehow, and Peter Coffin, as always, right? Do y'all remember, like, if you haven't watched it yet, check out my video where Peter Coffin spreads a clip of me all across the Nazgul sphere, right? All across the Nazgul sphere. I'm just like making a comment about Haas, right? And Peter Coffin. This was back when Peter Coffin and Haas were fellow travelers or closer together. I think there's been a split between Haas and Caleb and Coffin, but yeah, Peter Coffin talked about NCC. That happened, and it was hilarious. It was the birthplace of the meme, the meme of the super meanie butts, right? That was from Peter Coffin. What else is Coffin going to do? He's burned his bridge with almost everyone else. Yeah, so he has to be like Caleb's partner in crime. Caleb legit has like far right criminals showing up at it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I saw that.
One among us. And that they're actually
excuse me. Did you just say Among Us? Do.
Normal people. And we have that against us. By virtue of us being trans, there's not a ton of us out there. But that just means we have to work twice as hard in order to compensate for that. And I know that can feel lonely and demoralizing. And frankly, like it's not going to work. But it's the only choice that we have. And I know that some people out there from more mainstream political organizations or people who might be trans allies but who think that maybe trans activism has gone a bit too far. I want you to really think about what the alternative
Oh my
should
god,
be.
she's subtweeting Anna Kasparian.
Becomes seated to the far right. Where does that end up? Where do we end up in that equation? Because this is not just a fight over representation or access to healthcare. This is a fight where some forces are trying to unnormalize being trans, trying to tip the transgender tipping point back to where it was before 2013, trying to put us back into a world where public existence is just not allowed. And all because they find us kind of gross. Fucking snowflakes. God, what a bummer to end this episode on. But okay, listen, pay attention. Especially if you're a trans, and especially if you're a trans person who comes from one of these areas where they're currently legislating against you. But also, if you're a trans person in an area that isn't yet. Because here's what I think. It's going to get worse. Right now, anti-trans activists are trying to push the limit to see how far they can go. They're trying to really push the Overton window into as a grotesque world as possible, so that when the backlash happens, they will still win. Right now it's being pushed pretty far, but they haven't been
That's super
stopped
dangerous, that's super
yet.
dangerous, that's super
And
dangerous.
until that happens, it's going to keep getting worse. So you need to be ready for that. You need to be able to go to protests, call your politician, call your congressman. This fight is not over.
That's
yet.
very dangerous.
It's getting worse.
Did you see?
But it's
that
not over. The only thing that I can argue for is building a community.
The warden just got
Contact
spawned
other trans
right in
people,
front of
try
me.
To make friends, create a structural support network, because those things,
that was scary.
They help way more than you think they do. And call your congresspersons and vote. And I know. Well, listen, I know this sounds kind of meek and a little milquetoast and a little bit like not actually doing much of anything, but I gotta stay within terms of service. Interpret that how you will.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I feel you.
Oh,
did you get it,
well,
chat?
that was a video and a half. But now it's time for the actual sponsor of this video.
Okay, so like, yeah, you heard scary sounds. Look, like if you paid close attention, I need to set up the thing because I do gameplay occasionally, right? There's a thing in OBS that lets you do instant replay of your gaming footage. I need to set that up so that we could actually do that, because if I showed you what just happened, you would see that it was more than just sounds, right? There was a sound. I saw where the shrieker box was, and then right in front of me, a warden spawned, right? And I was so lucky to get away from there, because once those things like detect you, right? So what has to happen is like, the shrieker box gets triggered 1, 2, 3 times. On the third time, it spawns a warden. If the warden is, the warden takes a little while to get out of the ground, right? But once he's out of the ground, he does 2 things. He listens and he smells, right? And like, so if there's sound near him, if you're making sound near him, then, he will aggro on you, right? He'll get angry. It's like a certain amount of sound will basically get him angry. If you're near him and you're not making sound, occasionally he'll sniff the air. And if you're too near him, he'll smell you, right? And then he'll come after you, right? So yeah, it's really bad. And if you bump into him, that's what really makes him angry, right? And it gets dark. It gets dark, and then it gets light, and then it gets dark, and it gets very confusing, very hard to deal with, right? So, like that's some nervous stuff right there. My bus broke down and I'm freezing. Oh no, Nabil, meow. The warden just wants to sleep, but darn NCC keeps waking him up. Yes. Yo, Toronto, it's still cold. It's still cold there. You've been calling your Congress people and nothing happens. Drinking beer, those uppity trans have got, right? They've gone to humongous. Read Peter's book in 2019. He fell off so hard. Yeah, I remember watching his content like a long time ago, and like only having like one or two disagreements, right? Having some minor disagreement. And when I try to bring up those minor disagreements in his comments on YouTube, he banned me, right? He couldn't I didn't even disagree with him. Or whatever video it was, I can't even remember. But like I only had like one or two like minor disagreements. I voiced them, and that was enough to get me hidden from his channel. So oh well. No, like nothing of value is lost, basically. Hank's growth stagnated like 5 months ago. He's not really attracting more people than he loses. If one thing religious people love, it's a comeback story. Aren't they trying to do a comeback story with, oh my god, with like DeSantis now? Saw a map of where people were watching trans corn. Mississippi was lit up like a Xmas tree. Hard to cover because he and his chat are so out of pocket. Yeah, true. 4 months or so. Wait, Haas has been on Rumble for a hot minute? Yeah, she said normal in a sarcastic tone. Palsy's pointing out. No, he's not totally banned. Wait, I don't think he's totally banned, right? He got a, it was from a stream about George Soros, right? 45 likes. We're trying to get it to 50 likes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are there 5 people in YouTube chat that could come in clutch? Can we get 5 people to like the stream in YouTube chat? That would kick so much butt. Anytime I see a queer phobe hopping off online, I'm like, show us your search history. Never hear from them again. What's up? Oh my god, thank you, Sarah. Sarah, I saw your crab rave. We would have watched it, but like copyright music and streaming on YouTube do not agree. So, but like, yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool. If you haven't seen it yet, go to the Discord, check out self-promotion. Sarah's got a post in there, and it's not just me. It's like me, Polly, and so many of your other favorite Twitch streamers are on Sarah's video. I think it's really awesome. Yeah, he went fully mask off, anti-Semitic with the George Soros thing. He's also got this weird thing about like calling you liked the YouTube, thank you, meow. He's also got this thing where he's like talking about like European politics being. Wait, what was this? Did anybody check? He had a take about Lord of the Rings that actually pissed off a bunch of conservatives. We're up to 49. Oh my god, we could do it. We could do it. We got 2 minutes to get one more. 2 minutes for one more like, and we'll be up to 50. That will be so cool. So amazing. It's fun that cornucopia streaming sites do allow copyrighted music in the background. Oh yeah, you like the YouTube stream, so maybe we're up to 50 now. No, that helps out a lot. That helps out a lot. Now I got the Amogus theme stuck in my head, which I think that's actually copyrighted music. God, everything's copyrighted. Even the time, you know how Polly always does the transvestigation thing? When Polly says transvestigation, she'll do the like Mission Impossible theme. I tried to do that, and I legit got like a little copyright notice on YouTube. I'll get you in a future vid for sure. Oh yeah, Shakespeare. We got to 50 likes. We did it. We did. Oh my god, with 1 minute to spare. YouTube, you kick butt. YouTube's been coming on strong recently. I've noticed that. I have indeed noticed. I feel like the warden despawned. Probably the warden. Oh wait, did I go down too far? I'm trying to remember where is it, like right here? Yeah, that's it. I think we should be safe. So what do we have next? We've got we're going to be watching the Owen Jones video about Dylan Mulvaney, and more about just like the way that publicly visible trans people become the subject of these conservative witch hunts, become the subject of social media trans panic essentially, and how the attacks on them are attacks on more than just them. It's not even just on trans people, right? Like allowing this stuff to go on, even though like on some level, like, look, I'm not trying to defend Bud Light. I'm not, standing any particular creator, or saying that anybody's perfect, right? And but there's a reason to kind of hold together against this stuff, right? Oh my god, it's right up there, isn't it? Right there. Okay, I wanna use this opportunity just to. I killed his spawner. Did you see that? He's right there, though. I think. Yeah, that's him. So you hear that noise? That is his heartbeat. You can tell if he is onto you or not by whether his heart is beating fast or slow. So right now his heart's beating really slow. That means he is not aroused. Ha 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 ha. He's not, psychologically aroused is what I mean. He's not aware of my presence. But that does sound like it's speeding up slightly. I don't know. Maybe he can hear something down there. But yeah, we got his spawner. We got his spawner, which is great. I was like, you know what? I could tell that he was going to get summoned, but I was like, I see the spawner, and I want to get rid of that. So that was dangerous. We're living dangerously today. Are transvestigations unironically good because they make people worse about clocking trans folks? Oh my god. I mean, look, I would say they're unavoidable, I guess, but like they've got so many ugly echoes into like other like forms of bigotry, right? When we talk about like investigating somebody's, whether they belong to, this marginalized group or that marginalized group, right? I mean, it's a manifestation of something really ugly. But I get what you're saying, in that when they're transvestigating, they do look pretty ridiculous to most people. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, right? It's not like, so I can't help it, right? Transvestigators gonna transvestigate, whether that's, somebody transvestigating like, celebrities, or whether that is somebody, some Vosh fan reverse transvestigating yours truly, right? There's not much I can do about it, right? I just have to, kind of like laugh at it, and I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question though. Oh my god. So let's get, like I said, we're gonna take a look at Owen Jones's video. I always, for some reason, Owen Jones, it took me the longest time to differentiate Owen Jones from Owen Benjamin. They are very different people, politically, 180 from each other.
You know what? This is so unhinged. So
but yeah, if you have that problem, this is Owen Jones, not Owen Benjamin, different person entirely.
Cruel, so unhinged, so devoid of any humanity that I actually struggled for a while to work out exactly what to say. Now, I've studied throughout history examples of how campaigns of hatred
I'm living
have
so dangerously right now
against minorities, often to very, very dark places. And I've often wondered How did, in these circumstances, people who regarded themselves as normal, respectable, non-sociopathic people become so swept up themselves into hatred? Into hatred which often has very, very dangerous consequences. Well, we are now living through such a moment because that is the anti-trans.
Owen Jones sounds slightly like Chud Logic, but I guess British people, not to me. I don't know. Maybe I've listened to more Britbongers than you have, but more Oibrovs than you have. But yeah, it's pretty distinct to me. Maybe I'm just starting to become aware of there's different accents. How did you do that, Owen?
Trans moral panic. Now, some of those who have fueled the bile and hatred against one of the world's most marginalized minorities have often justified.
Oh, you were joking. Those people are bad. Yeah, well, I mean, definitely they're bad. I assumed that's what he really is a journalism daddy. The Angloids, the Anglo box, yeah.
What can only be described as a total level of obsession.
Yeah,
Radicalization.
I mean, like, pretty good. I mean, I've never seen anything bad about Owen Jones. This is Owen Jones.
Beyond words often, based on so-called legitimate concerns. So here is a case study. Dylan Mulvaney, a trans influencer who probably has a claim on being in the top, I don't know, 0.00001% least harmful people on Earth, just spends her time posting pretty adorable, sweet, cheerful content.
Yeah, the word that I would use, two words that I use to describe Dylan, camp and wholesome, right? The intersection of camp and wholesome, there's Dylan Mulvaney, basically. I mean, there's
TikTok and Instagram.
Maybe a few
and
more
in the
things.
process has amassed a huge following for mostly younger Americans who probably just like a bit of wholesome content because there's so much horrible, vicious, unpleasant content in the world in which we live. Just wholesome content from someone posting about living their authentic self. Now, when you're an influencer with millions of followers, you get the interest of a very particular industry, and that's the advertising industry. So Dylan Mulvaney on Instagram has 1.8 million followers. On TikTok, 10.8 million followers. So if you're a company interested in selling your wares to an audience, in the case of Dylan Mulvaney, of disproportionately younger Americans, many of whom are young women, this is a pretty good place to start. And amongst the brands who've approached her include Nike for sportswear and Bud Light, whose top dogs fear that they have a declining customer base of older Americans and want to appeal to another generation to ensure the long-term survival of their beer. It's a very simple
of their
model.
brand.
They pay
but
influencers
ultimately
to
of
post
their
a video
beer.
of them with their product on their TikTok or Instagram on the basis that if you are choosing to follow, say, Dylan Mulvaney, then you quite like Dylan Mulvaney. And therefore, if you see Dylan Mulvaney associated with a particular product, you might be more likely to part ways with your cash and therefore make these companies richer. Very, very straightforward. I know about this myself because I've been approached to do this and I have far fewer followers than Dylan Mulvaney. The only reason I don't do it is because I'm a left-winger. I'm a socialist, and doing advertising for big corporations, not really on brand, let's be honest.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, okay, so I have been approached recently, and I want to bounce this off of you. I think I've asked before, and there was some interest in this. Do we have any first of all, do we have any Star Trek fans in the audience? One, if you're a Star Trek fan. One in chat right now, YouTube or Twitch, if you are a fan of Star Trek. If you know what, like, wait, let's see. Is it like, it's like that? Wait, it's like that? Is that, am I doing it right? Like that, and then that right there, 3. We got a bunch of 1s. So we do have people that are interested in Star Trek. So it is my understanding that there's a mobile game of Star Trek right now, Star Trek Fleet Commander. It is free to play. And they have approached me and asked me if my chat would be interested in doing something like that. Now, my understanding is that it's not about you like buying anything or making any in-app purchases or anything like that. It's just you like playing the game and getting to like a certain level. So I don't know if it's like you gotta like get to like level 2 or something like that. That's what they're asking, right? And they want me to play the game to show you how to play the game. And then if you go and play the game with my affiliate code, then they will pay me because they want you to play the game, because they know that like a certain percentage of people who play the game are gonna like eventually at some point buy something on the game. So this is different than like the coffee promotion or the HelloFresh, which relied on like they wanted you to buy something. They wanted you to spend money. I don't think that you necessarily have to spend money for this. I think they just kind of want you to play the game. So if people would be interested, if this sounds fun, let me know. Please give me a code so I can sign up to play phone games with chat. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Is it multiplayer? I'll have to like look. I'm pretty sure it is multiplayer, right? So maybe we can even interact, because those are my favorite games. Sounds good. Just schedule a day for it. All right. We need to schedule a good day for that. We also need to schedule a day for the premium streamium and a subject matter to cover for the premium streamium. There's a bunch of different stuff we can do, right? So in terms of the premium streamium, if there's something that's not algorithmically friendly, right? Something that I wouldn't be able to normally cover because it's not like the algorithm's favorite thing, like that's one, but you're interested in it nonetheless. That's one idea, right? You know, because again, it's about you. It's not about me. Another thing is, you know, stuff that would be like too much drama to get into. Normally it's behind a paywall, so that saves us from the drama. We can talk about anything and everything and anyone and everyone, right? Including some sussy bakas out there, right? If you want to get a sussy baka update, I could do that, right? We could look in at the sussy bakas of days yore and see what they're really up to. I think Star Trek is a nice, harmless franchise. Also, non-compete and Kira Chats, and a lot of people like Star Trek. Oh, that's right. Kira Chats' name is kind of from Star Trek, from Deep Space Nine. Yeah. So, like, of all the capitalist, things to get sponsored by, maybe Star Trek, might be the least pernicious of those. Even if it isn't true multiplayer, it might be a clan or two. Ooh, that'd be so cool to have like an NCC clan. That came off wrong. That came off okay. Maybe we'll not call it a clan. How about, isn't it an alliance? Isn't that like one of a team? There we go. Let's call it a team. Now,
what are the consequences of Dylan Mulvaney alongside countless...
I will get that in the works to do a day. It would just be like me playing for like 2 hours or something, just to show people kind of like how you start the game, how you get your build on, and how you progress, right? To like a certain point. And then there's also like a tie-in, or not a tie-in. There's a they're doing like, they have different stuff like come through in this game at different times, and what's coming through right now is the Borg. So apparently the Borg is active in the Star Trek mobile universe, and there's some sort of thing with the I don't know, I guess we're gonna fight the Borg. I don't know if we're gonna become the Borg, but like, that's always fun too. I've mainly watched The Next Generation, but I know the OG series was pretty progressive and subversive for its time. We could be the no comment section. Ooh, the no comment coalition. I love it. Maybe we'll even make a Discord channel for it. If it's something that we can really play together or be on the same team for, that would be fun to make a Discord channel. But yeah, they approached me. They from my understanding, it's not about like, you buying anything or anything like that. Although I'm sure there are microtransactions, because that's how free to play games usually work, right? Is that like, it's free to play, but then they're like, oh, but if you want this, you can, pay this. It's that, you know the deal. If you've played those kind of games, I'm pretty sure, is it a gacha game? I like no comment section. No comment section is or no comment quadrant, even, to make it more Star Trek themed. I don't know. No comment section is pretty cool. It's a good name because sometimes people look at the news at a news site and they're like, no comment section? Grr. Yeah, that's where my name came from, right? When I was itty bitty little YouTuber, not even a YouTuber, a YouTube girl, back in the day, right? I used to watch YouTube videos. Sometimes they were about politics. they would often have a comment section, and that comment section was usually trash. And sometimes the videos were trash too, right? And I would want to comment, and I'd be like, oh, no comment, right? Because I know that if I comment, I know that if I jump into the fray, that somebody's going to comment back, and then I'm going to comment back. That's what's happening right now on Twitter. That's what's happening right now on Twitter with that, like, you know, that post about the transvestigation, right? That's a week or more old post, right? There is a Vosh fan right now coping and seething over that, saying like, how dare you assume that this person's a Vosh fan? They can't possibly be a Vosh fan because Vosh stands for trans rights, and this person is reverse transvestigating you, which is not a very trans positive thing to do, I guess, right? But yeah, that's like, I've tried to show them the fallacy of their logic, right? I've tried to show them the difference between inductive logic and which is what they're using in their no true Scotsman fallacy of no true Vosh fan could possibly be like this. And I'm like, no, this is real. This is really happening, right? That person got mad at me for making a video about Vosh, right? I'm pretty sure they're a Vosh fan, and the more we looked into it, we found, you know, like, yeah, they publicly you know, they have the public follow. They make their follows public, and one of their follows is indeed Vosh. So I'm pretty sure they're a Vosh fan, but the other Vosh fans don't want to believe it's true. So, you know, that's what's going on in the comment section of my Twitter right now. If you want to take a look at that, although that post is fairly old at this point. I literally never commented on videos until like a year ago. Yeah, because once you get started, it's like hard to, it's, you know, it pulls you, it really does pull you in.
There's other influencers who've done exactly the same, being approached by these companies. The gates of hell have truly been opened for Dylan Mulvaney. Boycott calls against all companies who pay Dylan to do influencer work, with the country singer Kid Rock filming himself shooting.
It's such a weird comment. It could only come from a Voshite.
A case of the beer with a rifle as he yelled.
It's contextual, right? It's contextual. Like, right? They were like, it must be a tanky. And I'm just like, are we tank investigating now? Like, right? Are you like, it's bad enough that this person wanted to like reverse transvestigate me. Like, that's pretty weird, right? But now the Vosh people are tank investigating the reverse transvestigator to find out if the reverse transvestigator maybe isn't a Voshite at all, but is a tanky. And I'm like, that's so random. Why would you think, like, do you think that everybody is a tanky? Like, right? Like, it's a feeling you get from these people sometimes, right? Right? Everybody's a tanky. At first I thought they were calling me a tanky, but no, they're calling the person in the person that was reverse transvestigating me and saying, you are not a real trans person, right? They were calling, but like the whole point of what that person was saying was they were trying to discredit me. They wanted to say that A, I'm not a real leftist, I'm a right winger, and B, I'm not a real trans person. I'm a cis woman pretending to be trans to get credibility in order to hurt Vosh, who is the like an ontological good in terms of leftism, apparently, in these people's minds, right? So you just can't conceive of the fact that this could be one of theirs, but from all appearances, it is. They got mad because I did a video on Vosh, right? Why would if tankies hate Vosh, right? And generally, like the people that Vosh calls tankies tend to not like him. So yeah, like I agree with, like, on that level, right? And I make a video criticizing Vosh. Why would this person who dislikes Vosh then get mad at me? It doesn't really make sense for them to get mad at me and to want to undermine my perspective unless they are in fact themselves a Vosh stan. So like, yeah, that's deductive logic. It's not ironclad. We're not doing like a court case. This is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt or anything like that. But honestly, when you talk about like who's a fan of somebody or not, like you're never to get proof beyond a reasonable, you know, a shadow of a doubt, right? That's a standard that you'll never obtain. Like, you know, is somebody a true fan? Are you a true Dream fan? Are you a true, you know, Corpse Husband fan? Are you a true like Quackity fan? Like, there's no way to prove that, right? Like, you know, yeah, anybody could potentially be like a plant or something like that, or I don't know, could be doing some weird shit. But like for all, you know, practical purposes, this person appears to be a Vosh fan. I didn't think this would be that controversial of a statement. Anyway, I've gotten sidetracked on this so long. I'm devastated when the comments are turned off on a juicy video. I have no, yeah, but I must scream. I have no mouth, but I must scream. NCC is pretending to be a woman who is pretending to be a trans woman. Yeah, internet comment etiquette is like a lib, and he often randomly insults Ted Cruz. Comment sections are fun sometimes, like where there's a YouTube internet comment etiquette. Yeah, recently did a video about the Mandela effect. Main thing is having fun in YouTube comment sections. Yeah, in a non-toxic way. Chris Rock struggling to become relevant again? Really? I like it. I feel like a part of something that is bigger than just me. Yeah, that could be fun. I turned off comment reply notification. Ooh, turn off comment reply notification. Like, I was tempted to ban this Vosh, or to block this Voshite, right, on Twitter, just because, like, they kept on coming back, and they kept on coming back, and they kept, like, I'm done talking to you. I have discredited what you're saying. What you're saying does not make sense. Like, inductively logicked out. No true Scotsman fallacies do not impress me, right? And they just kept on coming back. It's only fun to do YouTube comments in a toxic way. I don't know. I've experienced some toxicity that just goes beyond. But yeah, no, like the internet comment etiquette is usually just about having fun, right? I don't even know who Kid Rock is. Okay, so Kid Rock invented sucking at... No, he didn't. Maybe he didn't invent sucking at rap. Yeah, right. There were people that sucked at rap before Kid Rock. I want to say that Kid Rock invented sucking at rap. Let's just say that Kid Rock was a pioneer of sucking at rap back in the 90s. That's who Kid Rock is, right? If you want to understand the phenomenon. And then he sort of turned towards like weird like country at some point. I think that's what he does now, is this weird like, just, it's not even country though, it's just bad. Didn't want to oh well, if Polly wants to talk about, like, look, I don't want to push Polly into anything because I know it's Polly's day off, but if there was more that, because like I didn't entirely understand Mia's point for the video, but there were some issues that Polly had with that, and yeah, you know, the invite is open if you wanna come on and put voice to that, because I didn't entirely understand. You know, like you had a point, but you know, you were in chat, so it's hard to unfold that. But again, I also understand that you're a very busy person and you have very few days off. So if you don't want to spend that time in Discord talking to NCC, I understand that too. It's fine. I think Mia is a dumbass, basically. Okay. Well, we'll get a chance to talk about that sometime. Like, again, I don't want to push somebody on their day off. Kid Rock went from rap rock to half-ass Bob Seger wannabe. Oh, wait, Bob Seger. Oh my God, I'm trying to... What is his song? I know this dude. Is he Against the Wind? Is that his song? New metal is a push. Okay, so not quite new metal. He was a Dr. Phil favorite entertainer. Didn't Kid Rock have a song? Yeah, I mean, like, I didn't completely agree with Mia on everything. I thought she brought up some good points. There was some stuff that she said that I just like did not understand too, but you know, for the most part, I enjoy her videos. I like them. Oh God, you know, yeah, Dweeb Chan is talking about some weird shit, right? So Dweeb Chan is talking about a song from Osmosis Jones. Osmosis Jones is a movie. What is Osmosis Jones about? It's kind of like about poop, isn't it? At the end of the day, like there's a medicine that gets swallowed, and then Osmosis Jones is some kind of like bacteria in your digestive system, and they're going through the body, and they're trying to get the bad guy. Like there was a movie about osmosis. Well, kind of. It's about Osmosis Jones. I fucking love Bob Seger, so it makes Kid Rock even worse by comparison. Yeah, so what Dweeb Chan is talking about is a really weird line. This was just in the soundtrack, right? This wasn't in the movie. So we're not calling out the movie Osmosis Jones, but we're calling out the soundtrack of Osmosis Jones, which included Kid Rock. And Kid Rock said some really weird stuff about like young ladies that he prefers be underage. It was really creepy. It was a straight up like self-report. Kid self-report. That's who we're talking about here. We're talking about Kid Self-Report. It's a buddy cop movie about the immune system. Bill Murray's eats a nasty egg. Oh, Bill Murray's in it. Okay, from a monkey's mouth? And can't go to Buffalo Wing Festival? What? From a monkey's mouth? Why? That's a hard-boiled egg scene in the beginning of the movie. It was very what? Oh my God. We watched Osmosis Jones so much in high school. Was it like it's supposed to teach you about the digestive system? I do wholesome YouTube comments, says Sam. True. I've seen that. I've seen proof. Kid Rock makes music for people who are only allowed to see their kids on a weekend, but choose not to. Nice. So it's like, wait, divorced dad music? Is that what we're talking about? Is this some divorced dad energy? Some, what is it called? The monkey licks an egg and Bill Murray eats it because he's a slob. Why is there a monkey? Where does the monkey come from? Like, is he at the zoo? Like, what? How does Bill Murray run into a monkey?
Bud Light.
Does he have a pet monkey?
Bud Light sales.
I could imagine Bill Murray having a pet monkey. He's an interesting dude.
Plummeted by 17%. Wall-to-wall coverage.
It was at a zoo.
Vicious coverage.
Why is there an egg at the zoo? You don't go to a zoo and get an egg. You go to a zoo and you get a hot dog. You go to a zoo and you get... Do they have eggs at the zoo? They have nachos. They have hot dogs. They might have a hamburger. They might have French fries, onion rings, scones you could maybe find at a zoo. I don't know. But I've never... He was a friendly... he was friends with a spider monkey. Okay. Kid Rock is like Tom McDonald, except he doesn't rap. Wait, who's the... Oh, yeah, and Tom McDonald wants to be compared to Eminem, but yeah, maybe Kid Rock is a better comparison. What's up, Murphy NH? I thought all the eggs were watching shit on bootleg anime. Nice. Hard-boiled eggs at the zoo. Oh my God. Really? Right? That's kind of wild.
In the right-wing media, and right-wing politicians lining up to denounce Dylan Mulvaney. What's the noble cause here? What are you fighting for? What just noble cause is possibly involved?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what, like I thought that maybe Polly had a specific thing about Mia's video today, but it's sounding like it's just like a general, like, kind of dispreference for Mia's content in general, which, you know, I can understand, to each their own.
In launching a vicious campaign against someone.
Tom McDonald is like Eminem if he was a Republican. Maybe I may be telling on myself because I watch NGE for the first time on the high seas. Not familiar with Osmosis Jones, but it sounds funny.
They're doing some paid influencer work.
A lot funnier than Kid Rock.
Social media accounts for a beer company. We often hear about so-called legitimate concerns about women's spaces. None are relevant here. Bud Light being drunk by Dylan in her own home. Where's the threat to women's spaces? It's not even relevant, is it? What are the legitimate concerns? A trans woman drinking Bud Light in a video? Now, you see, it is impossible.
The ironic thing is that the threat to women's spaces comes from people who are agreeing with TERFs, right? When, what is her name? What is her actual name? I always call it, like, Posey Parker is the name that she gives, but she's got a real name too that, like, can everybody remember, like, what is Posey Parker's actual name? But that person, right? When she says some of you men out there, some of you carry, I've heard it's called carrying, and if you do the carrying, you should carry your weapon into the women's bathroom and make sure to defend it against trans women who might be trying to, basically just wants to, like, so ironically, those people that Posey Parker is appealing to, those are the danger to women's spaces. Like those people are the danger to, and including maybe even some of Posey Parker's friends. Wasn't there like a J.K. Rowling friend that was like saying weird stuff about trans people who turned out to be, you know, I think Mia is one of those people that will get better over time. She has the same typical problem as newer transes have. Yeah. I really don't know anything about Mia. Mia's like, you know, background bio, like the time in transition or anything like that. I appreciate her. I like her. I've interacted with her a few times, and but you know, like yeah, she does a very specific kind of content that's there was a few things I just didn't understand. Maybe I'll go back and watch the video and see if I can get what I missed, because it seemed like she was trying to make a larger point that I was maybe a little too distracted to get. But yeah, in general, I tend to like her, but I understand not everybody is everybody's cup of tea, and that is valid. That is valid. Oh, her cringy G-trans video. Okay, I haven't seen that either. Third Gummy. I wasn't a fan when she said the normal people thing. That was, yeah. Well, she did that tongue-in-cheek, right? But it's not, it is an active, I don't know. Like she had some kind of like a look on her face that told me that she was like, normal people, you know. It wasn't like for normal people, it was like for normal people, right? So I don't know, I guess I cut her a break on that, but I can see I am annoyed by the concept of like normal people, because at the end of the day it doesn't really mean anything. By the way, Shinichi Ikari in Evangelion in Netflix did use a trans voice actor for Shinji. I didn't know that, who did a good job, and Masato had a good voice actor, but some of the other aspects, oh, people don't like the dub. Okay, so that I need to finish Evangelion first of all. But I didn't ever watch it with the dub. I always watched it on sub. Self-hate kind of comes through too hard for me when I watch her. Well, you all are talking about a different video, like the D-trans video. I don't think I ever saw that one. Weren't as good like Asuka's voice or Rei's voice or Gendo. Gendo's that guy, right? Like this guy, right? That's Gendo, Shinji's dad. Did she? I must have AFK'd for if you mentioned that earlier. Oh, Polly, I know what you're talking about. I never saw the video. Yeah, no, I remember what you're talking about now, though. I never actually saw the video, but I did see the thumbnail, and I assumed it was some kind of clickbait. Yeah, because it made it look like, you know, something like, you know, didn't the thumbnail say, should I detransition? Or something like that. It was kind of like the way that didn't Keffels did had some kind of similar clickbait, right? I was done after the D-trans video. Y'all have to watch that sometime. I never saw that. Self-hate is yeah. It wasn't even clickbait? What? Oh my god, I just assumed it was. We're talking about Mia Mulder, right? Who I've encountered on Twitter. I think she might have been in chat once too, right? I think she came in and chatted with us at some point, and I'm trying to remember where else, but yeah, it's always been pretty cool to me. But like, again, I haven't seen like all of her content. I can't really. I didn't agree with everything that she said, but like I didn't disagree with like a whole bunch either. Oh my god, with the Bill Maher video.
That those who have targeted.
Sorry, I'm so ADD right now. I'm looking at the videos on the side. The you know, recommended videos on the side. Got the Bill Maher, Elon Musk. I don't think we can watch that though. I've heard that people are getting that's getting claimed on YouTube.
Dylan Mulvaney. Just do not wish trans people to exist in the public sphere, or indeed to exist.
Yeah, I generally like her videos too.
It is the very existence of trans people that causes them offense.
But again, I haven't
seen. And they work backwards from that central point to look for a reason.
But again, I haven't seen the one that Polly's talking about.
To argue against trans people and their rights. But that's what they're really opposed to. Trans people existing at all.
At all, yeah.
What else are they campaigning for if a trans person drinking beer on her own personal account drives into such rage and hate? Now, let's just hear from Dylan Mulvaney, who has went silent on social media as this campaign of hate targeted her and broke that silence this week.
It's day 9,610 of being a human, and I'm going to try to leave gender out of this since that's how we found ourselves here. I've been offline for a few weeks, and a lot has been said about me, some of which is so far from my truth that I was like hearing my name and I didn't even know who they were talking about sometimes. It's a very disassociative feeling. And it was so loud that I didn't even feel part of the conversation. So I decided to take the back seat and just let them tucker themselves out. But then I remembered that nearly 13 million people at some point enjoyed me enough to hit the follow button on these apps. And I was like, wait. I want to talk to those people. So hi, long time no talk. How are you? You might want to grab a beverage. This is going to be a longer one.
A beverage?
But, I'm doing okay.
Like a tasty and refreshing Bud Light, perhaps?
Okay. And I'm trying this new thing.
In general, Mia has good takes. I don't remember anything particularly bad she has said. She kind of has self-deprecating sense of humor. I could see how that would strike people in a different way, right? I could see how like that would, yeah, because generally self-hate, I know what Polly's saying. Self-hate tends to lead down a bad road, right? That's where we get trans meds from, and worse, right? That's where we get straight up like Blair Whites and Kelly Cadigans. Like it all comes from self-hate. So I can definitely, if that's what you're perceiving from me, I can understand being irked by that.
Where I don't pressure myself to share anything before I'm ready.
But yeah, again, I haven't.
And I'm actually sitting with my emotions.
I haven't seen that.
Not reacting, waiting to respond. And shockingly, I can't recommend it more. Like, therapy is paying off here, people. But I do have some thoughts to share with you.
Yeah, good point. If I saw the D-Trans video and think it's just jokes, I'm telling you it's deeper than that.
So,
yeah.
I've been having crazy deja vu because
I'll have to watch
I'm
that.
an adult, I'm 26, and throughout childhood, I was called too feminine and over the top. And here I am now being called all those same things, but this time it's from other adults. And if they're going to accuse me of anything, it should be that I'm a theater person and that I'm camp, but this is just my personality, and it always has been. What I'm struggling with most is that I grew up in a conservative family, and I'm extremely privileged because they still love me very much. And I grew up in the church, and I still have my faith, which I am really trying to hold on to right now. But I've always tried to love everyone, even the people that make it really, really hard. And I think it's okay to be frustrated with someone or confused. But what I'm struggling to understand is the need to dehumanize and to be cruel. I don't think that's right. Dehumanization has never fixed anything in history, ever.
I have to say, I think just how genuine and sweet and loving and caring a person Dylan is really shines through in that particular video. And I think it's pretty incredible how well she's held up given what's been thrown at her. I think a lot of people would have been pretty broken by the experience, if I'm honest. Now, as part of their rationale for bullying and hounding Dylan, which is what we're talking about here, her victimisers have accused her of putting on an offensive performance of womanhood, a hammed-up caricature. But you see, this is just Dylan's personality. This is who she is. US right-wingers have been circulating a pre-transition video of Dylan. That is before she transitioned to being a woman, when she identified as a gay man, and she behaved in exactly the same way. Now, in her previous identity, she was read as a very camp man, of a kind of camp gay man, if you like, a femme gay man that I'm more than familiar with, having spent 2 decades as an out gay man in LGBTQ spaces. Now, our camp men, for example, because before she identified as...
No one is perfect, but she committed the cardinal sin of turning a typical stage of trans person development into self-doubt and self-doubt into a talking point in support of detrans people. I really hate that. Okay, yeah, that's Polly saying that. I haven't seen that. Please tell me that the hard-boiled egg wasn't from a food truck? Oh my god. So sparkly indeed. YouTube chat, how are we doing? I'm going to take your pulse here. 51 likes, okay? We got 20 minutes to try to push that to 60. Can we do it? Can we make it happen?
Is a gay man who clearly presented in a very camp theatrical way. Is that misogyny? Is that woman face, as people have been describing it? Actually, let's not go there.
Woman
because,
face,
of course,
right?
What's currently happening is the anti-trans moral panic.
Woman face. So this is something that I dealt with too, right? In a conflict that I had, in a debate that I had with a streamer named Irrelevant, who literally compared like being trans to blackface, right? And like thought that this was some kind of own against me. It was some weird shit. It was some weird shit. And tried to put me in a bind in saying that if I support gender self-ID, that's the equivalent of supporting blackface, right? It's such a weird thing. First of all, like, look, you know, are trans people oppressed? Yes. Are black people oppressed? Yes. But is that oppression exactly the same? No. So should you be making like a should you be like assuming like a one-to-one relationship between those kinds of oppression? No, that gets you to some really bad faces. And like, I didn't say it at the time because I was trying to be nice, but I'm honestly offended at Irrelevant's line of logic. And like, I mean, and this was just a debate bro logic tree to try to run me into a corner and force me to, you know, agree with him and say that, you know, like basically I didn't know it, but it was all an attack on Demon Mama. Demon Mama had staked out a position pro gender self-ID. I agreed with Demon Mama on that, and Irrelevant obviously, and all the DGG people hate Demon Mama's guts. So this was an attempt by Destiny and his community to try to peel me off and turn me against her. And yeah, I do have problems with Demon Mama on other issues. I've expressed those. I have no problem expressing those. I've never thought that Demon Mama was a perfect person, but I don't have a problem with her take on gender self-ID. And they were ultimately unsuccessful in weaponizing me against another trans creator. So this line of logic, this idea of woman face, like is particularly worrisome and particularly offensive to me. And I think it's something that we need to stand up against.
Has broadened out to drag queens, disproportionately targeting cis gay men, that's gay men who aren't trans, who are performing as drag queens. So clearly that is the direction of travel of all of this, that basically being gender non-conforming is the problem. Now, Dylan has two choices. Given she's not putting on a performance and is in fact just being herself, she either puts on an act where she doesn't act like her authentic true self, or she doesn't exist in the public sphere. And we're back to what this was all about, because obviously it doesn't matter how she behaves. If she wasn't as camp, if you like, do you think they'd call off the docs? They'd be like, oh no, we're fine. No, we're fine with her now, actually. No, our real problem was just how kind of flamboyant she was. Now she's not flamboyant, we're not going to boycott Bud Light anymore. Well, of course.
Do you see that?
The issue is that she is a trans woman. That is the problem
take that out.
For those attacking her. It's not how she behaves. They're just looking for excuses. You see, this is the point, isn't it?
Got it.
It's the existence of trans people that's the problem. And they are looking for excuses to justify it. Now, what we've also heard is this argument that she's pretending to be trans. I don't know, should I even engage in this nonsense? Like, who are you kidding? You don't believe this? People are saying she's pretending to be trans to make money. Oh, who wouldn't? Of course. Must have woken up one day and thought, oh, there's my golden ticket. That's the way to make riches. Now, actually, Dylan has proved a success, but how on earth would she have known that, being given the numerous trans people who exist in society, who have TikTok and Instagram accounts, they haven't been elevated to fame. No, they've just been hounded on social media, which is what's obviously happening to Dylan Mulvaney. The idea you would choose being trans
scary.
on a whim in the societies in which we live. Goodness me, what are people on? Now, it is beyond disturbing to watch someone being bullied for their identity, previously as a child, as she noted, by children in the schoolyard, and now bullied by adults in society at large. Who is she hurting? In a world of so much pain and hurt and suffering and cruelty and injustice, this is your cause. This person is your target of all the people you could go after. And the targeting of Dylan Mulvaney does emphasise that those radicalised by the anti-trans hysteria, which is what we're talking about here, by the way, have been stripped of their very humanity and don't even realise it in pursuit of that noble goal that they have, making the lives of trans people hell. And they are like anti-vaxxers. They behave, and there's an overlap actually, by the way. They behave in similar cultish, obsessive ways, but anti-vaxxers don't have respectability in the way that these people do, and therefore they're just pushing at an open door with very little to push them back. Now, what we're seeing develop is unapologetic transphobia. That is prejudice directed at people who are trans simply for being trans, and it's no point pretending otherwise. That is what we're talking about, not legitimate concerns. Prejudice directed at trans people simply for being trans. Now, the rationale for this prejudice, when it is directed at trans people in the public domain, is that the existence of trans people in public will encourage children to become trans, that trans women are offensively imitating women, and that they are would-be sexual predators who threaten children.
Remember us seeing that Lauren Witzke thing? Lauren Witzke v. Blair White? And like Lauren Witzke saying, like, you know, Blair White being like, I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm not like encouraging, you know, people to transition. I'm doing everything that, like, I'm a conservative, right? Blair White doing that pick me thing. And Lauren Witzke's response to that was like, your very existence is offensive as a trans person is offensive to me, right? That what the only responsible thing that Blair could do would be to detransition and live as a man. Like that's you know, that's what we're talking about here, right? That is a more common viewpoint than I'd like it to be.
And women. So basically, these
just subscribe to Owen Jones,
coalesced to make any person who is visibly trans a fair target, a legitimate target. That is clearly what is happening. Now, in part, is a replay of the myth of social contagion borrowed from homophobia, the idea that being gay is contagious. They can't reproduce, so they have to recruit, as the anti-gay campaigns of the 1970s put it. And gay men in particular were accused, of course, of being sexual predators who preyed on children, and that was the justification for homophobia in many cases. Now, we've seen an unholy alliance
like
develop. In the US, it is dominated by the traditional hardcore right, but in the UK in particular, a brand of so-called radical feminism, nothing radical about it, clearly reactionary, have been part, obviously, of this coalition. Now, anti-trans activists describing themselves as women's rights campaigners have worked with hard-right organisations like the Heritage Foundation, which is anti-abortion and anti-LGBTQ rights, and they have organised rallies which have attracted neo-Nazis. And no, when I say neo-Nazi, some of you know, go, oh, you just call anyone you don't like a Nazi. Okay, we're talking about people who do Zig Heils and call themselves Nazis. Can we agree those are, in fact, Nazis? Good, let's move on. Now, the Mulvaney saga points to something else, which is we are told trans rights are a threat to women's rights, but we are now in the midst of learning a truly appalling lesson in real time. A lesson, I'm afraid to say, that is going to involve a lot of suffering and pain to come, which is that the rights of women and minorities rise together or they fall together. If Dylan Mulvaney, a trans TikTok star, drinking Bud Light and wearing Nike sportswear in her videos, represents such a threat to women's rights, why are the leading voices in the crusade against her so committed to repealing women's rights, including abortion, and emphasising supposed traditional women's roles of being a dutiful mother who raises children? Look what is happening in the United States. Anti-trans legislation is being passed in state after state, from bathroom bills which prevent trans people from using the correct toilet, to banning gender-affirming care, including locking up parents if they attempt to support their trans children. We're seeing as well an anti-gay backlash, the Don't Say Gay law of Florida, where they're now attempting to ban any discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity in schools. In Britain, we had this in the 1980s. It was called Section 28. We're at the same time seeing the repeal of abortion rights and reproductive rights for women across the United States. Do you see how it's connected? Because it's the same people pushing the same things. They are the anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-women coalition, obviously. And what you're seeing in the United States is the downfall of trans rights, the decline in gay rights, and the decline in women's rights, all happening in sync. And you can see the same phenomenon here. In Britain, a lawyer who took on a case against affirming care for young trans people previously took on cases against abortion rights and equalising the age of consent for men. But look elsewhere. Look at Ireland. In Ireland, in the space of a few years, they introduced A, abortion rights, B, equal marriage, and C, trans rights, allowing people to assert their own identity without going through a humiliating process.
So if you missed that, if you missed what he was saying, the like equalizing the age of consent for men, that's referring to a very old law in the UK, which basically had one age of consent, like, you know, specific to gay relationships, right? That was higher than the age of consent for straight relationships, right? Pretty obviously a bigoted law, and you can see where that's rooted in. That was rooted in a slander against gay men, a you know, perspective of seeing gay men as being predatory somehow, just by their very nature, right? And so having a separate like age of consent when gay men are involved, right? You can see that the slander, the groomer thing that they use against trans people has like a history. It has an ugly history that reaches back to, much. He's talking about like Section 28. That's, 80s, and like even further, right? So, the bad old days in the UK, claiming to be protesting child abuse while holding a British flag. A British flag? You don't say. Oi, bruv. Sorry. I gotta stop doing the oi, bruv thing. I know I have British fans out there, and I'm not really oi. Anyway. I'm not. Also, blackface is offensive, not just because it's a white person pretending to be black. It's degrading. Yeah, the history of menstrualry, right? Yeah. So to try to like equate those two, even just equating the two forms of oppression is in and of itself problematic, and it's a misapprehension. It's a misunderstanding. It's trying to see oppression as somehow fungible, even though when we look at oppression, we can see it manifest in different ways. My oppression as a trans woman is not the same as like the oppression like against a black person, right? They're fundamentally different. They manifest in different ways, and so you got to be really careful not to. If you want to look for parallels, there might be parallels, right? But a parallel is just that. It's not a one-to-one relationship. It's parallel. It's like, okay, it's parallel. And when you go to make those parallel, you gotta circumscribe what you're talking about and saying like kind of from here to here and then from here to here, that's where the parallel is. That's where it stops. That's where it starts. That's where it ends, right? Because when you don't say that, then you're just implying that like, transphobia is just like racism. It's not. It's literally not. It's really, really different. And you got to keep that in mind, right? That this is debate bro logic that will take, everything and reduce it down to a simple little thing for a sport, which is essentially what debate, streaming is. It's a sport. It's not serious. It's not a real discussion. It's not a search for truth like they want to pretend it is. It's something that relatively commonly obscures the truth. More as commonly as it reveals truth, it obscures truth. What's up, Ace Hood? Dressing in drag could maybe be compared. Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like that's something that's a comparison I wouldn't make. God, so I gotta be careful here. I don't know exactly. If you're playing Minecraft this is the ancient city, right? You'll find these underground. You'll usually find these under like tall mountain peaks, places like that. If you're doing this and you're exploring like I am, right? Like I could have gone further, but the problem is I don't entirely know my like line of escape, right? And when I don't know my line of escape, if I do accidentally summon a warden, I'm going to be in trouble. So like here, I can be pretty assured that I'm not going to summon a warden. You can tell by the fact that when I put a torch up, whoop. See how messy this can be? Like over there, I'm not entirely sure about. Over here, but I gotta know where my lines of escape are, right? Because if I don't have, if I'm not certain about my line of escape, then I am not certain I can get away from a warden if one does indeed spawn. I think we have Dave effing Chappelle to thank for the blackface. Really? Okay. I didn't know that that's where it came from. Was it from that Netflix special? Honestly, I wish I knew some debate bro tactics though, because I wish I knew how to argue persuasively. Those tactics at least seem to work for a certain audience. Shakespeare, they don't know how to argue effectively though. I don't know how to advocate for things effectively. I don't know effective arguments either, except for maybe I can think of them for several hours. It's like the term team turf. Oh, that one, team turf. Yeah. I think that was the Netflix special. I'm not mistaken. You know, I don't know. I assume right here I can put a torch down. I assume right here. Put a torch up. But yeah, like I said, these ancient cities, that's what I'm talking about, right? See, do you see why it's so important to know your line of escape? The question is, do I know my line of escape? Yeah, I do. Okay, so yeah, whenever the warden comes, you gotta know your line of escape, because it's really easy to run in the wrong direction. When the lights go off and you lose your orientation, it's really easy to run in the opposite direction, to run towards the warden instead of away from the warden, or to run further into the dungeon where, you know, now you're sort of trapped, right? I don't ever want to end up in that situation. That's why I've got this line of torches, right? Going like, this is my line of escape right here, right? So this is what you want to do if you're going to go in and try to raid the ancient city. That's the key. Anyway.
So what happened in Ireland is gay rights, women's rights, and trans rights all rose together at the same time. Spain, again, the coalition there has introduced legislation supporting trans rights, same approach as Ireland. And they've also introduced legislation against male violence against girls and women. And for example,
did you hear that? So that was the warden going back underneath the skull,
supporting the rights of lesbians who are parents. Look at Germany again.
They shouldn't have equalized age of consent laws because they're never. Oh, you're saying like they should have equalized them by raising them for everybody. Claiming to be protesting child abuse. Yeah, while holding a British flag. A British flag.
They're doing the same law on trans rights, and they're also committing to extending the rights of women in general. You can see what is happening across the board. They rise and fall together. Look at Scotland, where the government attempted to introduce trans rights and then got overturned by a right-wing conservative government. Do people think that the government of Rishi Sunak is motivated?
Wait, so we're talking about, okay, so Scotland was going to do the right thing, and they got overturned by the British government, right? If you want to understand Scotland, it is a part of the, correct me if I'm wrong, right? Part of the United Kingdom, right? And it's got a certain degree of autonomy. They've asserted autonomy, and they've been given autonomy. They've been told that that their autonomy in Scotland is to be respected, right? Sunak and his government overturned their legislation on trans rights, right? So they didn't respect the autonomy. Even though Scotland was trying to do the right thing, Scotland is generally better for trans people than, the whole of Britain, and certainly than the Tory government in London.
Motivated by feminism. Is that the power of feminism?
UK is not a federal state. The Scottish autonomy can be revoked at any time.
When the Westminster government overturned the right of the Scottish Parliament to introduce.
Yeah, but then the Scottish people will do will go all Braveheart on us.
Right. Or was that a straightforward case of a right-wing government which opposes women's rights and, in terms of extending women's rights, and has slashed funding for women's refuges, for example, to support women who need support, who have suffered male violence against girls and women. And what's happened in Scotland is that government, for example,
they should have increased the age for heterosexuals instead of decreasing it for homosexuals. What did they settle on? I don't actually know what the age was. What's up, Catalina? Good to see you. Meow. Yeah, so like regardless though, the discrepancy, they changed it to 60. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so I could kind of agree with that then. Yeah, that's regardless, the discrepancy in ages had to do with a really gross prejudice against gay men.
Are trying to introduce buffer zones to protect
you
women
ordered gummies?
who seek an abortion
Nice,
from being
nice.
picketed and heckled and targeted by anti-abortion activists. Again,
I feel like some people are sponsored by gummies, aren't they? That would be a pretty good... What's up, Iron? Good to see you. Good to see you. Meow, welcome. Scottish, Welsh, Northern Irish governments are devolved, but not truly independent or autonomous. The UK is a unitary state where all power comes from Westminster. Wait, from Westminster? Westminster Abbey, right? In London? Did I have that right? I'm three deep in gummies and feeling it. Nice. Yeah, there's a Scottish Parliament and a Scottish party and 5 milligrams to start with. Nice. Yeah, apparently that's so like the short term or near term Palace of Westminster is where not Westminster Abbey. Maybe that's a different thing. Okay, Scotland has a parliament, also like the gummies too, but mine are just the kind from the supermarket. Those are good too. Yeah, I love gummy. Well, I mean, like, I guess I gotta always make sure to get the vegan ones, right? I don't want to eat the gelatin. 200 milligrams each? What? That is... Really? Is that kind of a lot? That's wild. Wait, am I... Oh, wait, I'm trying to remember. I think when I did edibles, I think I would take like 50 milligrams at a time, maybe. Eating vegan falafel nice. Oh my god, that sounds good. Let's see what we got here. Nothing? Okay, good. I hear water. There's the water. I'm amazed Scotland didn't riot over this. I guess the Tories actually predicted they could throw trans people under the bus with impunity. 600 milligrams over the course of a day. Okay. You hate to see it. You hate to hear it is what you hate, right? That's the real... Some water up there. I don't know where... So the reason I'm going so slowly is because when you're sneaking... So if you don't know, Minecraft has added in a function to the game that is noise. So it tracks the noise that you're making or not making. And the one way to ensure that you're making the least amount of sound is to go sneaking. The other thing that keeps the noise down is look right here. I'm pretty safe to jump or whatever on this stuff because it's cloth. The cloth keeps the noise down too. But if I were to put a torch down like that, then if there was a sensor close enough, I might activate it. So far, so good though. check these out. Oh my gosh, I can't. I don't have links enabled in chat, unfortunately. Malheureusement. Did you hear that? So that's bad. That's pretty bad. Again, lines of escape. Wait, are lines of escape? This is like, am I talking Deleuze Guattari here? Any ATP fans in here in chat? Any 1,000 plateaus? Oh my god, that's not good. Oh, I summoned another one. There's 2 fucking wardens. Okay, I think I got my lines of escape. I think they're right here. Yep. I recognize. That's lines of escape. I'm pretty sure lines of escape are one of those terms from, if you've ever read 1,000 Plateaus, there's all these terms that you will not, like, I don't think you'll see anyplace else, right? These are just you'll hear about like body without organs. You'll hear about like lines of escape. You'll hear about rhizomatic structure. I mean, I guess rhizomatic structure is like one of the more common terms, but like, yeah, they've got so much stuff in 1,000 Plateaus that your eyes kind of glaze over at some point. Lines of flight, thank you. It's lines of flight, not lines of escape. Lines of escape is Jeff Buckley. Striated space, the War Machine.
The rights of women and trans rights supported by the Scottish government because
okay.
they come together.
From a surgery, so I need to sit still and feel no pain. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's more of a dosage that would, you sent me a whisper. Oh, we're talking a little bit of Deleuze, a little bit of Guattari. The ATP molecule, it's aight. Yeah, we got some high energy bonds we got some high energy phosphate bonds there even.
As a package. Now, what has clearly happened is
and most famously solar anus. I never got to the solar anus.
The rights have latched onto trans rights as a
I was all stuck in the body without trying to understand the body without organs.
Battering ram to take down women's rights and LGBTQ rights more broadly. That is the aim. You see, when you go for bodily autonomy for trans people, you can go more readily for bodily autonomy for women in terms of reproductive rights. And you can more easily go for all of those who are deemed to be gender non-conforming, including, of course, gay and bisexual people. Now, these people are not going to stop gay people from being gay, obviously. They're not going to stop trans people from being trans. They're not going to stop women from getting abortions. However much they scream, however much they stamp their feet,
oh my God.
However much they change the...
Chat, we are at 51 likes on YouTube. Can anybody help me out? Anybody in YouTube chat right now, can you help me out? If you haven't liked it already, you have the power. You have the power to drive that number up. The higher we get that number, the more people will potentially come into the stream and check it out for the first time. And also the more people will see the stream after it's gone up, right? Because we have a big audience that watches the stream not live but on the replay. So if you want to help them find me, if you want to help more people find me, and you have the power in your hand, in your very finger, with just a click, you can make that happen.
Legal framework. But do you know what? That isn't the question. The question is, how much suffering and pain are they going to inflict in their hateful campaigns? And I'm afraid to say that the answer to that is a lot.
Wait.
Here in the UK, in 1 year alone, anti-trans hate...
What if Osmosis Jones with the egg is a Deleuze and Guattari reference?
Crime surged by 56%. Just this week, 2 trans women and a gay man were targeted in an arson attack in East London, which is being treated by the police as a transphobic hate crime. Actions. Consequences. Now, during this never-ending and escalating anti-trans campaigns, the fact that I'm one of the only journalists employed by a newspaper who stands against it is quite literally nauseating. Where are the people speaking out? Look at what is happening. Now, I am beyond disturbed that there are young LGBTQ people, particularly vulnerable younger trans people, watching what's happening to Dylan Mulvaney. Because as an anti-LGBTQ person, my life is full of LGBTQ people who have been damaged and damaged badly by this bigotry and hatred in our society because it causes shame and hurt, which can last a lifetime, leading to increased levels of depression and other forms of mental distress, as well as self-medication through alcohol and drugs, and all the evidence points in that direction. So I'm going to end by saying this, 2 things. Firstly, to say, particularly to younger trans people who are watching this, and I don't even want to know what I do want to know, but I can't imagine the hurt and suffering that a lot of younger trans people, I know because I speak to younger trans people.
Hey, what's up, joint specialist? Hello, fellow crab. I saw you in the crab rave.
I know trans people.
I saw you in there.
Well in my own life. I know the hurt that has been caused. So it's so important.
We're talking about some gummies in chat today.
That you are loved, and that there are those
random
of us who will stand by you no matter.
And random concepts that some of us understood from Deleuze and Guattari's 1,000 Plateaus.
How hard it gets, no matter how vicious it gets, no matter how loud and terrifying your obsessive.
I didn't get to the solar anus though.
We will stand
that sounds
by you
interesting.
To the very bitter end. And I also should say to LGBTQ people and women, and we are overlapping categories because of course many LGBTQ people are women, that we will either rise together or we will fall together. Our enemies know this. It is the basis of their entire strategy. Unless we understand it too, we will come to understand it when it is far, far too late and we descend into the abyss together. Please like, subscribe, and support us on patreon.com/OwenJones84. I'll see you in a bit.
You know, the reason that like Deleuze and Guattari got invoked was I was talking about lines of escape. We're playing Minecraft too, right? This is the if you haven't seen this yet, if you haven't seen this part of Minecraft, this is an ancient city. This stuff right here is Skulk, which is part of the deep dark biome that's been added to Minecraft. Now, the net effect of this, right? This is kind of, you know, weird iridescent stuff here. But the net effect of the addition of this is that Skulk adds a number of blocks to the game. Let's see if I can show you an example. Like that right there. These are normal Skulk blocks. They just kind of give me XP, which is great. But there's this thing called Skulk Propagator. Let's see if I can find one. That's a shrieker. I meant to find a propagator first. Yeah, check it out. So the reason lines of escape are important here is because that's spawning a warden. The warden is one mob that I don't ever want to have to fight. Oh, it's smelling me. It's smelling me. Get out of here. Get out of here, Irene. You could hear that sniff noise. That was it smelling me, right? Yeah, the warden is a overpowered mob that could kill me in one shot, basically, right? I don't want to have to fight it, so I'm raiding the ancient city, but I'm trying to avoid fighting the warden, which can hear me and can smell me, cannot see me, but will attack me and just make very short work of me. So, yeah, I was trying to show you the propagator. Basically, I did show you 2 other blocks. That leafy thing was a sensor, right? The sensor detects my sound that I'm making. And if it hears that sound, it sends that signal to a shrieker block. The shrieker block is what calls the warden. Yeah, they put Joe Brandon in this game. They put Joe Brandon in here. What were they thinking? What were they thinking? Oh my god, Dragon Princess! That's a tier 1 sub. You've been subbed for 6 months. I am so late, and our anniversary too, it's been a crap week. Oh, I understand. Thanks for being an amazing and smart and having a great community. You are beautiful. Oh my god, you're so sweet, Dragon Princess. You are so awesome. Thank you. That means a lot to me. That means a lot. Meow, how's Neville doing? So, so yeah, like I didn't show you the propagator though. I was trying to show you like kind of systematically how the whole skulk system works, right? The propagator is the block that creates more skulk. It helps the skulk grow. So basically, if a propagator is in the... I don't even have one on me, do I? So I'm going to go back in. If I can hear the heartbeat of the warden, that's how you know if the warden is active or not. I don't hear the heartbeat. That means the warden is gone. That means my escape worked. Yeah, I'm sorry you had a bad week. Neville hurt his ankle. Oh, that's... Oh my god. Having trouble standing and even to eat. Oh my god. Meow. Well, everybody send their love to Neville. Meow. Okay, so Warden has despawned. And we did get rid of the Shrieker block. I wanted to show you the... here, I'll show you a propagator over here, maybe. So like I said, this is pretty easy to take out, these skulk blocks. There it is. That is a propagator. So that's a skulk propagator, and what happens is that if a mob comes into this vicinity, it gets killed, like automatically, right? And the skulk block, the propagator causes more skulk blocks to be formed around where it dies, right? Now, it has, you know, a certain chance to form like one of these. Yikes. Oh my god, really? Okay. That's not good. See, I'm trying to explain to you how that, like, what's going on, because it might not be apparent to some people who haven't played this, you know, who haven't played Minecraft recently, or you haven't encountered the Deep Dark or the Ancient City. They're kind of hard to get to. But we got to them. We spawned a whole world full of Deep Dark. That's what we're dealing with here. God, I'm like hungry. Can you make a safe spot to fight the warden? Oh, yo, well, the problem is the warden's got a ranged attack, and it's like, I think I can't remember how many blocks it goes for, but it's quite a few. So even if the warden can't hit you, he can still, he can shoot you with his Biden blast. Yeah, that's right, the warden is Biden! Yo, I think we figured it out. The warden is Joe Brandon, right? He hits you with his Biden blast. He can shoot his NCC Kitchen stream interlude. That's an interesting idea. I do have some, I do have a little bit of lettuce left. We can eat it while I wait for the warden to despawn. Right, so I showed you the propagator. The propagator, you know, creates more blocks. The blocks can be just the skulk itself, like the you know, shiny little ender pearl looking stuff. That's the skulk. But it can also be another propagator. It can also be the sensor. Those are the little things, the little leafy things that make the noise and that light up, right? Those are the sensors. Void lettuce, yeah, indeed. Or, you know, the worst case scenario, it could create a shrieker block. So the shrieker block was what made the noise, what made the shrieking noise. And when the shrieker, when the signal block goes off, the shrieker gets triggered, and it shrieks, and that calls the warden. And again, the warden, like at this point in the game, the only thing I can do for the warden is just run. Yeah, Joe Brandon is now part of this game. Because he's sniffing for you. And he'll Biden blast you if you're not careful. And you don't want to be in the way of a Biden blast. Yeah, the thing about the Biden blast is, like, The really wild thing about the Biden flash, it can go through stone. It can go through anything, right? He can shoot you through the fucking the earth itself. So the best defense against Joe Brandon when he gets spawned is just not to be there. Yeah, it's Dark Brandon. It's basically Dark Brandon. Yum, yum. So I do have one more thing to show you, and I think we'll go on, like, where are we at as far as likes on YouTube? 52. So somebody liked the video. We're looking for... So happy International Workers' Day. That's right. This is the real Labor Day. What's up, Fighting Gale? Good to see you. Like number 51. Nice, nice. I guess we don't get the Irene talks about the Krebs cycle. Oh my god, do you want to hear about the Krebs cycle? I know way too much about the Krebs cycle and the electronic transfer chain and all that other stuff. I know way too much about high energy bonds in ATP and how they fuel your like your skeletal muscles, for instance. Dark Brandon, that's right. That's right. You see, you put the sunglasses on. Should we watch that? Maybe we can watch the... Okay, let's watch it. Like, look, I don't want to cheerlead for this guy, okay? Because, obviously, like, look, strategically voting for Joe Brandon to keep Donald Trump from... Like that, like I understand that move, right? But I'm not Vosh, okay? I'm not gonna tell you to ride with Biden. I'm not gonna tell you to get in his convertible with him, and I don't think you should. My strategy is this, okay? Biden's got his convertible. We're on our skateboards, all right? What we're gonna do is we're gonna sneak behind his car. We're gonna grab the bumper. And we're going to allow Joe Brandon to pull us along towards the goal that we're going for. Right? But remember that Joe Brandon is not going where we're going. Okay? Ultimately, we deviate. Ultimately, we get off. So that's why you ride on that skateboard instead of getting in the convertible with him. Right? So that's the difference between, like, you know, my approach and Vosh's famous riding with Biden thing. Right? I don't think you should ride with Biden. I think you should ride behind Biden and realize that you're going to need to get off. And just like the guy in Back to the Future, right? Yeah, Marty McFly. Yeah, you gotta let go at the right time and go your own way. And that's important. You know, when you elect candidates like this, like half of what you gotta do is pressuring them to do the right thing and making it hard for them not to do the right thing. But let's take a look at the 21 minutes. Okay. Do we want to watch all these?
Is to be optimistic. That's where we stand right now.
And then after that, we'll watch the Maga rap. Are you ready? Are you ready for the Maga rap? LG Tao, leftists going their own way. Nice, yeah.
Family.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah, you got it.
Stands with you.
Because that's the one thing I don't want is any leftist movement getting subsumed into the energy of the Democratic Party. It's not their energy to take from us, okay?
We're working every day to secure his release. Looking at opportunities and tools to bring
Yeah, right. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Home. We keep the faith. We also keep the faith for Austin.
We don't want to go back in time when Joe Brandon goes back to 1954 in his DeLorean.
Austin Tice.
Yeah, it's the Vice video. Yeah. You saw clips of that video. It was so funny and weird.
Deborah's here tonight.
Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of a long stream today since it's Monday.
She knows from our several conversations, the conversations with me and my senior staff, we are not giving up. As I told you at this dinner last year, as I told you in the
The real way to do electoral politics is to pay attention to if your local reps, city council, and school board and state reps have more effect on your life and positions that can be that can actually be won by somebody not subsumed into the Democratic Party machine. There's got to be a shorter version. Should we watch the shorter version? Republicans be like, Brandon should be in prison. He sniffed my 8-year-old wife's ship. Oh my God, no! I didn't even.
The Oval Office.
Wait, what's up, Coffin Punk? Good to see you. Meow.
Son. When he was a kid, he was an Eagle Scout, a big brother, a born protector, a U.S. Marine, 3 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. Austin.
Joe Brandon.
Was a fearless journalist and a future lawyer. As a consequence of Austin showing the world the cost of war, he's been detained in Syria for nearly 11 years. It's simply wrong, it's outrageous, and we are not ceasing our effort to get him, find him, bring him home. Tonight, our message is this. Journalism is not a crime. Evan and Austin should be released immediately, along with every other American held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. Paul Whelan, unjustly held in Russia for more than 4 years, whose brave sister I've met with and whose family has never quit fighting for Paul. And I promise you, neither will I and neither will this administration until we get him home. And there are other Americans being unjustly held in Iran, Venezuela, China, and elsewhere. Their stories may not make headlines or hashtags, but every day, our family looks at that empty chair at the kitchen table. Birthdays, anniversaries, holidays without them. The pain of living in limbo, in a sense, is almost worse than the pain of having lost a child and looking at an empty chair. The stress of not knowing, the sorrow of uncertainty. But I want them and their families to know, Jill and I understand. We see them. They are not forgotten. And I promise you, I am working like hell to get them home. As a nation, we'll never give up on hope. Things can get better. Things can turn. Things can change. Tonight, unlike last year, Brittany Griner's here with her wife, Cheryl. Brittany, where are you, kid? Stand up. Come on. I love this woman.
Every time he says I love somebody, I think he's going to sniff their hair.
Love you, Brittany. This time last year, we were praying for you, Brittany, hoping you knew how hard all of us were fighting for your release. It's great to have you home. And boys, I can hardly wait to see you back on the court, kid. Remember your promise, I get to bring my granddaughter, my all-state girl, to see you, right? Because of our unrelenting efforts, we've been able to bring home dozens of hostages and wrongful detainees from Afghanistan, Burma, Haiti, Iran, Rwanda, Venezuela, across West Africa, around the world. But we're doing everything we can to prevent these cases.
He goes full Dark Brandon. That's what I heard.
For example, the State Department added the
full
threat of detention
Dark Brandon
as a new risk indicator to its travel advisors, to go along with the threat of kidnapping, to warn Americans where these threats are highest abroad. I also recently signed an executive order increasing the consequences for criminal groups and terrorists who engage in the appalling practice of treating human beings as bargaining chips, political pawns. Just 2 days ago, my administration announced the first sanctions under this new authority.
Yeah, so Julian Assange too?
10 individuals in security service in Russia and Iran when part of the wrongful detention of Americans. Above all,
Do you wanna do a little
government,
warden watch?
experts are working day and night.
We're gonna take a look and see if we can see the warden out here.
Much of which, as you well know, we can't talk about. Concern that it will backfire. But my commitment is to
I don't know
bring
if we can see him.
Just as I know your commitment
hear
to
him, though.
continue to being a free and fearless press. And that's what we honor tonight.
He went back under.
This is not hyperbole. You make it possible. You make it possible for ordinary citizens to question authority. And yes, even to laugh at authority without fear or intimidation. That's what makes this nation strong. So tonight, let us show ourselves and the world our strength. Not just by the example of our power, but by the power of our example.
Oh my God.
Folks, I know a lot's changed in the press. I've had a lot of conversations.
Who is that? There's another politician that does these kind of is it Obama? Like not just by the X of our Y, but by the Y of our X, right? I swear to God, that's like I've heard that from other people too. Oh, I gotta eat some food, huh? But eating food is loud. I might summon the warden. Hey warden, I'm eating bread. Okay.
There's a lot of you. This is not your father's press from 20 years ago. No, I'm serious. And you all know it better than I do. But still, it is absolutely consequential and essential. After all, I believe in the First Amendment. Not just because my good friend Jimmy Madison wrote it.
Okay. There's an old joke.
Look. In a lot of ways, this dinner sums up my first 2 years in office. I'll talk for 10 minutes, take 0 questions, and cheerfully walk away.
Basically. Oh. Ooh.
Yeah, I know. I just announced my re-election campaign. Some of you...
This isn't great loot, by the way.
Some of you scooped that I'd announced in the video. But really, you really all thought in your heart that I just blurted out, didn't you? And look,
it's like the mentor guy from Mystery Men.
I get that age is completely.
If you don't control your anger will control you.
Mind. And everyone, by everyone I mean the New York Times. Headline: Biden's advanced age is a big issue. Trump's, however, is not. Sorry, that was the New York Times pitch spot. I apologize. I love that guy. I should do an interview with him. You might think I don't like Rupert Murdoch. That's simply not true. How could I dislike a guy who makes me look like Harry Styles?
Oh.
You call me old. I call it being seasoned. You say I'm ancient. I say I'm wise. You say I'm over the hill. Don Lemon would say that's a man in his prime.
Oh. Platitudes are Obama and Buttigieg.
Folks, it's wonderful to be back here again.
So look at that.
Proving I haven't
the only
learned
good
a
thing we
damn
got from
thing.
there, if Biden was a spicy, he'd be flour. Not even mayo.
I want everybody to have fun.
Not
tonight.
even Joe
Please be
Mayo.
safe. If you find yourself disoriented or confused, it's either you're drunk or Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay, so that's what people mean when they say he went after
Thank you for
MTG.
hosting. I love NPR. Because they whisper into the mic like I do. But not everybody loves NPR. Elon Musk tweeted that it should be defunded. Well, the best way to make NPR go away is for Elon Musk to buy it.
Yeah. We got some vomit emojis in chat. Joe Brandon.
And that's more true than you think. Anyway.
Inducing nausea in my chat since
This dinner is
now.
one of the two great traditions in Washington. The other one is underestimating me and Kamala. Well,
Wait, what?
the truth is, we really have a record to be proud of. Vaccinated the nation, transformed the economy, earned historic legislative victories and midterm results, but the job isn't finished. I mean, it is finished for Tucker Carlson. What are you wooing about like that? Like you think that's not reasonable? Give me a break. Just give me a break. Look, like I often say, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. We added 12 million jobs. That's just counting the lawyers.
Okay, so I'm going to make a weird comparison here, right? His performance tonight is making me think of a style of kung fu that is called, some of you may have heard of this, it's a kind of a famous style, it's called Drunken Monkey. The idea is to appear disoriented, appear, sometimes, maybe even drunk, but to actually be doing, seemingly incoherent things with a purpose, right? That's Drunken Monkey. This feels like Biden's Drunken Monkey. Drunken Master. Well, Drunken Master is like a master of Drunken Monkey, I guess, right? But like so in Kung Fu, generally the styles are given animal names. There's tiger, there's mantis, there's snake, and there's monkey. And monkey's a pretty, pretty prominent Kung Fu style. Drunken Monkey, I think, is like a variation of that. But yeah, like the idea is part of it is to lure your opponent into underestimating you, right? But like, I don't know, because like, he legitimately at certain times he seems completely out of it. He seems like he doesn't know what is going on. But I mean, like these, I guess these these barbs are sharp. It's a little bit cringe, but it's not. He's not the person that Trump and the Republicans describe. He is only 890 years old, right? I doubt he would do it on purpose, considering there's a genuine narrative that he's in cognitive decline. Wasn't there also something where he like looked at a piece of paper, he pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket and looked at it? He's all zooted up compared to while he was running. In the American regime, the brainwashed citizens clap for every demented word of their dictator.
Had Ron DeSantis, I had a lot of Ron DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis, little Rhonda.
Ready. But Mickey Mouse beat the hell out of me, got there first. Now look, can't be too rough on the guy. After his re-election as governor, he was asked if he had a mandate. He said, hell no, I'm straight. I'm straight.
Get it? Because he's homophobic? Get it? Get it?
That one through.
Get it? Get it? Oh my god. Oh, that's such a bad.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it. We got it. We're good.
Look, y'all keep reporting my approval ratings is 42%. But I think you don't know this. Kevin McCarthy called me and asked me, Joe, what the hell's your secret?
Because the congressional approval rating is much lower. I get it.
I'm not even kidding about that one.
This is
The
embarrassing.
Speaker's trying to claim a big win this week. But the last time Republicans voted on something that hapless, it took 15 tries.
It seems like a bad stand-up attempt, acting attempt to show that he's with it. Meanwhile, trans people are being genocided. I actually saw this documentary, and it shows how Trump has more cognitive degeneration than Biden, but Fox and the right wing focus on the small amount of incidents Biden. This is the weirdest thing. Little Rhonda Santos, yeah. Little Ronnie D. His eyes are bigger than his stomach. He tried to bite the mouse, but the mouse bit back. Oh my god. Did Trump really say that? At least the president didn't write these jokes. Yeah, Trump is like, I think what it is with Trump is that like he is constantly posting cringe. He's constantly being incoherent, and people are just so acclimated to it. You just made it up. Oh, nice. That's good stuff. Quality material. I do know that Boris Johnson would purposely mess up his own hair in order to look relatable. Interesting. Little Rhonda.
That was good.
Really?
Look, it's great the cable news networks are here tonight. MSNBC owned by NBC Universal. Fox News owned by Dominion Voting Systems.
This isn't good. This is really not good.
Last year, your favorite Fox News reporters were able to attend because they were fully vaccinated and boosted. This year, with that $787 million settlement, they're here because they couldn't say no to a free meal. And hell, I'd call Fox honest, fair, and truthful. Then I could be sued for defamation.
This is really not good. This is really not
Ain't
good.
nothing compared to what they do to me. Look, I hope the Fox News team finds this funny. My goal is to make them laugh as hard as CNN did when they read the settlement.
Okay, that was really scary.
But then again, CNN was like,
oh my god, what just hit me? That was a Biden blast. The Biden blast. I got the Biden blast. I got Biden blasted. I got Biden blasted again. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Biden blast. Sonically charged
Folks,
shriek.
I go where people are.
Oh my god. I thought I got away. I mean, at least I can recover my stuff.
Guy. He once dubbed me the Jay-Z of Delaware. Don't let that look in your face, you did. Tonight he asked me to keep it short. Even offered me $10 if I'd keep it under 10 minutes. That's a switch, a president being offered hush money. Look, I'm going to leave the jokes to the pros, but let me conclude on a genuinely
I got
serious
Biden
note.
blasted.
Roy was born in Birmingham, Alabama. He graduated from a great HBCU.
Oh god, I hear his
Florida A&M.
fucking noise.
He started in journalism following the footsteps of his father, Roy Wood Sr., who covered the civil rights movement.
Like I said, he can hit you through
During
like
Black History Month this year, I hosted the screening of the movie Till. The story of Emmett Till and his mother is a story of a family's promise and loss and a nation's reckoning with hate, violence.
He sounds like he's reading a movie review or something.
A story that was
did he even
seared into our memory and our conscience, the nation's conscience, when Mrs. Till insisted that an open casket for her murdered and maimed 14-year-old son be the means by which he was transported. She said, "Let the people see what I've seen." The reason the world saw what she saw was because of another hero in this story, the black press. That's a fact. Jet Magazine.
That's a fact, Jack.
Chicago Defender. And other black radio and newspapers were unflinching and brave in making sure America saw what she saw. And I mean it. Ida B. Wells. Ida B. Wells once said, and I quote, "The way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon the wrongs. Turn the light of truth upon the wrongs. That's the sacred view in my view. That's the sacred charge of a free press, and I mean that. That's what someone we still miss so much, who you honored posthumously tonight, stood for, Gwen Eiffel. You know, she was among the very best we talked about at the table. She moderated my first debate for vice president and was a trusted voice for millions of Americans. Gwen understood the louder the noise, the more it's on all of us to cut through the noise to the truth. The truth matters. As I said last year at this dinner, a poison is running through our democracy and parts of the extreme press. Truth buried by lies, and lies living on as truth. Lies told for profit and power. Lies of conspiracy and malice, repeated over and over again, designed to generate a cycle of anger, hate, and even violence. A cycle that emboldens history to be buried, books to be banned, children and families to be attacked by the state, and the rule of law and our rights and freedoms to be stripped away. And we're elected representatives of the people, are expelled from state houses for standing for the people. I made clear that we know in our bones, and you know it too, our democracy remains at risk. But I've also made it clear, as I've seen throughout my life, it's within our power, each and every one of us, to preserve our democracy. We can, we must, we will. I'd like to make a toast. That's why I had the class. My grandfather, Ambrose Finnegan, said, if you ever make a toast without looking, you got to hold it in your left hand. Y'all think I'm kidding?
Wait, I don't get it. You got to hold it in your left
I'm
hand?
probably the only Irish you ever met who never had a drink in his life. Anyway, I'd like to make a toast, seriously. At this inflection point in history, let us commit there will be a nation that will embrace light over darkness, truth over lies, and finally, restore the soul of the nation. Hear, hear. Ladies and gentlemen, can I give you that? I'm going to turn this over to Roy. Roy, the podium is yours. I'm going to be fine with your jokes, but I'm not sure about Dark Brandon.
There we go.
All yours, pal.
There's the line of the night, I guess. Damn. Okay, that's his persona, right? That's definitely like that was a persona, right? Did we just see Sleepy Joe's persona? I'm gonna be fine with your jokes, but I don't know about Dark Brandon. Ooh, gotcha. Police unions will uphold the rule of law and protect us from state violence. The meme is dead now. Yeah. Well, I was never, like, I don't know. Like, those are the memes that, like... Persona music starts. The most pro-union president ever, police unions. Dark Brandon activate, yep. Okay, well, we gave the Democratic side of things. Now it's time for the Republican side of things. with MAGA rap. Let's see if Vice will let us watch this. Now, YouTube, if you're on YouTube, make sure to like this right now. Make sure to like this right now. Because our stream might go down. Hassan watched it on Twitch, right? Hassan put it up on YouTube. Well, does that mean that I can put it up on YouTube? Does that mean I can watch it on YouTube? We'll find out, right? So make sure that you like that this stream right now, because it might go down. We might lose YouTube. Dark Brandon versus the Joker. Wait, versus the Joker or versus Joker from Persona 5? I don't know. We're gonna try. This is Vice Fringes. This might be the very last Vice Fringes. This might be the very last of the stream tonight if you're watching on YouTube. So make sure you hit that like while you got a chance to do so, right? And it's not just Vice that we're scared of. We're also scared of these MAGA rappers themselves. These are, songs that they, I guess, okayed Vice to play. Is it going to be okay for me to play it? I don't know. My guess is they don't really like people like me, right? And, this is, just get ready, because this is going to be wild. This is going to be wild. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? I said, I can't do the thing. We're at 56 likes. Like, can we get to 60? Look, we got 10 minutes to add 4 more likes to that, right? Because we got to make sure we're at least at 60 likes before the stream possibly goes down. Also, I really like that thumbnail now. I'm really liking our thumbnail. I'm seeing my thumbnail. I'm liking my thumbnail. Let's go. Let's
girls, I got the girls. Trump's got the money, I'm getting the money.
You ready? You ready? This is MAGA rap, right? This is its own genre now. There he is. The Trump. What is this? The Trumpinator? Or wait, what is it's a Rambo reference, right? Is that it's Trump's head on? Is it Sylvester Stallone?
Finish.
This is how MAGA sees their leader.
Sentence for me. MAGA rap is
freedom, faith, family, guns, Trump.
Gun toting, Bible reading, God believing truth.
We've made a brand new culture.
MAGA season.
They call us MAGA rappers.
My fans and my people are just Trump crazy.
I am MAGA. Like, you can't get more MAGA than me.
Where them patriots at? Where them patriots at?
Trump's a boss. I'm a boss. Trump's got the hate, I got the hate. Trump had the girls, I got the girls. Trump's got the money, I'm getting the money.
Here comes the doo-doo.
Oh my God.
It's like MAGA's grown bigger than Trump. And
Oh,
say
wait.
to us, this is a grift.
YouTube wants to do a hype train. YouTube wants to do a hype train. Can we do it, YouTube? Can we get a like hype train? Here comes the cringe indeed. Cringe inducing.
But how can I grift something I created?
What are you playing tonight?
Division. I'm doing 2 genders, Roe v. Wade, pedophiles.
My daughter is gay. It does not mean that she's a fucking pedophile.
Do you think about the controversy of bringing your son to an event like this?
I'm all for the controversy. As long as we're
That's the name of his song. That's the name of his song, okay? Oh wait, did they show what they did to the flag? To the LGBT flag? I don't know. I thought they were gonna, like, I didn't know if that was on the sizzle reel. Come on, YouTube, give us the train.
presenting what we believe.
You guys are creating this
Give us the train, YouTube.
amazing music. Are you getting any blowback from it?
The name of the song is like the same name of the kind of like an Adobe file, like, right? It was PDF. That kind of file, right? That's what kind of files they're talking about, right? They've got a song that's literally called that. That is the name of one of their songs, right? Do you see these shirts? 0% liberal. 0% liberal.
And they're afraid of that.
You're talking to the 3 most banned rappers in the world. We're willing to lose it all.
Big Trump.
If Trump got the girls, I got the girls.
The nephew, Forgiato. I want to tell you we're proud of you, and I'm very happy what you're about to announce to the people. You're about to make America great again.
Fascism with American characteristics. So now this is Clearwater, Florida. You might know Clearwater as the home of Scientology.
In the past few years, an underground music scene known as MAGA rap has begun to emerge.
Donald Trump is your president, if you like it or not.
MAGA rap's like, I got mad bitches, they suck on both of these. I avoid the bus stop because I hate minorities. Oh my god, yeah, they would.
This kind of music caters to conservative audiences, and a lot of the songs and lyrics touch on conspiracy theories, anti-vax messaging,
That Bill Gates vaccine. Now, sorry, I'll pass.
election denialism,
J6 did nothing wrong. We ain't no shit.
anti-LGBTQ rhetoric.
LGBTQ, a bunch of
Yeah, that's the song. That's the song, right? That is the song that they mentioned earlier. Yo, I didn't realize he had a blowtorch. Guy's carrying a blowtorch. The cross itself is not on fire. I don't think, but no, they do have a blowtorch and a cross. That is pretty damn close to. Yeah, he's literally. Wait, did I miss it? I don't want to roll it back. I'm gonna get. This is bad enough. He's literally being an open KKK.
And is incredibly pro-Trump. And all of these songs are being pumped out by the hundreds to a small but deeply loyal MAGA fan base. The Make America Great Again movement may have started with Trump, but it has continued to grow and evolve into a political and cultural movement even after Trump's presidency.
MAGAism. Ultra MAGAism.
So I was reminded actually by a PBS documentary that I saw, like, it's weirdest thing to see on PBS, right? They did a documentary about skinheads, right? A documentary about skinheads, right? Turns out the first skinheads, some of you probably already know this, were not racist. The skinhead culture came out of ska. It was like a working class, culture, youth culture in the UK, right? The racists, skinheads came along later on and infiltrated the movement, right? So the skinhead culture was like already a thing. All the things that you associate with that, Doc Martens, like the head shaved, all the Chelsea cuts on girls, all that stuff existed prior to the racist ones. What happened though was that the racists started infiltrating that scene, and the rest of them were, the rest of that scene was like pushing back, was trying to push those people out. The media, the talk shows, right, really more than anything got a hold of that, right? And what was interesting to the talk shows? The racist ones, right? So that got blown up. That got when you think of skinheads now, you're thinking of racist skinheads, right? That's the first thing that comes to mind, but it wasn't always like that. And so that shows that, like, any culture that is not explicitly anti-racist, and in the case of this culture, even one that is, can have an issue with originally having a shaved head was seen as being quote unquote degenerate because with the Holocaust imagery, but the US changed with what. Yeah. So like the media ate up the racist skinheads, right? And they weren't interested in what the original scene was about. They weren't interested in the punk, scene. They weren't interested in any of that, or definitely not, like the like the Sharps or anything like that. So you never heard of that. Sharps Skinheads Against Racial Prejudice, right? A movement that was literally trying to kick those people out of the scene. And so, like, this whole like MAGA rap thing, I mean, I don't know. It's not like rap itself is going to get like subsumed or anything like that, but I don't know. Just watch. You'll see what they're kind of doing, right? It lends a certain credibility to the MAGA movement. It lends a sort of, it's very much, a putting on of a culture for, and a hijacking, I guess, of a culture, but
extreme MAGA.
Big MAGA.
The great MAGA king.
I wanted to understand more about why MAGA's message and culture has made its way into hip-hop music, so I'm in Clearwater, Florida, to spend a few days with one of the most popular MAGA rappers out there and self-proclaimed mayor of MAGAville, Forgiato Blow.
Forgiato Blow.
He performs at MAGA rallies all over the country, including the Stop the Steal rally on January 6th. We're meeting Forgiato because he's going to show us a bit of a day in his life as the mayor of Magaville.
So now my curiosity is, what about figures like Tom McDonald, right? Everybody knows Tom McDonald. I think we might have, like, I can't watch Tom McDonald's songs or stuff or anything, but I think I've talked about Tom McDonald before. Tom McDonald is like a rapper very much biting on the flows of people like Eminem, very much trying to be Eminem, and like everybody who imitates Eminem, Tom McDonald falls like way short. He's even gone to the point where he bought a beat that was made for Eminem, and I'm trying to remember how he sold this. I think he advertised the track as having been produced by Eminem, since it was Eminem's track that he never used that Tom McDonald bought, right? That's how that was. Is he the guy? Tom McDonald had a farm. That's true. Only person I've ever heard of that doesn't matter. Baked Alaska. That is some funny shit. These people actually, like, I will say, okay, a step above Baked Alaska, a step above Steven Crowder. You know, when they did the Patriot Founding Father rap, like it's not quite that. It's a step above that for sure, but not much. You know, like, I mean, I hope he'll own a worm farm one of these days, right? But Anthony Fantano made some pretty funny reviews of Tom McDonald songs. Neat. I don't know how Fantano gets away with it, right? Because, like, YouTube is so bad about popping you for copyright. Like, any little bit of a song, you're just, like, in so much danger. Tom McDonald's fans are basically... But what I want to know is, like, does Tom McDonald, like, call himself a MAGA rapper? Or is there something about, like, his attempt to appeal to a more mainstream audience that will keep him from like linking arms with these guys, right? Because that's what I'm kind of curious of. Basically, fans are basically people who got mad at Eminem for saying Trump was bad. Basically, yeah.
That's how I step on liberals.
Okay, also, you know what I want to see? Like, they have that one song that was called, like, it was about the Adobe type of file structure called PDF, right? That song. I wonder if Mr. Girl might sue them over that, because didn't Mr. Girl have that song first? Did it? Are they stepping on Mr. Girl's territory?
I'm looking for Forgiato. One of the things
Tom McDonald does not call himself a MAGA. He tries to call himself an enlightened centrist. That's funny.
Forgiato is known for is his giant pickup
truck.
But
it's funny because he is a MAGA rapper. He just maybe doesn't want to be associated with this because he wants to keep his appeal a little bit wider.
That has a picture of Trump on the side. He's very subtle, so I'm not
very
sure
subtle
if
man.
Be able to spot him from the
very
car.
subtle man.
Mr. Blow, good morning.
Yeah, what's up, Mr. Blow?
Good to see you. Your truck is
Wait,
so subtle.
what was that? Wait, did they do the pull away the handshake thing? Did one of those guys pull the handshake away from her?
Because he's going to show us a bit of a day in his life as the mayor of Magaville.
That's how I step on liberals.
Okay, so I'm looking for Forgiato. One of the things Forgiato is known for is his giant pickup truck that has a picture of Trump on the side. He's very subtle, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to spot him from the car.
Oh wait, we probably should put up our stuff away at this point. I wish there was.
Blow. Good morning. Morning. What's going on? Good to see you. Your truck is so subtle, we almost passed it.
You want to see the truck?
You bet I want to see the truck.
This happens to be the last.
Wait, I
person
didn't
that's
see
really
it.
gonna
Did they pull away the handshake?
Get that makeover with that 47 on there. You know what I mean?
Oh wow.
So. Oh. Get your hands out. Down by the butt.
Grab by the butt?
Yeah, right down there. Now look at this shot right here.
Wow.
This is how we start the day off in Magaville right here.
It's not even noon yet, and I'm already got my hands on the butt of a ex-president.
Already grabbing Trump. Put him back up and walk around.
So when you drive around this area with this car, what kind of reactions do you get from people?
Honk. You're going to get it today. Everybody loves it, takes pictures. Everyone in this area has kind of seen this truck now, so they're like, oh, there it goes Blow. Right here, me and Big Trump.
So this is when you met Trump?
Yeah. I've met Trump a few times, but this was probably the most candid time I met Trump. Trump.
Candid. It's the most candid time.
Give that stimulus check to everybody. So then we got Big Trump right here busting out the window, saving the day. bringing the people the money.
Oh, he's
the
holding.
patrons.
Oh, I see. He's holding the stimulus check
Yeah, it's
through
coming out the window.
shattered window of a truck. Conservative grounds. This is like a coffee shop that you come to a lot.
Yeah, just a great place for patriots to come here and just talk about what's going on and meet new people.
Conservative Grounds is a MAGA-themed coffee shop where you can get a strong cup of joe and all of the MAGA merch you could ever want.
There's literally right now out there a 70-year-old old lady riding around with this on her car in Florida. There we got Governor DeSantis.
There was even an Oval Office replica with life-size pictures.
Now, this is funny. Like the Trump and the DeSantis are not going to play nice together forever, right? If DeSantis ever tries to run, you can bet that this guy is going to get rid of the DeSantis. It's funny that Democrats let Trump have that stimulus check thing when they wouldn't do anything to close the... Yeah, wouldn't do anything. This is dangerous, right? Sarah's pointing out a real danger, right? When you have neoliberal Democrats, they think that they are minimizing their weakness and they think that their weakness is being called liberals. Their weakness is being shown as extreme, right? Their weakness is showing adherence to the left, right? That's the flank that they're always watching. But what they don't realize is when they do this shit and they go so hard to the right, because here's their calculation, right? If I go too far left, I'm gonna lose my donors. I'm gonna lose big business. I'm gonna get screwed, right? I'm gonna get Dukakis. I'm gonna get Mondaled, right? I'm gonna get McCarthy'd, right? Like that's what they're thinking, right? I don't want to be that person. So they'll see where the Republicans are going, and they'll go like 1 degree to the left of that. Be like, okay, so if you think this is too conservative, here's 1 degree to the left. This is too conservative, vote for me, right? That's their gambit, right? They don't realize that they got a huge flank then. That it's really easy for somebody like Trump, who doesn't really have an ideological, his followers don't understand ideology. They don't know that a Republican's not supposed to be like, oh, here's a stimulus check. They don't know that that's like wrong. And so when he does that, they're like, yeah, Trump, stimulus check, right? So he can do that shit. And Democrats don't realize they're blind to it. They're just completely, they're not able to conceive of that possibility. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring side into this, but like they're not able to conceive of that possibility, and so as a result they leave that flank open, they leave that flank unprotected. That's a very dangerous thing. There's been a lot made over Tucker Carlson being somehow this like anti-war, like it's like sort of like an anti-war pundit, right? And that's only a thing that the Republicans are able to fake because the Democrats have gone so hard to the military-industrial complex, right? Trump's bona fides as an anti-war president are ridiculous. He ordered a strike on a general of a enemy country, right? He basically tried to start a war, but was too incompetent to actually do it, right? So he's not a peace president at all. But he's able to pose as that because the Democrats are just so bad on this stuff. Joe Biden promised 2,000 and then did 1,400. What a joke. The pandemic was a chance when everybody was captive and in need. They could have showed how hard they go for the people. They're too worried about their donors. They're constantly like they're like I say. There's 2 elections, right? There's the there's the election that goes on. Well, I mean, you need the primary. Sorry, let me say this a different way. There's 3 elections, right? There's the general election. There's the primary election. But before the primary election, how do we know who gets into the primary election? How do we know who's taken seriously as a candidate? How do we know who's got enough money to actually play as a candidate? It's the donor election, right? Before any of that stuff, before anybody gets a chance to vote, even in a primary, the donors are voting. They are voting with their dollars. They are voting by donating. They're voting by puffing up certain campaigns and not giving to other campaigns, right? And so the Democrats are always worried about that donor election, that donor primary, right? They're always so focused on that. And that keeps them from doing anything. They're scared of their own shadow. They have been ever since Reagan. They have been like this ever since Reagan. if not before. After unaliving the general, he had to let Iran bomb a U.S. base to make things better.
Trump and his family.
It usually makes a noise.
So Forgiato and I sat down at the knockoff Resolute desk to hash out what it means to be a MAGA rapper.
Do you see yourself as a rapper first, as like a political messenger?
It's went from music to politics. Like, I feel like Donald Trump never ran. I might never be a rapper.
Trump was the main reason why you got into
in the beginning. Yeah. And then I met the people. Right now, my mission is to save America.
And chat, if you notice, in this game, look, no armor. There's a reason for that, right? There's basically one enemy that I'm worried about at this point. Actually, you know what? Let's sleep so we don't end up with the other obliterated by a sonically charged streak, aka a Biden blast, right? I got Biden blasted.
And to save the people out here. He needs people.
But there's
like me
one
out here
enemy
doing
that I
what
have
I'm
to worry
doing.
about, and that's the warden.
As like a we mission.
There's no. There's no armor that I could wear at this point that would protect me from that. So I'm not even bothering to wear any. I do, however, want to make a diamond pickaxe. You're gonna see the reason for that in a second, right? Both to make a Nether portal. See what's in the Nether. My real curiosity is, will the Nether have deep dark? Will the Nether be covered in skulk? It might be. I literally don't know. This is a Minecraft single biome. I've never played this stuff before, so I don't know exactly how it works. What else do I need? I want a bucket. Bucket. Ooh, I want a bucket, and I kind of want this too. Yeah, so there's diamond that we can get. There's also, I want to get some obsidian, and I'm gonna keep raiding the ancient city. Hopefully, I can get a book, right? Because the book plus the obsidian plus the diamonds that I've got, right, will make me an enchanting table. That enchanting table will really help. It's all a grift. I hate Steam. It doesn't work no matter what. Steam can be frustrating. I can relate to that. It's so funny how he presents Trump as someone who isn't ego-centered. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's funny. Terrible iPhone app. Oh, the Steam iPhone app.
Because he's doing it for America. He's with us. Trump says we. He doesn't say I. We need to get our country back. We, which is MAGA. It's like MAGA has grown bigger than Trump. My thought of it, for me, has grown bigger than just Trump. Make sure we protect these seats, and protect our country. That's what we're doing. We got to go vote. You're officially moving to MAGAville.
Mom? Yes. No, I live here now. Yeah, in Magaville.
Look at her. There she goes. She's up. Didn't even need
So,
my
I mean,
help.
like, this is Vice. This is kind of classic Vice. In general, Vice's reporters aren't really sympathetic towards the right wing. They're not really sympathetic towards Trump, but they like to ironically act like they are. And that's what we're seeing right here. You're gonna see more in the end, like where she's trying to take this, right? She's got a strategy. I'm not sure if it works. You'll have to decide for yourself.
Trump. You know what it is? Trump 2024, baby. Red wave, baby. Red wave.
Love your music. I love your music, man.
You know who this is?
I love your music. Put you on the blow, bro.
Hey, check this right here. This for you. Trump 2024 flag, my dog.
What?
We're in downtown Clearwater right now. I'm outside of Hooters waiting for our lunch order.
Outside of Hooters. Yeah, that's where he likes to eat.
He eats here almost every day is Hooters.
Forgiato Blow's career hasn't always been tied to MAGA. He's actually been producing music for over a decade, first gaining traction in the South Florida rap scene, and has collaborated with mainstream artists like Kodak Black, Rick Ross, and Vanilla Ice.
This is the cover.
So this was before his career as a MAGA.
Since we're talking about
MAGA
artwork,
musician.
you have artwork on your face.
Fame and legendary on the sides. The Statue of Liberty has a COVID mask before COVID. So now people are like, why you got the Statue of Liberty with the COVID mask? I'm like, no, it's being gagged. Pretty much, it can't be silenced.
Okay, what about 1776?
So I got that after January 6th.
This one.
We got America's birth date. When I met Trump, actually,
Dang. So that's Trump's face with your face tattoos?
Yeah,
Some of them.
Some of them. So when I met Trump, a lot of people says, oh, he's not in for tattoos, da da da. I said, you want to see what you look like with face tattoos? And I showed to him, and he goes, that's weird.
That's weird? That was his response, is that's weird?
Yeah, he was like laughing, but it was funny.
So when did you go from rapping with Vanilla Ice, you said Rick Ross, to suddenly rapping about MAGA and associating yourself with Trump?
You know, people, when I first started coming out for Trump in 2016, were like, oh, you're working with top-tier artists. You got a great fan base. And then I was always thinking, like, what else do I got to do to really get this thing going? Like, I done did everything. I done worked with the biggest artists, but it's not like I'm getting booked worldwide. Where do I go to from there? And I just started seeing, like, how big this Trump stuff was really getting. Big Stu, what it do? The happiest millionaire.
Why do they call him the happiest millionaire?
So you can see why some people call this guy a grifter. I don't know.
$100 million.
I can't tell. What do you think, Chad? Is he a grifter?
Because my family was rich.
I mean, 300 million sold. That's a lot of money. Do you inherit some of that money?
This Trump stuff. Yeah, he sounds like a grifter, doesn't he?
That's been like a big thing, like with Trump. You know, they said his family had money. I resonate with Trump's upbringing. He's somebody that I could see myself.
Do you see this shit?
I could have been Donald Trump. He could have been.
Did you see? Yeah. Look. People said that I was rich growing up too, but like, you know, like. People, like, right? He feels victimized right along with Trump for the fact that Trump is like, look, I've talked about this before. I haven't said this in a really long time, right? But the amount of money that Trump got from his family, if you or I were to get that money and we were to make a basic investment, right? S&P 500. That is a safe investment, right? That is not playing, you know, that's not an investment where you know a lot about investing and you're going to do a bold play, right? That's a very easy play, right? That is just a very, you know, like that, right? So in other words, it's a safe place to invest your money. You can be sure that your money will grow somewhat, but your money's not going to grow all that much, right? It's just a stable, you know, way to invest your money, right? So we do some basic business investments with that Trump money, with the money that he got from Fred Trump, right? We would have more money than Trump does now. Trump is not a good businessman. He's a bad businessman. He is not ahead of the curve. He is way the fuck behind the curve. The only reason that he's got any kind of money at all is because he started his career on, like, I don't know, 9th base, right? You talk about people like, you know, George W. Bush starting their life on 3rd base, right? And thinks he, you know, hit a triple, right? Trump is like, you know, beyond that, right? Trump has had all kinds of money. In fact, it got so bad that when Trump's casino business, right? Casino is an easy business. You've seen films, right, where there's just scraping money off the top, like they're skimming money, right, off casinos because there's just so much money. They make so much money, like, you know, almost without like really trying, right? It's a very easy way to make money. If you can run a casino, you should be able to make money. Trump lost money. He lost money on casinos, and to prop himself up, he had to have Daddy Trump come in there, go into the casino, and buy chips. And just never cash out. Trump's dad purchased casino chips and never cashed out as a way to pass money on to his son, I think without paying taxes. So he's always been dirty. He's always been a crappy businessman. He's never been good. He's never been competent. He's never been anything. But this dude relates to him because, like, apparently his family owned a multi-million-dollar car dealership, right? So he comes from money too. So he's like, that's just like me. That's just like me. That's just like me.
Blue. I came out 2016, a song called Silver Spoon. And like, it was right when Trump was about to win the election, I felt. And then I just felt like, you know what?
What was that? Was that a blow-up doll? Was that a Trump blow-up doll?
Trump's just like me. I'm the Donald Trump of rap.
You are just like Donald Trump. You both suck.
A lot of people told me like it's career suicide. And the Republican
people, you are the Donald Trump. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. We're talking like $300 million lot.
They're not going to support you. Think they're going to have you around at their rallies with face tattoos and the way you are. We're out here supporting Trump. Next thing you know, Trump wins. The phone's ringing. Everybody booking me. Everybody
Look at the back of the jacket. It says he wants to ride with Trump. Trump and his family have always been very close to Nixon and Kissinger. Well, that's why he got Roger Stone, right?
At their rally, everybody want me at their event. Every week, Trump and trucks. You don't got a truck, that's cool, you can ride with me.
He had to leech from another brand because his own brand failed.
All these people who I thought might not have been my fans at one time are overnight Blow fans. People who like supported Donald Trump, Now they found something that they can resonate with me. If you support me, you supporting Trump. Just know that. MAGA, Make America Great Again. People think that, oh, you know, wait till Trump loses, your career's over.
What do you say to that?
I have millions of streams since then. I mean, there's people who pay me like $8,000, $10,000 to perform a MAGA song.
So there's no going back for you. This is it. You're MAGA rap.
Yeah, I'm in it. No amount of money in the world can change it. It's on people like me and Bryson Gray to take MAGA to the next level. It's not on Donald Trump to do that, but he gave this community an opportunity that rappers can make money in.
Our trip to Florida happened to be a few days before the 2022 midterm elections, so Forgiato was headed to a rally for MAGA Republican idol and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
What do you like about DeSantis?
First off, I love that he kept us open and he stood his ground to Biden, so that takes the cake for me.
I love that he unalived grandma. That's what I love. That's what he just said.
But Forgiato was going to this event to
Ron
simply
DeSantis
be a
let
part of
grandma
I tore my Achilles
unalive.
tendon, so I'm in a boot right now, but we still doing it.
So I was curious
Achilles
if people would
tendon.
know
Now,
who
like,
Forgiato was if he wasn't
now here's a
performing
weird
for
thing,
them.
right? That's not a common injury. If you know about your Achilles tendon, that is one of the strongest tendons on your body. Now, it can happen. It can happen, but it's usually from some weird circumstances. I'm trying to remember, like, what exactly will break an Achilles. It's not a super common injury. You can get your Achilles inflamed really easily, right? But in terms of, like, breaking the Achilles, it doesn't happen that much. It doesn't happen that much. I'll be honest. I don't know what he's doing that's breaking an Achilles, right? I don't know what this guy's into. DeSantis is and Trump is. DeSantis is and Trump on the same ride. Trump does not have weak tendons. He's full of it. Wait, did he say that Trump has weak tendons? He claims he's never read a book. Wait, Trump does? Probably like Escalante High School, private school, or Coral Gables, super white and wealthy in Florida.
I got some merch I'm about to give out to my patrons.
The bone spurs. Oh, I forgot about the bone spurs. Yeah, you're right. The bone spurs.
What's up, boss?
That got him out of Vietnam.
What's up, my dog?
He wanted to go to Vietnam, but he couldn't because of the bone spurs.
It's a pleasure. Pleasure to meet you. Come on, come on, come on, come on. What's up, Bob?
Thanks, brother.
Come on, come on. She loves me.
She knew you right away.
That's what's up. That's what's up. What's your favorite song?
I love the Ultra Maga.
See, the hat was perfect for her.
Go Trump and DeSantis. Yeah, baby. Keep Florida free.
As soon as Forgiato walked in, he's like a celebrity. He's handing out hats.
I'm giving you a hat.
Oh, yeah.
People are running up to him. Little kids are recognizing him. What do you like about Forgiato's music?
I just like the pump up. I like how he sings about Trump and stuff that I like.
The pump up. You heard him, man? Pump up.
Do you listen to other rap music?
I used to listen to like mainly country.
Okay.
I started listening to his music and I'm like, yeah, I like this. And I don't like listening to rap music and stuff. I don't listen to that. A lot of times they say a bunch of bad stuff, but I'm hearing your videos. I'm like, wow, I really liked it.
What does MAGA rap mean to you?
I love him. I love his attitude and what he stands for.
Mother, she tells me what to buy. I have him on my phone too. You gotta hear this song, Mommy. This is great.
I don't give a fuck what people think. Yeah, I love it.
Your fan base, it seems, are people who maybe don't really listen to rap music outside of you. Maybe it's like the first time they've kind of come into it. They're a little bit like older crowd.
Freedom, Florida. Freedom, Florida.
So why rap music as being the vehicle to message out to people with conservative values?
Rap's still the #1 genre in America. Even if you don't support rap and you're a patriot, support us because you know what? Your kids like rap.
Wait, this is almost like, does this sound kind of like, this sounds like a script for sales, right? If you ever have done like door-to-door or any kind of sales, especially like cold call sales, right? You might know this kind of stuff that they'll give you things to say. Like they'll give you like lines to basically say that, like, you know, and if they say this, if they say, well, I can't buy this because I'm waiting on my next paycheck, be like, oh no, we have a payment plan, right? So they give you something for everything that somebody might offer you as far as resistance. Oh, I don't really like rap. Well, you should like rap. You should care about rap. Like, look, we're out here We're out here getting people, you know, your kids like rap, other people like rap. It's the most popular genre. Even if you don't like my music, if you don't like rap, even if you don't like my face tattoos, still come out and support me anyway. Still give me your money anyway, because like I am out here doing it for Trump. That's kind of what this is. Sales. This feels like sales, doesn't it? People like him fall from trees in Florida, just in 10-mile radius of the villages. Nice. Do you all know about the villages?
Listens to rap. I feel like politics has always been.
Does everybody know the villages?
So what do you think the future of MAGA rap is? Where do you see it going?
To the top. I feel like it's just starting.
Of course.
After the rally, Forgiato headed out to shoot a music video for his song Mar-a-Lago with another Florida rapper, Bez Believe.
A bag of bill, pulling up in style.
Aside from the song being called Mar-a-Lago, the shoot felt like a typical rap music video, with cars, women, and plenty of cash on hand.
I heard Mar-a-Lago. Take a drink. Those Trump hundreds we saw earlier today.
So it sounds like most people know the villages. If you don't, the villages are like, it is like a mega retirement community, right? If I'm understanding it right. It is a big. It's like a city, or like several cities, right? Of a retirement community. People come from, you know, different parts of the country. They move there, and it's pretty conservative, right? It's not entirely conservative, because there was like a Democratic club in the villages. Famously, let's see if we can find this. I just want to show you this really quick if we can. The villages, golf carts. Retiring to the Villages, Florida. That's a YouTube channel. Oh, there's Nick Johnson has there's videos about this. Refurbished golf cart, quick tip on golf carts. Wait, I was hoping I'd find this. Oh no. Villager screams this. Villager screams. Can you see what that says? I can't say that. At golf cart rally in Florida. It's like a Villagers for Trump golf cart rally. Villagenews.com. Wow.
Know that there was no diversity down here when I came. Black Lives Matter to me. Trump is destroying our country, and I absolutely can't sit back.
So like I said, like not obviously, you know, it's a big retirement compound. Not everybody thinks the same. There's like a, you know, Black Lives Matter contingent here, and
watch what he's doing.
Oh my God, I'm so scared. I'm so scared of what they're gonna yell. I'm so scared they're gonna yell something worse.
I can't stand Trump.
But see, they're coming by in this like, yeah, see, they're holding up the Make America Sane Again, but these Trumpers in these golf carts come by. Right, and they yell, well, I can't say what they yell, but they yell power, but they say like a certain color, right? So this color, power, is what they yell, right? That's what this is. So it's like yeah. They do that in Arizona too. It's maddening. Look at those cars, the Japanese fascist, looks like those cars. Oh, I don't know about the Japanese fascist cars. I imagine there were a bunch of conservative grandparents who in 2016 were really concerned about their property values. I cannot tell you what the sign says due to mod restraints. Yeah, I literally can't tell you what they're saying due to YouTube restraints, right? Veterans for Trump. Yeah, it's like this really ugly scene that happens between and all they're trying to do is there's a few of these people that are like have like Black Lives Matter sign these other and they're all riding around in golf carts because apparently that's how you get around in the villages. They say stuff Germans in 1938 would be tickled pink to hear. Exactly. I can't use a lot of words. Yeah. Drive around in the tiny cars with huge speakers. I haven't seen that. Is that the guy that yells it? But yeah, look at these ugly, ugly scene here. And these people that are like pro Joe Biden or anti Donald Trump, they're the minority. Oh my God, this is funny. Even the anti-Trump people are misspelling their signs. Like, right? It's supposed to say bigot / racist, but it says raciest. Bigot / racist, fly Trump flags, but it says raciest. They don't know how to spell racist. They're like, is racist with the I? Is racist with the E? Yeah, let's use an I and an E. Let's use an I and an E. It's a raciest. Bigots and raciest. Okay, anyway, that's the villages.
That's not prop money.
Yeah, Mar-a-Lago, you feel me? They go down.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the Dark Brandon side there. That's the Dark Brandon contingent.
Oh my God, no, my God, oh my God. Got it.
It's that stimulus package.
And after the video wrapped, I got a chance to talk to Bez Believe, who has collaborated with Forgiato for their album Trump and Trap, but he's not fully embraced MAGA ideals in his music or—
Wait, is that right? 97% of village residents have an STI? Oh, yeah, there was the other thing too, is that like apparently the people in the villages, like they're, you know, there was a lot of coupling between people in the villages, I guess. Yeah. They're running after the money. That's what they're
does.
Yeah.
I wanted to know why Bez hasn't gone full MAGA rap and what he thinks about the MAGA rap.
They're a plague in all retirement communities
in general.
How much have you incorporated MAGA or politically driven music into the music that you create now?
I would say it's about like 20-25% of my arsenal.
And look at that, they all have those beards too. They all have those beards. Like what it looks kind of like Castro's beard or like, but like I've noticed that a lot of the like Proud Boys have those beards.
Say I'm a political rapper or a MAGA rapper. That's just not
like,
who
I mean,
I am. I like
obviously, I don't think it's I don't think it's like a Castro like reference or anything.
They're just really rapping from the heart.
Have you?
Yes,
had
even your
any MAGA
grannies.
rap fans
Even your grannies.
You and
Big
like,
time.
yeah. Okay.
Oh,
So what
yeah.
are the MAGA rap fans like?
They're loyal.
Yeah.
They're loyal and supportive, and if they like it, they buy it.
Is there longevity to MAGA rap in your opinion?
Maybe the term MAGA rap might fade out, but
Is
there's
it
gonna be
Baked
something
Alaska?
else that fan base gravitates
Baked Alaska
towards.
look?
That, you know, maybe I guess more Republican audience. That's forever.
Some of the music that is like super hard on that MAGA, on that like political level. Do you ever think it goes too far?
I respect
MAGA
everybody's
communist beard.
creative expression. I think there's records that definitely.
Oh shit! Let me see YouTube chat.
Sometimes I'm like, damn, bro, you pushed it there.
What's up, Joe?
This is.
The villages are a massive
like
retirement
Disneyland.
zone in Florida.
This is the craziest music video shoot I've ever been on. That's a
MAGA rap for people who don't like rap. Oh yeah, not grooming here at all. The 11-year-old kid, like, you know, feeding him into the Trump machine. He is Mr. Blow. Yeah, indeed. Yes, indeed. Sorry, I like lost track of YouTube chat for a second. Have you lost track of me? Are you still with me, YouTube chat? 57. We're trying to get to 60. Can we hit it 60?
Cart full of
Like I said, YouTube chat, I don't know if this is gonna get, this stream might get taken down. We're watching Vice. Vice is pretty bad about, Vice can be pretty bad about, like, you know, copyright claims. Obviously these MAGA rappers, you know, like they could, like at any, what I'm saying is that at any moment the stream could go down. So get those likes in while you can, right?
children that just pulled up.
The next day, we met up with Forgiato at the studio for a recording session.
Casey, my main guy, does all the mixing for me, does all my engineering. I get up every day, I do music, this is my job.
Ask
I
me
get up
gross
every day, I try
STI
to save
questions
the
about
country,
the
this is my
elderly,
job.
please.
That's been my biggest culture shock is like they live the life.
In the studio with Forgiato were fellow rappers Stony Dude Bro.
Oh wait, so it's not a Castro beard because they're shaving they're shaving like right here, but then they're leaving their beard like right. Is it more like a Brigham Young beard or something? No, because the Brigham Young beard is just on the neck, right? I'm trying to think of the correct reference for this. I assist and host senior sexual seminars. Oh, to fight STIs in Hawaii. That seems like good work to be doing. We all know that Owen Schroyer, I think his name is the dude from Alex Jones' show who also hosts the Weird Beard. Has a weird beard like that? I have a beard and mustache, just not shaving at all. I don't get this look with the beard without the mustache. The elderly need so much catch up on sexual health. True. Owen Schroyer. I vaguely remember that guy. I vaguely remember that. Brigham Young. Ew. 2 more to go. Can we get 2 more? My subscribers went up to 1.55k. They're almost at 1.6k. They're almost at 1.56k. There will be at 1.6k before we know it. Things are really starting to snowball. And you're going to see some big changes, but hitting that like button is crucial. Is crucial to making that change, getting that bigger chat, getting more people into here for longer periods of time, making chat more active, making chat more interesting, and all the rest, right? These men stomp around like you wouldn't believe. Beard stash.
Stoney ready to rap?
And Bryson Gray.
Stoney.
Stoney is an emerging MAGA rapper and
this
protege
guy,
of Forgiato's.
Stoney Dude Bro. Stoney Dude Bro is his name.
Bryson is one of the biggest faces in MAGA rap, creating viral hits such as Trump is Your President and Let's Go Brandon.
Me and Bryson gonna work on a new song.
Do you know exactly what you're gonna write yet?
We got some beats, we can go through, come up with some ideas.
Staying relevant in MAGA rap means quickly dropping tracks that keep up with the ever-changing news cycle.
We got a lot
they
of
never wear condoms?
Right
no.
Kyrie Irving benched in the wake of tweeting about an anti-Semitic film.
The NBA banned him 5 games, and he had to do a public apology. But we're coming off Kyrie not taking a vaccine.
This is very corny. Very, very corny.
Season, and I just think it's crazy that somebody could just tell you what to do with your body.
But the reason he was banned this time is for anti-Semitic remarks.
Yeah.
You think that it's crazy that somebody could tell you what to do with your body? You live in Florida, asshole. You live in Florida. You got a guy named Ron DeSantis that you should take that conversation up with, okay? You think it's crazy that anybody can tell you what to do with your body? Hassan used ChatGPT to auto-generate MAGA rap. It literally sounded the same as these guys. That's awesome. Wait, what? How does that work? I want to see that. Should we watch that?
Movie that's about that. Right. But where's your freedom of speech? Just because I dribble a basketball doesn't mean I have to think like you think.
Why do the beards have to look so unnatural? I don't know.
So Forgiato, Bryson, and Stoney plan to write and record an entirely new track and film a music video in the next 10 hours.
The only issue with this song is that Kyrie literally apologized like a couple hours ago, so it's like, ugh.
Yeah, but I'm going
the whole vibe of the song, but it's like,
I'm still going Kyrie mode because at the end of the day, he ain't got that vaccine.
Did I lose my freaking? Oh no.
To apologize because they got exposed. And I be taking pictures, so I stopped the post.
So that's the irony is that Kyrie didn't apologize.
Some going Kyrie mode.
I just dropped the 35 like I'm KD. Achilles blown, but I'm still jumping out the league. Falling like Magic Johnson, no HIV. Ooh. Falling like Magic Johnson, no HIV.
And this is the.
You heard that right. You heard that right, everybody. Ballin' like Magic Johnson, no. See, and what that was, right? What the function of that no HIV is basically a no homo. Now, like, not that like Magic Johnson was, gay or anything like that, but like these guys are so homophobic, they associate like HIV with being gay, and they got to make sure that that they are not. They just like Magic Johnson in terms of the basketball ability, I guess, but without the HIV. Just so you're clear. That was like, it was like a unnecessary no homo. It was like, no, who asked? Nobody asked. Nobody would think of that. Nobody. You don't need to cover. You don't need to make the excuse. But you're gonna make the excuse anyway. You were gonna make the excuse anyway because you're just that homophobic. That's what that is. That is a big, self-report of insecurity. The man who is insecure about his sexuality there. Mustaches can be annoying, but I'd just rather not have any facial hair. It's not just your body when you're giving le couf to other players.
The effortlessness of just seeing him build a record.
They know we run the internet, but we not in the net. They trying to do me like
They know we run the internet, but we're not in the net. That's what he said. Oh my God, this is so bad. They know we run the internet, but we're not in the net. God damn.
I'm headed west. They trying to copyright my style, so I bust a left. They trying to imitate the GOAT. I'm legendary, yes. I'm banned. Like I'm the leader of a hate group from all social media. They took my verified pages, they took my verified Facebooks. YouTube banned me. You mean to tell me I can't be on YouTube because I say the word election in my songs?
Was that the real reason why you were banned, or was it like the phrase, or was it that you were saying the election was stolen?
Nah, anything trying to say that the 2020 election didn't go the way it was supposed to go, rigged or whatever. But if I say I'm not rapping the 2020 election was rigged. I just say, they stole the votes. We the people lost the hope. We're trying to get this country back. I didn't say 2020 election was stolen by Joe Biden and Democrats. So how do you know what election I'm really talking about?
What?
Joe also shot.
How do you know what? What? No, I could be talking about the fucking election in 1982, the midterm election. Yeah, that was really bad for Reagan. No, I could be talking about 1994's election. I could be talking about I don't know, or 1998's election. I could be talking about 2006 election. George Bush was what the fuck? He thinks it's okay. Oh my God, these seniors love the puppies too. Baby's first dog whistle. What the fuck with this? This guy must think that we are very unintelligent, right? Who's imitating on the left? Yeah, he said he's gonna turn a left so that I don't know. What did he say? Obviously he was talking about JFK's. There we go. That's right. Richard Nixon robbed. Clearly
on the day of the insurrection.
He knows about those dead people voting in Chicago, right? In the 1960 election.
Obviously, you were at the Capitol on January 6th, outside the Capitol on January 6th.
He's outside. No, he wants you to know. He wants you to. It's very important you understand. He's outside the Capitol. He was not on the inside of the Capitol with Baked Alaska and Nick Fuentes. He was on the outside. He stayed on the outside. It's outside the Capitol. He's outside the Capitol. It's okay. He's not in there with Q Shaman. He's not sharing a vegan wrap with Q Shaman. He's on the outside. It's okay. It
was lit. Those were the greatest days. I can look back, just being there, waking up in the Trump Hotel, going downstairs. You walk outside, and there was literally 30,000 people in MAGA hats. We were just moving around. Next thing you know, we're in an area where it's all Antifa, and it's just us.
It was all Antifa. He's still on this crap about Antifa. Yo, listen, okay? If there were any Antifa groups talking about January 6th, it was to tell people not to go there. It was to tell people that was a bad scene. There was going to be a bunch of armed chuds there, and that they were going to try to provoke something, right? But anyway, no. But they want to keep up this lie that it was those people weren't actually this is what they said first, right? Their first thing was okay, January 6th, what's going on, right? Why are you you love the country? Why are you trying to why are you trying to break into the Capitol and stop the electoral process, stop the transfer of power? Oh, it wasn't us, it was Antifa. It was Antifa. They got the MAGA hats. They got the Proud Boy shirts. They got all that stuff to look like us, and they dressed up like us. It wasn't really us. It was Antifa, though. It was all Antifa. Ashley Babbitt, Antifa. All these people, all these Proud Boys were there. No, secretly Antifa. They were all Antifa. That was their first thing, right? And now they're not saying that anymore. They are not saying that anymore. Hard to believe, but yeah, Q Shaman. Yeah, that's right. Q Shaman, fellow vegan, apparently. Yeah. You take the dogs to visit people. That is loneliness is a real issue. 2000 election was there we go. 2000 election. There's one you could actually talk about, right? But no, they he's just trying to play us like we're silly. He's just trying to play us like we're silly. I don't know why he was banned, but he deserved. Oh my god, for being cringe. It was NCC doing Tabby cosplay. That's right, Black Phillip. You know the lore. You know the lore. It was NCC doing Tabby cosplay. But they're not even saying that anymore. What they're saying is that the January 6ers did nothing wrong. They were on a tour. They were on a guided tour. They were just chilling out in the, they were totally supposed to be there. The cops were like, come on in. It's everything's fine. You're like, right? That's what they're saying now. They're literally, they've changed their stories so many times on this stuff. They have changed their stories so many times on this.
Like that moment?
Listen, how can I explain it? That's that energy though. It's just like experience that a lot of people don't understand how crazy it literally looked like the Purge out there a few times. That was fun. Like even like going back over Antifa on the late night, you know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna lie.
It was so lit.
I mean, to say though that you miss January 6th, which for a lot of people in the country was seen as a day that democracy was put under major threat and that people were
they weren't fighting Antifa there. They were fighting cops.
storming the Capitol.
Like, are they gonna call the cops Antifa now?
I just think about those times because now it's like kind of boring. Because after January 6th, everybody got scared to actually pop outside.
That day, I felt like Trump's got this in the bag. You know what I'm saying? He's about to get the country back. I've changed my life over this. This has affected our life. It's affected the way we live and how we go.
Kyrie, I got no mask, no vax. I ain't trusting any IVs. Face cards, MAGA, I don't need no ID.
Forgiato was saying that he doesn't like weed, so you have to come out here to smoke.
Yeah, facts.
And also your name is Stony
Dude Bro.
Where did that name come from? Like why?
So, I smoke from the time I wake up until the time I go to bed. And I say dude and bro a lot. My nickname was Dude Bro in college.
So dude, bro. Yeah. How did you get into MAGA rap?
I just have always really liked politics and I've always really loved music. And I never thought that I would be able to combine the two, and here I am now. I also do have this newly acquired conservative 40 to 50 plus group of followers.
Do you think that there's things that like you have faced that people who are fans of your music might not have faced personally in their life?
Yeah, I do think I've probably have went through different things, but as a mixed minority male in America, and I actually grew up in a predominantly white area of Ohio, I did deal with racism at times. I really don't play the race card. I really try to break down those narratives, and when I do speak against those narratives, I think it does really open up my audience to listen to what I have to say.
We run the internet, but we ain't internet.
Right now, they're filming a music video for the song that they just recorded like an hour ago.
Mayor of Magaville, yeah, you know what's evident. Mayor of Magaville, yeah, future president. So we're gonna head to this basketball court to shoot this video.
Oh, this is cool. Is this one of Forgiato's many whips? I have no idea what you would call the color of this car. Iridescent? I don't even know. Is this a typical day in your life? You get up, record a song, make a music video, and drop it?
It's my normal day.
This is a quantity game, I guess, in the MAGA rap world.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's just about who can put the most songs out the fastest. The quality's there because what takes somebody 3 weeks to do don't take me 3 weeks to do.
What is your thought when someone's like, these guys are just grifting. They're grifting on Trump, they're grifting on
I love
MAGA.
it. How am I grifting something I started? And they say us, this is a grift, but how can I grift something I created? How am I grifting something I'm getting banned doing?
Forgiato just went to talk to some guys who are playing basketball right now because we pulled up to like a public basketball court to shoot the second half of this music video. You know who this is? You listen to his music?
I follow him, yeah. Praise God. Put out a new one.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Wait, what's the name of the song that he just put out that you remember?
Yes, ma'am. She is on point.
She's on point.
Didn't you just drop that today?
Yes, I just saw it like right before we came down here.
Terry. This is Terry. Terry, what's up? Hey. We shooting right here. Watch out. Be careful. With a little puppy. You getting the shot. Thank you.
I'm sorry, bro. This transgender looking at me, bro.
Okay, now this is wild, right? This is wild. Did you see what just happened there? This is a really weird part, right? His name sounds like a gamer tag of a guy who camps with boomsticks in Call of Duty. It looks like wait, are you talking about Stony Dude Bro, or are you talking about, what is the other guy's name? Blow? I can't remember this guy. What the other guy looks like another rich kid who cosplays as Wu-Tang. The dude gets his dope from the dispensary only. They literally sound like a parody of a horrible rich rappers that Twisted Insane puts in his songs. Which Gore should have fought, yeah. But thank you for the super chat, Hilmander. How are you doing? How are you doing tonight? We're closing out the show with some MAGA rap. We got to check in on our MAGA rappers, because MAGA rap's a real thing. It's not AstroTurf. No, it's a real deal. Just like liking my YouTube stream is a real deal. If we can get it to 60 likes, we got 11 minutes to do that. We need 3 more likes to do that. I have every faith, YouTube chat, you can do that. Anybody who hasn't hit that like button already, I know it's really boring. I know it's just the little hand, and you press the button to make the hand turn from just being an outline to being filled in. But trust me, getting that hand filled in, making that like happen is instrumental to my plan. I have got a plan. I've got a long-term plan, but it requires you to be involved in it. Hit that like button.
Do you know these folks? You said hi.
Terry, yeah, she lives here.
One more to go. We're almost there.
Terry.
He stands for what he stands for.
Okay, do you see? So you see, one of the guys is like okay with this trans person. The other guy is like really weird and standoffish. Oh wow, this is like, wait, is this the most rewatched part of the video? Yep, this is the most replayed. Right here is the I guess the money shot. I don't know. I don't want to say it like that. Yeah. Hey Terry, what's up?
Terry, what's up? Hey, we shooting right here. Watch out. Be careful with a little puppy. You getting a shot? Thank you.
I'm sorry, bro. This transgender looking at me, bro. They want me to take the jet, I'm going carry mode. Want me to apologize because they got exposed. And VIB taking pictures.
Do you know these folks? You said hi.
Terry, yeah, she lives here.
Seemed like Bryson didn't love seeing Terry.
He stands for what he stands for.
Doesn't bother you?
So we got some tolerance here, right? We got some tolerance for intolerance, right? One of these MAGA dudes is like friends with this. She's gonna talk in a second. We're gonna see what her deal is. Why maybe this one MAGA dude's okay with her and the other MAGA dude is not okay with her. But like the MAGA dude that's okay with her is also okay with the MAGA dude that's very much not okay with her, right? So that's
nope. That Bryson has a problem is about him?
Yeah.
No, Bryson's his own man.
Yeah.
Bryson's deep in that Bible. You feel me? Terry, what's up?
He's deep in that Bible.
I kind of dropped the ball with your mom because I signed that petition. I signed it as Terry. My voter name is.
Oh yeah, it's all good.
So this particular video, what's
It's a song about Kyrie. They're on him because you want to take the vaccine.
You know, you guys got your heads on straight.
You love America, right? You're a big Trumper.
So you got your heads on straight. Are you a Trumper?
I voted for Trump.
I voted for Trump. It hurts me, chat. It hurts me.
You
voted for Trump?
We love Trump out here,
my
baby.
gosh.
There's a bunch of gals like myself who are not liberal. We're not in the box.
Yeah.
We're not painted by
We're the good ones. We're the good ones.
the whole crowd that says, okay, if you're going to be trans or LGBT, you have to be in the liberal box. And we're not.
It's not going to save you, though. It's absolutely not going to save you. You're going to be like the last people that DeSantis rounds up. He's still going to round you up. What are you thinking, lady? What are you thinking?
So what is it about MAGA or Trump that you like more than what I guess
Oh,
the
this is
liberals
so
are
bad.
offering?
This is
I like
so
freedom.
bad.
And it's lost through totalitarian government.
So some MAGA rap stuff is just like talking.
Yo, you're living in Florida. You're living in Florida. Your governor is fucking Ron DeSantis. What are you talking about? Totalitarianism. You are living in fascist Florida, my friend. You are living there. What are you talking about?
about Trump and MAGA, and there's other songs that are anti-LGBTQ, that are anti-trans.
And
does that bother you?
You know what? It doesn't bother me because there's ignorance out there. Everybody's entitled to their own worldview. We're all product of our culture, our upbringing. It doesn't mean this person can't be reached. It might be through the Holy Spirit. It might be through somebody like myself. But I would never push myself on anyone like that. I wouldn't go over to them and say, hey, you should know this.
Even if they want to push their agenda
If they
of
wanted
not
to push
believing
back
that
on me, I'd
trans
listen
is
to them respectfully.
real.
I'm a big girl.
Do you hope that people sometimes who maybe hold those beliefs would do the same to you?
I wouldn't expect it, but it would be wonderful if it happened.
Yeah.
But that's my heart. My heart goes out to people.
That's right.
And it goes out to people in whatever walk of life.
Balling like I'm Magic Johnson, but no HIV.
You okay?
Yes, it's not a her though.
You seem to be a little shook.
We got 60. We got 60.
It just feels orchestrated.
Forgiato is like friends. He knows these people because he grew up around here.
I still think it's set up. I think this was coordinated attack.
A coordinated attack?
Yes,
By who?
Not an attack, but a coordinated attack.
You think, who's setting this up? She lives right there. She lives in that house.
I keep saying she. This is driving me. I am triggered.
I am triggered
Dang,
by
you're triggered. I thought that was the
by
liberals.
correctly gendering a trans person.
So we're supposed to be triggered and sensitive, feeling like a bit of an animosity.
No,
towards
it's
them.
disgust. It's not animosity.
Disgust.
This hurts to see. This hurts to see. This really sucks.
It's not that person specifically. It's every time I see somebody like that, like it's just like disgusts me. Everybody talking about being tolerant, but nobody's tolerant of my Bible that I read.
Who shut you down for
No, I feel like they're very tolerant for you. I feel like you're making a scene with your friend, your fellow, collaborators. I guess this is a collaboration, right? They're doing a collaboration. You're making a scene with your collaborator's friend, right? You're making a scene. This isn't just him privately not being okay with this woman, right? This is him making a scene over her, and they're being very tolerant of his rudeness. They're going out of their way to be tolerant, make sure he's comfortable, make sure that his bigotry is totally catered to, right? They're being very tolerant of you. What are you talking about? My grandmom said she was thinking about dating again. My blood pressure can't handle. Oh my God. The most accepted religion in the U.S. Yeah. Christian victim complex. There we go.
Biblical beliefs.
SoundCloud and Spotify literally banned me due to hate speech. These are songs called Pride Month and a song called Safe Space. They banned me because of my biblical views on LGBTQ+.
Oh, because of hate speech towards LGBTQ
hate speech, right?
People.
But then again, if a gay person say God was transgender, they can say that freely, no ban, no nothing. I'm not tolerant of LGBT.
No, you're cool, Shakespeare. Just let's try to leave other streamers out of it.
So if the LGBT person is definitely not tolerant of a Nazi. If somebody's a Nazi, you wouldn't be so tolerant. It's impossible for tolerance to be global. It just can't happen.
Are you tolerant of Nazis?
I think Nazis be able to speak if they want to speak.
What if they see you trans people?
They do.
And that's okay?
Yeah, that's their view.
Yeah, but you right now with Terry believe that your truths or whatever about how you see Terry is correct.
Well,
so then that's also acknowledging that if a Nazi sees you as subhuman, and if that's what they believe, then they're correct?
In their mind. But this is different.
So then you're just correct in your mind.
No, that's not true. 80% of what I said is objectively true.
Show 2024, baby.
They aren't sending their best.
That person would never be allowed in my house to eat or drink, though.
You wouldn't let them in your house?
No, ma'am.
Another person that doesn't understand their own God?
I'm transphobic, so I am kind of scared of them.
Terry likes the music. That's a trans person who likes your music.
Yeah, I think that person likes Forgiato Blow's music. And if it does like my music, I don't think if that person heard Safe Space of Pride Month, they would,
Okay, we're getting, I'm pretty sure that she doesn't go by its pronouns, but that's what we're getting. That's what we're getting.
That same view. And they possibly could. They could. It's still respect.
That's what we got, right? Now it's one thing if somebody if that's somebody's pronouns, right? That's clearly not her pronouns.
Yeah, but that doesn't change how I view that person.
Yeah, he said he was scared of her.
At all.
After my time in Florida, I traveled to the outskirts of Chicago to attend the God Save America Festival, a proof of concept show for a hopeful nationwide MAGA rap tour featuring Forgiato, Bryson, and another rapper, Tyson James. But before the concert, I wanted to spend more time with Bryson.
I
to
mean,
learn
it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse.
about how he got into MAGA rap.
You can ask me any controversial question you want.
And after the interaction,
Yeah, Tyson James. Now, I'm not sure, but I seem to. That name sounds familiar to me too. I'm not sure where from.
Terry in Florida, I also wanted to learn more about his Christian faith and how that influences his music.
I don't know when everything went so woke. Why is there
Wait, that's Bryson Gray. Wait, I think I've heard this before.
feminist in every TV
Why is there a feminist in every TV show?
show? I can't watch a movie
Why is there a feminist? I can't watch a movie without seeing rainbows.
without seeing rainbows. I can't find a male music artist not wearing girl clothes.
Wait, whoa. Oh, that was the most tortured bar I've ever heard. I can't find a male music artist that's not wearing girl clothes? Did I catch that right? I can't. Also, feminist in every TV show. Why are you watching Anita Sarkeesian? What do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, I can't find a male music artist that's not wearing girl clothes? That was super awkward. Tyson made a song called Rittenhouse. Yeah, I can't find a male music artist that's not wearing girl clothes. Not exactly flowing off the tongue there.
I saw on your Twitter bio that you say you're like a Christian rapper.
Yes.
Do you say you're a Christian rapper, a MAGA rapper, a combination of both?
So Maga rapper is a label that got pit on the lane. But I view myself as like a Christian conservative
That is
rapper.
wild.
Which you can't call MAGA.
How do you feel about having
That
a
is
MAGA
wild.
rap label associated with you? Do you like it?
Of course, I am MAGA. So I don't
MAGA
mind
through
it.
and through.
You know what I'm saying? Because I am MAGA. Like, you can't get more MAGA than me.
Define MAGA for me.
Well, a lot of people think it's solely about Trump.
Right.
And I want to separate myself from that type of stuff.
Do you think that there's actually enough people in the MAGA world to like sustain
In the MAGA-verse?
your music and popularity? Like, let's say you were never deplatformed. You had every opportunity to reach every ear that's out there. Like, how big could you
I would probably be the biggest artist, one of the biggest artists out.
You think you'd be one of the biggest artists if you could reach everybody?
I had 400,000 followers on TikTok. I was gaining 10,000 followers a day on TikTok. I had 250,000 followers on Instagram before I got banned. We would probably be, might not be Drake level. We would be at a level where we couldn't be ignored at all.
We
You know what
like
I'm saying? That's
so
why they gotta take us down.
right next to
Because-
Drake.
No disrespect, liberal opinions suck. I'm just on every single Friday. So this is Let's Go Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Featuring Tyson James and Chandler. And this song actually beat Adele 2 weeks in a row. She ended up passing us again.
Adele. Oh
but
my
it took her
God.
2
Sorry,
weeks.
Adele.
We literally outsold her. We
How
were
much money
hyped.
did it make?
I think that week, the song revenue was $42,000.
That you saw directly?
Yeah, for a week. Usually when I release something, it gets like at least top 5 on iTunes.
Do you think most of the people who are coming to the concert this weekend are going to know any of these songs?
Nobody's here for a politician. Nobody's here for no other personalities. They here for us.
Similar to Forgiato, Bryson was making more traditional rap music before making the jump to MAGA, even performing on the popular hip-hop show 106 in Park.
So do you look back and you're like, have shame about the music you used to make?
Shame. I'm like disgusting. Degeneracy. 2017, I was still making sort of secular music, but I had been celibate for like 5 years at that point already. I've been celibate
Wait,
now like
celibate?
almost 12 years.
You've been celibate for 12 years?
I've been celibate for over 12 years, easy.
Why did you make the jump from secular music into MAGA music?
The Bible says in Proverbs 17:15, justifying wickedness is a sin. Online, I was already talking about this stuff. When I saw the Republican primaries, Trump sounded like me. He was overly politically correct. He was blunt, didn't care what you wanted to hear, didn't care about no media storm, because I've always been controversial. I'm like, and then what he was saying was a fact. After that, I started getting loud on social media about it.
Financially, are you able to like sustain yourself through music, or do you need to have like other forms of
I didn't
income?
really not full time.
How much money did you make off music last year?
Last year was probably what, 250,000?
But you're not backed by any major label.
No, all labels are gay.
All labels are
I'm signed to
gay.
Jesus
All the
Christ.
labels.
What can they do that I haven't?
They're gay. The gay labels. I don't want to be on the gay labels. I got to be on the I-word rap. All the labels are gay. Every single one of them. They're gay. I don't have any interest in the gay labels. That's not my thing. I like to get loud on social media like Trump. Justify wickedness is a sin. Trump sounds like me. Yeah, grab her by the Grab her by the kitty cat. Pretty sure Tom McDonald has said that too. That all the major labels are gay. Like Hassan says this, like, right, ironically, right, when he's making fun of like Fragile, like, you know, like when he's making like, but the people that Hassan's making fun of usually aren't actually calling stuff gay. It's just Hassan's like saying, "Oh, I see, you think it's gay." That's what he's like. He's kind of like reading into what they're saying, right? But this guy just straight up came out and say it. This guy just straight up came out and said it, like, right? He said, like, you know, those major labels, they're gay. I don't. Like, and like, I mean, like, obviously he doesn't mean it like literally gay, but like, you know, like it's like that. It's like what a kid in 2014 would say about like music that he doesn't like. Why don't you like it? 'Cause it's gay. It's gay. We got the ice bucket challenge. Why is that the ice bucket challenge? Why is getting... Oh, because I guess I turned it... I turned the obsidian into... Or I turned the lava into obsidian, so it's... Oh my god, no. Don't want that. I can't find a male music artist that's not wearing girl clothes. That's my problem. Everything is gay. Everything is so gay. It's just gay. It's God, that's like... Yeah. But it's just like, I kind of laugh when Hassan says that, because like usually I'm like, well, they're not actually out there saying that, right? You know, Hassan's like reading it from what they're saying, but they're not actually out there saying that, like, right? Because that's, at this point, it's cringe. Like to call stuff gay as a pejorative is cringe, right? Like, they're still kind of allowed to say like the R slur, call stuff the R slur as a pejorative, right? But calling stuff gay is just like, you don't hear that very much outside of like a 90s movie or something. He admits to being a transphobe. He's admitted to being a bigot. He'll probably never realize how messed up. It's like a 2000s throwback. I don't know. It almost seems like, well, yeah, maybe 2000s. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Feng Shi. It's more like 2000s. People were still saying that in the 2000s, but I can't. Where I find a male music artist that I'm just looking for a male music artist that's not wearing girl clothes. Can we get that? Can we just get that at least? Let's. This is wild. This is entirely wild.
Accomplished. They'll probably tell you to put on a dress and some makeup. Look at all these homos getting popular.
Is the culture of
Homos?
MAGA anti-LGBTQ?
There's two separate MAGAs. I want to be clear. And the other side of MAGA is more accepting, more inclusive.
And you're not as like down with that.
So diversity of tactics, I guess, right? Is that what he's saying?
Nah, because when I first got into this movement, the reason I came into this movement is because people was talking about God.
What he's saying is like, you know, we saw it earlier where like his friend was like okay with a trans woman who was pro MAGA, right? You're pro MAGA trans woman, I'm all right with you, right? Happy May Day to you too, yeah. Happy actual Labor Day before they changed it. This was what Labor Day was originally supposed to be. They couldn't allow that because it's too damn revolutionary. So they changed Labor Day to September, but this is the real Labor Day. This is the real day where all workers in the world should have unity, where all workers in the world should unite. This is the real day. But yeah, this is so that's what he's talking about, right? He's like, so the other MAGA guy like respects him, is like, no, he's deep in the Bible, like he's all right, he's deep in the Bible, like I don't agree with him, I'm gonna be nice to my trans friend, I'm gonna respect her. I don't know, he might have been misgendering her, but he's at least like cool with her, right? He's at least like not, you know, being mean to her face. This other guy was like, you know, just like, you know, get that away from me, right? And so that's the two different sides to MAGA that he's talking about. There's a eliminationist face, right? Which he's which he's, showing us right now. And then there's a we're going to pretend to be nice to you. We're going to pretend that we're okay with gay people, with trans people, with other marginalized people that are okay with MAGA until we can consolidate enough, power to be able to eliminate them, right? So there's two different faces. There's the fake face, which we saw before, and there's his face, which is the real face, right?
Be inclusive, I would have just stayed a dang on Democrat.
Bryson has had an unexpected path into MAGA. He grew up in North Carolina in a predominantly Democratic household, and his grandmother was even a member of the Black Panther Party. Bryson's parents have taken issue with his political views, and they were wary about him incorporating those views into his music. But now they fully support his career and have come down to Chicago for the God Save America Fest.
Our kids are a lot.
Was your household political growing up?
No. Not really, no.
Forced us to vote Democrat.
They did.
Forced?
As we got older to vote, yeah.
Yeah.
Not forced.
I just naturally thought,
not forced.
As a black person, I was supposed to be Democrat.
And that sounds like it's maybe changed for you guys?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I'm not gonna say he opened my eyes, but he did get me to think about my conservative views already.
Do you remember when Bryson made the switch to MAGA music? Is it immediate, or did you see a gradual shift?
As fuck supporting the
Bryson
grift.
Went to a
They're
Trump
protecting
rally.
him.
Bryson had on this big Make America Great Again hat, Bryson. A really big hat, huge hat. And they got him on the news.
I feel like I remember this. Oh, okay.
Which is sort of insane because this is politics. I can support whoever the hell I want to support.
And Trump saw it and tweeted, "Thank you, Bryson." And his followers just started going crazy. When I saw him, trying to get into this political scene, I'm like, that's not gonna mix, dude. You can't do this rap music, which is part of black culture, and then come out with this big Trump hat on your head. This is not getting ready to mix.
In the beginning, when he ain't had no money and he had to go off to some conservative event,
Oh, we still always supporting him.
we always
support
Do you
him.
see more of a market for MAGA music now than, when Trump was running or when he was in office?
I don't understand why Bryson Gray has not
Once
been
again,
nominated. I just
grift.
wanna say that.
Nominated.
For a Grammy.
Basically, the answer is that there is a lane for MAGA music.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm here in Chicago. We having a MAGA music concert, proving that there's a lane for MAGA music right now.
We're outside of Base Camp, which is the venue that the God Save America Festival is being held at. This is like kind of a small suburb retirement community. This is
Got
actually
14
technically
pieces
a
of
ski
obsidian
lodge.
here.
The MAGA rappers who are performing
We're doing
tonight, they all
it.
traveled
We're doing
into
it.
this
We're really
event.
doing
They're
it.
trying to prove that there's a market for MAGA music outside of like a Trump rally or a political event. Not sure how rowdy and crazy.
So do you
it's
see
gonna
what they're
be,
trying to
but
say?
Yeah. Looking forward to a MAGA concert.
It's one thing to so
There's just something funny about
here's
the
what they're saying, right? So as far as getting booked, as far as doing a concert, as performing, right? They can get booked for political events, right? If there's a Trump event, if there's a MAGA event, they can say, hey, I'm a MAGA rapper, and they can pay them, to come out, right? That can happen. But they don't feel like that's real. They don't feel like they're really making it because it's not about them. It's about whatever politician that they're supporting or whatever, thing that they're doing is about politics, right? They want to have a concert that is it's still politically themed. They're still, political, right, they're MAGA rappers, but they want to see if they can make it work, financially without being latched on to a rally, right? That's what they're trying to do with this show. That's the proof of concept they're trying to do here, right? It's important to have family support. Can't fault them, but I can fault him, but not his family.
That this MAGA rap concert is also decorated for Halloween. It's kind of empty right now, but according to the people who are organizing this, we're going to be pretty packed by the time the concert starts.
Here, let me check in with the YouTube chat. Get your money. There's two sides to the MAGA fascism and friendly fascism. Exactly.
Company called GOP
T4T transfer
they build
Trump.
themselves
Yeah,
as an
exactly.
entertainment company that brings conservative
Jesus did
people
wear
together
a robe,
to listen
yeah.
to conservative entertainment.
What are girl
My name
clothes?
is Robert Cruz, and I am the organizer of
Yeah,
this
that was
concert.
pretty weird.
GOP Jamboree
Also
is
Sparta.
like an entertainment company.
Correct. It's not a political organization. We are here to try to promote conservative entertainers.
But like, do you see how low the bar is? Like, right? Most people that are trying to make it, they're like trying to put up numbers. They're trying to, they're trying to like, these people are going to be happy if they can just do a show that is not like losing a whole bunch of money, that is based on this MAGA rap, right? That's their proof of concept, right? That's where the bar is for them, right? It's like, they know that they can kind of, coattail on some kind of rally or something like that. They've done that before, right? They can get that, which is basically just like, any time, if you want to make money, there is generally money to be made by putting a Trump hat on whatever you're doing, right? There are Trump people, they're some of the easiest people to scam out there. I'm not giving advice here. It sounds like I'm giving advice. It sounds like I'm saying go out there and pretend to be MAGA and go out and scam the Trumpies, right? I'm not actually saying that. I'm just saying that lane exists, that grift exists. Like that is a thing that people do, and that's generally like, they don't have to have the ability to actually sell concert tickets in order to be financially viable, but they want to think of themselves as having some real talent. They want to think of themselves as being somehow, real rappers, which obviously they're not, but just being able, that's how low their bar is, right? If they can set the bar at like, let's see if we can do some kind of, money without being latched onto a political candidate or without being latched onto a Trump rally, then that's a success. And this is what they're going for. MAGA rappers mad that they can't book a real concert or grow their music careers. Well, if it isn't the consequences of their own actions, yeah, they are kind of, there's a legitimate ceiling there that they are not going to get past. Not saying it either. If we all scam the Trumpies, we'd have money to buy subs for NCC. That's right. I remember there was a girl on Twitter who pretended to be a Republican and guys would send her money for nothing. Yeah, it's just like a general fact of the matter, right? That this is AstroTurf culture, right? There is money out there. There is somebody that if you put a MAGA hat on whatever you're doing, there's somebody for that, right? There's somebody that's going to make it rain for you.
Music.
So yeah, there's no politician here tonight. There's no political speakers. It's just
a concert. We want it to be a component in the culture war, so to speak. I hate using that word.
Culture war?
Yeah, I hate that word.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase. I wanted to show a new side of our culture that is starting to emerge. And what that is...
You're saying like conservative culture.
Conservative culture. I started going to political events, and truth be told, everyone's older, maybe a little out of touch, mostly white, and, has a little bit of frumpiness to them. And now the conservatives that I know, the guys that I know and hang out with, they go to bars, they go on vacation with their friends, they take golf trips, they're into concerts. And we wanted to bring those two worlds together.
What's the evolution of tonight's event?
It's always one step.
Wait, golf clubs? Yeah, you want to like wait. This is like you're going for the yacht club money, right? That's what they should go find a marina to play, right? This is where they need to go. Yeah, golf trips. There we go. That's where you should be trying to get your, that's where you should be trying to book your rap group, golf clubs. Riding round in a Rover, if I see the ops, then it's over. I'll send a man straight to Jehovah when I take shots like Sharapova doing up tennis. Call my man Dennis. I'm a menace doing up olives and villains. Wait, see, I literally can't tell for all this could be their lyrics. Like this could be legit their lyrics, and I would believe you. Or it could be big ranting. I'm better than Ben is. Yeah, this is
time. We want tonight to go well.
Could legitimately be their lyrics
to different parts of states. I'd like to see it start to create traction. It might be, the start of a conservative revolution. Culturally speaking.
Yeah. It's kind of a mix of people. I've seen a lot of kids actually here. They build this as a family event. A lot of adults, mostly white people, like middle-aged to a little bit older. A lot of Trump paraphernalia, Make America Great Again signage. I believe these are Proud Boys behind us, right over there.
Yikes.
One of the other headliners tonight and a rising star in the MAGA rap world is Tyson James. Like Bryson, he self-identifies as more of a Christian rapper, but
this Vice reporter has earned her money tonight, right? She's standing there next to Proud Boys.
Embracing the MAGA movement in recent years.
My name is Tyson James. I'm a Christian conservative hip hop artist.
Do you identify as a MAGA rapper?
Okay, so
Do you
there's
see
the
that as
Tyson
different
James
than Christian
guy.
rap?
I don't identify
Somehow
as a MAGA
that
rapper.
sounds
When people ask
familiar,
me,
right?
What kind of rapper are you? I never have said that I'm a MAGA rapper.
Why do you think people have labeled you as a MAGA rapper?
Because I make songs that have MAGA in it. The first political song that I made was called MAGA when Trump won.
Let me be a voice for the people.
Some people didn't like it. Some people liked it. I didn't really care. I just rolled with it. I've always been kind of political my whole life. People want to call us a MAGA rapper. I'm fine. I'm a Christian rapper. I'm a MAGA rapper. I'm a hip hop artist. I'm whatever you want to call me.
What were you doing before you were rapping?
So before I was rapping, I was like involved in drugs and alcohol. Like I come from addiction and stuff, heroin addiction.
That's
I gave my life to God.
the Owen
He gave me
Schroyer
the gift
beard,
of
the
rap.
guy from Alex
I've been
Jones.
doing music since 2004, and I never had people
Damn.
following me. Nobody bought an album until like 3 years ago.
What changed, do you think?
You know, it could have. It
might have been the MAGA.
whole political stuff that I put in my music.
You think so?
It didn't really
you
catch
think so?
steam until
Yeah, yeah.
Trump.
Sarah's telling me this guy is a Proud Boy. I think maybe that's where I heard that name from before, right? I think that might be I'm whatever you want me to be. Wait, is that like literally an Eminem lyric, right?
Shift of people.
I did kind of see a shift. I just put my politics in there because it's what I believe, it's what I stand for, and people like it.
Yeah.
And it sells, so
There's a
might as well do it.
marketability.
There's a market.
What are you playing tonight?
I'm playing Division. I'm doing Two Genders, Roe v. Wade, pedophiles.
What do you describe as
That's his song. That's the name of his song. These are his songs, right?
MAGA culture?
I think it might have something to do with the politics, perhaps. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just a really good rapper, though. Maybe I'm a really good rapper. That's why. No.
It's just a bunch of people that love the country.
And you don't see that on the other side.
No, I don't
I think he's been mentioned by anti-fascists.
see that on
Yeah,
the other side
that's
right now.
probably
People
where I
want a
heard it.
voice. And right now, in music, we are their voice.
I want you guys to make some noise for the one, the only.
So sus. So freaking sus.
Revelation 6 and verse 8. Now, if you won't live, we don't call yourself a Christian. You came to bring the peace, boy, you came to bring the vision. If you know Trump won, make some noise. We taking no country back.
What brought you out tonight?
What brought me out tonight was like all this love.
Oh, is
for
it
the
really
movement,
Alex Stein?
The MAGA movement. We're picking up steam. I want to be a part of it. We're making history. You know, I love America. That's why I'm out here today.
I feel like it's surprising to be like
This is the
young
guy
and so
Polly
involved in
debated,
politics.
Alex
Yeah, I
Stein.
was not even able to vote last
Or not
year.
him,
I
but
just
like.
turned 19 last week, so.
Oh my gosh, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to me. All I want for my birthday is for the red wave to continue and to get these Republicans and conservatives and MAGA Republicans.
Yeah, this is that's who you're
back in
thinking
office.
of. That's
So
who
what
you're
is
you're thinking of the right person.
So I'm
Yeah.
not a big fan of rap myself, but when it comes to MAGA rap, I
Oh
will put
shit,
on
we got
Forge
some
Out of Blow, I'll
diamonds
put on
down
some
there.
Bryson
We got
Gray.
some
I love
diamonds,
Bryson Gray.
legitimately.
What's your favorite Bryson Gray song?
Trump is your president. He's still our president. You've never seen anything like this in history. Obama or Bush or Clinton, they never had this. They never had jerseys. They never
Ultra
had rap shows.
MAGA.
They've never had these giant conferences, these giant rallies. We're the most unified movement in American history. Look at all the Trump flags, Trump bumper stickers, Trump shirts, Trump stores, Trump rallies. You've never seen anything like this ever.
We're the most unified movement in American history, says the fascist that doesn't realize he's a fascist, yeah? Damn.
I saw you
Damn.
on stage. You were
Middle
like
class
pulled up by
rapper named
Tyson,
Unknown
and
P.
Not only were you pulled up on stage, but you were like rapping to every single song. It's like you knew every single verse.
Because I've been listening to the music a lot.
Are there
your
more
favorite
Trump
Tyson song?
stores?
Genders.
Oh my
You want
god.
to make music one day?
Yes.
What kind of
This
music?
kid even know what he's talking about?
Like about God. And
His favorite song is
how
called
much
Genders. Does
lives
he,
matter.
When you tell friends and family, okay, I went to like a MAGA rap concert tonight, do you get any kind of reaction from them? or-
Yeah, they laugh at me. Of course they laugh. They're like, oh, you're so silly, you and your MAGA stuff, you know. I think it's a culture growing in America that's not only focused so much on politics, but more on morals.
More like a
You also have
tumor
a lot of
growing in
lyrics on stage
America.
that, like, are incendiary, maybe to like a more secular group.
Mhm.
Do you think about the controversy of bringing your son to an event like this?
God damn it.
All for the controversy. As long as we're representing what we believe. It's
No, I need
influenced
to
my
get
son
some
in so
diamonds.
many
I need to
ways
get
that
some
are
diamonds.
positive versus artists like Lil Nas X and etc.
This thing belongs to God, the rainbow. Promise, it's not pride. So we're gonna do a little thing here, all right?
Okay, now They said burn it. They said burn it. But no, instead they're gonna rip it in half, right?
Seeing a pride flag torn up on stage at a concert was a little jarring, but most of the attendees seemed unfazed. But after spotting our camera crew, 2 staff members who were visibly shaken made a point to come up to tell me how they felt about what went down tonight.
I don't know if you saw the staff all crying, so. Everyone was being so nice to me, and then I see them over there cheering for a pride flag to get ripped out. I'm literally served you beer with my rainbow armband on, and now you're cheering that? Okay, were you being fake to me? My daughter is gay.
Were you being fake to me? Did she figure it out?
She's
Did she
17.
figure it out? Were you being fake to me? Were you being? Do you think they might have been being a little bit fake to you? Do you think that people who want to eliminate a marginalized group might pretend at first that they're not trying to do that if it helps them actually do that? Could a cop lie to you? Could that happen? No, I'm pretty sure if you're selling drugs, if sorry, I shouldn't talk about activities like that. I'm pretty sure that if you ask a cop a question, right, like, are you a cop, that they're obliged to actually say, yes, I am an undercover. Like, right? These people, oh my God, dude, you don't think that a dishonest person would lie to me, do you? Would that? Oh my God, no, this is like, I'm not trying to laugh at them. I feel bad for them. I feel genuinely bad for them. I know that it's, you know, a job's a job, and you can't all of a sudden just be like, okay, you know, but you're gonna bring a bunch of maggots in here, I quit my job, right? Like, you're not in the position to do that, maybe. You need that money, maybe. I totally understand that, right? I'm not having a go at them, right? I'm a little bit like, it's a little hard to believe that they don't realize what's going on, right? Because it's pretty clear, but you know, if you didn't get it before, you get it now. So great, that's good. You understand, okay. You mean they're not good Christians? Oh my God, wait, no, seriously? Yeah, no, this is bad Christiana. Wait, was that the who are just following orders? God.
Years old. It does not mean that she's a fucking pedophile.
Did that Karen bring her daughter with her? No way. Does her daughter actually? Wait, I didn't see the.
Yeah, no. We all.
This is all Vanilla Ice's fault.
Her and I both
True.
left the bar crying. It's just not what we thought was going to happen tonight.
But I mean, do you get the cop? What I'm saying with the cop, like, right?
LGBTQ stance that the artist took. And for the
It's
record,
like
my
bad
sister's gay.
people.
I have no issue with any of
Will
that.
tell you that they're
I
not
think
bad
that is one of
people
those things where
before they do
with
bad things
one
to you.
issue
That
not in common,
definitely happens.
does that make
100%.
us not in common in general?
Does that change how you saw the success of tonight and the ability to take this and multiply it into cities?
So I'm gonna be honest. So what I saw tonight, I saw a lot of smiling faces.
Yeah.
And then I heard there was somebody who was hurting, and my face changed. I was not happy about it because
My
I don't
face
want anyone
changed.
to
I put
leave
my
here
other face
hurting.
on.
This ain't no safe space. Drop that.
Maybe the next conversation is, hey Bryce, let's figure this out.
What are you actually going to say?
I love him trying to pretend to be nice.
Change their opinion about the message that they have seen
Like
a lot
for-
of success in
The
with
truth?
the more hardcore MAGA group.
The truth? Probably nothing. But by
So nothing's gonna
disclosing it
actually
to them,
change. That he
making
just said
them
that.
understand
But
it.
he's gonna
Maybe
he's gonna
somewhere,
make
somehow,
he's gonna
down the road we could find a common
he's gonna
ground.
tell them what he thinks they want to hear.
Tell me something I don't know.
How do you think it went?
I think it was a good turnout. Like, I looked out in the crowd, and it looked like there was 500 people out there. I mean, everybody had a good time. It was lit.
That's a good night
we put
for
on
them.
a good show. Everybody knows our lyrics.
This right here felt like
500
what we
people.
wanted.
That's
We're
a
starting this
good
tour
night.
off. There's no problems. There's no drama. Everything here is safe.
There's
It's not
no
what- I mean,
problems. There's no drama.
extremists in here.
It might be my favorite
You
song
just
I've ever done.
ripped up a freaking pride flag. There's no problems and there's no drama. Yeah, no, you just fucking vice signaled like eliminationist fascist rhetoric and nobody gave you shit about it. There's no problem, there's no drama. Great. No, this is wonderful.
And I'm gonna tell you why.
This is your favorite
No
show.
issue
This is the
whatsoever.
first show was really just us three, no politicians. This was a concert.
This shows that the movement's nowhere near dead. They're trying to say like, oh, Republicans are over Trump. Biden's been the so-called president for over 2 years, and we still got hundreds of people showing up.
So-called
for
president,
pro-MAGA
yeah.
events. This is a real movement.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theorists and freaks on
This
both
is a
sides
real
of the
movement.
aisle
This is a
are
real
getting at. That's the
AstroTurf
one thing with Vice
movement.
is you go and you just extrapolate one person, you extrapolate that to a whole entire movement, when that's not a fair representation. This is a more fair representation of the conservative movement, of the future of conservative rap. So, you know, you're seeing it right here. You can't stop this. You call him a black, white supremacist all you want, but everybody knows that's a lie.
Did you think? I want to know what you thought.
Look,
You had fun.
I bounced
You
a
feel
little.
something. You was rocking out.
I don't think you're putting it in the face of the people who aren't already here to hear that music.
I hate Alex Stein so much. Oh my god. Trust Fund Baby refused to hire a tailor.
It's incendiary, and I understand that that's part of your base, and that's truly what
Basic
you
bar
believe
level
in.
band.
But
Yeah.
I think that there
No,
were
do you
some
see
people-
how proud they are? Do you see how proud they are that they're able to do, you know, like the very lowest level, the very lowest level of like, you know, music, like with MAGA, like I don't know. This is like there's such a low bar here. Is Vanilla Ice an alt-righter? I don't think so. He still was a bad rapper, but it'd be funny since he wasn't alt-right. His fans are here. His fans are. I don't know. Does anybody know anything about Vanilla Ice? Rob Van Winkle. That's his name, right? Rob Van Winkle. Does anybody know Rob Van Winkle's politics? I really do. I think the only time I ever saw like Vanilla Ice was on on like a reality show. So look at that. He played for a Trump rally. Oh wait, shit, I didn't know that. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. He played for a Trump rally. Yeah, there we go. Vanilla Ice is chuddy. It wouldn't be surprised if he was MAGA. Somehow I think that he's not gonna be like as chuddy as Vanilla Ice might be. He's not gonna be at a show where they're ripping up a pride flag, right? He barely remembers that he existed. Yeah, he barely remembers.
that maybe if they saw that, would be like, dang, feels aggressive.
I played for
rather
Trump,
than it just being a commentary on
Private Party
LGBTQ. But I am a gay person, and it doesn't like offend me.
But I think.
Wait,
this is a different.
Do you mean like Trump himself, or do you mean like Trump people, or?
I don't. Never mind.
He's on tour right now.
What?
I don't think you're truly gay.
Milo Yiannopoulos said the same thing to me at Straight Pride.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry,
Yes,
wait. No, he played. Sorry, I misread that. I thought you were saying. At first, I thought you were saying you played at a Trump private rally or a Trump private party, and then I thought you were saying I played at a Trump right. Yeah, I did a special NCC show at a private Trump party. You know, it's just like, you know, I just needed to get paid. Yeah, Ice Baby is the one who played the private party. I get it. I'm sorry. I was like over my head there. Okay, I get it.
But now that I know, I'm still talking to you the same way I talked to you beforehand, didn't I?
No, you asked me if I was really
I took a
gay.
minute, didn't I?
Did it matter before? Does it matter now?
No, I'm just asking. It's a different conversation. I'm gonna still talk to you respectful, like how I always have. But I always wonder stuff like this because I talk to everybody. But I'm gonna ask questions because I'm a curious guy.
So the God Save America Festival has ended. I did end up telling the guys that I was gay, which is not what I wanted to come in saying, but I did want them to hear from somebody who had objectively been talking to them about
Wait,
their
did I
music
miss
as
that
someone
part?
who is LGBTQ, that maybe you have to think a little bit about the fact that there might just be gay people in the crowd. And I think that might hold them back in terms of messaging.
That is a Twitch poll view. Do you see what she's doing right now? Look, you know, you were in a dangerous situation, and I'm not trying to have a go at you, Vice reporter. All right, but that is a very that's right. She told them that I kind of like glossed over that a little bit, like the part where she says that she comes out to them basically, right? But her theory is this. All right, I'm gonna glaze up the Trumpies, right? I'm gonna be really nice. Oh, do you want me to hold the Trump mannequin? Oh, I'm here with the Trump mannequin. Okay, oh, I'll catch your money. Yes, yes. Oh, you're really, you know, like, right. And she wasn't totally, like, she was having a few little private digs at them. That's how Vice rolls, right? They don't straight up, like, tell Trumpies. They don't tell MAGA chuds that, you know, they don't make fun of them to their face, right? But they kind of, like, low-key, you know, try to get a few digs in, right? Just to show that they're not completely, like, but they you know, like, but anyway, what she's doing there is she's like, here's what's my thing. I'm going to get in with them. I'm going to be really nice to them. I'm going to humanize myself to them. And then I'm going to be like, oh, by the way, I'm gay. Yeah, I didn't freak out. I didn't say you're a chud. I didn't, you know, call you a racist. I didn't call you a fascist or anything like that. I'm cool, but I am also gay. So understand that a gay person can be cool, and that maybe, you know, when you're ripping up the LGBT flag next time, just have a little thought that there might be a gay person out there that otherwise would be totally nice to you, that you're no longer going to get to have a nice conversation and get to know because you were openly fucking homophobic on stage, right? That is some Twitch poll level bullshit, okay? That is Stardust hanging out with Groypers, okay? Sorry, I said we're not going to talk about any other streamers, but, like, there's the example if you want it. There's the example. What do you call this? The parasocial contact hypothesis. That's what. I'm sorry, Stardust. I'm only using your name because you put it most eloquently, right? I don't think that you're the only person that does this. I don't think that you're the worst offender, right? But these are your words that I'm taking. These, you know, I listened to what you said. This is, you know, this is what you're doing. You know, this is why you hang out with Groypers, right? If you hang out with people that hate your guts and have some kind of weird racist thing against you, and you kind of like force your humanity onto them, that maybe they're not going to be as weird and eliminationist and shit like that. And I think you're full of shit. I think you're absolutely wrong, right? I think that's a bad idea. I think it's a horrible strategy. That's what Vice is doing here. I think it's gross, right? I think you got to unambiguously tell these people at every chance that you have to fuck off, right? That's my take. That's how I feel, all right? That's just that. That's just that, okay? Anyway.
This movement out to a wider audience who's not so hardcore MAGA, so hardcore Trump.
A number of these MAGA rappers have had their songs deplatformed, which they claim has hurt their chance at mainstream success. But deplatforming and censorship might actually be leading to more loyalty and popularity among the MAGA rap fan base who take pride in the censorship narrative. And looking at the crowd tonight...
You see that? She's still trying to argue. Yeah, but maybe we shouldn't deplatform them. Maybe we should talk to them. Maybe we should treat them like human beings. They'll treat us like human beings. That is such bullshit. That is such utter bullshit. Oh my god, it's just so frustrating, and I don't hate them. Like I just think they're wrong. I think they're wrong, and I think that the degree to which they're wrong, you know, if people buy into this, this has deadly consequences. This is not how you handle fascism. This is not how you handle anything, right? You got a chance all the time to stand up and tell these people to fuck off. And every time you miss that chance, you're pushing us closer towards the no coming back point, right? And I don't appreciate it, right? That's a huge mistake. That's a huge, huge unforced error on their part. They really think that if we are nice to them and we say we don't want to deplatform you, no, go ahead and rip up the pride flag. Go ahead and like fucking say your eliminationist rhetoric, right? We want you to have every chance to speak your free speech, right? This is bullshit. This is bullshit. This is dangerous bullshit, okay? Being completely untalented at music is a form of cancel culture, right? All the MAGA rap personalities are super vapid and brain broken. Now, she's not a MAGA personality, understand. She's a Vice reporter, right? She's on the left. She's you know, gay herself, right? But her approach to this is 100% wrong. And this is what's kind of gross about Vice, right? This is what's kind of gross about them. I gotta say, it's a cowardly approach and it doesn't work.
People who showed up clearly already believe in what these guys are saying. So is censorship and deplatforming the right reaction?
Yes, it is the right reaction. Yes, it is the right reaction. Any act that can be taken on any level to prevent what you just saw there with the ripping up of the pride flag is I'm on board with, okay? And you can take that as you will, because I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will, Twitch poll. Yeah, I fucking said it, and I stand by that, all right? Any action you can take. Any action you can take. You heard me. Any action. Was that direct enough? Was I clear? Did I stutter? Any action.
Maybe it's better to just let their music be out in the world and
God,
let
I'm
the
so
world
pissed off.
decide
I'm
if they
so
want to
pissed
listen
off.
to it or not.
The future of MAGA rap, I think, has more legs than
This
people
is
think.
destroying me.
I think they will be able to replicate this in other cities. I think you will be able to draw a crowd who wants to come out and see MAGA rappers. How long that will last?
Look at her even preserving her access. If you want to do a follow-up, if you want to talk to these people again, that is exactly how you're going to glaze them up to do that, right? I think this will be successful. I think this will work in many cities. No, this isn't all AstroTurf. This isn't all bullshit. This isn't all fucking funded. This isn't all funded. No, this is viable. No, this is like a real culture. No, absolutely. Oh my God.
The novelty of it remains to be seen.
Do you want to go back to it? Yeah, no, she's gay. She's gay. She at the last minute, here was her trick. Here was her strategy. At the last minute, she's like, "Oh, by the way, you know, we spent this time together and stuff like that, and you just ripped up a pride flag in front of me. By the way, I'm gay, and maybe you should think about that. All right, just that's all I'm gonna say. But smile, you know, right? That's how she ended it, right? That's how she ended like that. She thought that was an own or something, or like, you know, it's gonna make them let me think now. Maybe next time we don't rip up the no, they're gonna fucking rip it up again and again and again and again. You heard what the guy said. Listen, I had a bunch of people out here. They were very happy. They loved to see the pride flag get ripped up. Then I've had a few people with hurt feelings. They came up to me and they expressed that. Now I'm going to talk to them. I'm going to assuage them. I'm going to say whatever I need to tell them. And then I'm going to do it again tomorrow night. We're not going to change anything, right? We're going to talk to the liberals until the liberals think that maybe something is going to change. We're going to talk to the gay people until they think that maybe we're like, we understand. And then we're going to go and do the same thing again and again and again until we fomented camps for these people. That's what they're saying. That's what, and when you sit there and you take that, you're okay. I agree to that. No, you don't fucking agree to that. You don't agree to that. They're not going to be reasoned with. They're not going to be talked out of this, right? The only speech that's going to do anything is action. Okay? I hope I was clear.
And hasn't seemingly wanted to stop since he has left office. What happens when there's a culture being created? Somebody's going to try and make music for it. And right now, the guys that we saw on stage are the ones who are the most popular and taking up the torch to do that.
All right, thanks, Vice. Thanks, Vice. You're completely useless. Thanks once again for another fringe that you're just completely useless and clueless and helpless. Thank you so much. I love it, right? And the what makes it worse is you are on my side politically, right? You are anti this stuff, and you're absolutely complicit with it, and you're absolutely gonna let it just go down. And you're too fucking, you are the paradox of tolerance. You are a walking paradox of tolerance, and it makes me sick. It makes me sick at my stomach. All right, I'm sorry. I wasn't gonna get mad, but I got mad. That's what happened. Let's light this portal up, okay? Can we light the, find a good place for the portal to go? I don't know. Far enough away from the house. Where's a good place for the portable? The portal. I need to put the portal somewhere. Maybe like right here? Oops, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, I know. I need to chill out somehow. God, that was like some god-awful music though, wasn't it? Like, I wonder if Nazi music was that bad. Like, I really do. I want to know. I want to know. You know what? The sad thing is I could find out. Didn't Vosh listen to some, like, Nazi swing or something? Like, didn't Vosh listen to some actual, like, you know, 1930s, 1940s era, like, pro, like that shit actually does exist. Okay, so we're only missing a book, right? We're missing a book to be able to make the enchanting table. My ears are traumatized. Doodle butt puppies got washed. They shouldn't roll on poopies? Yeah, and lesbians aren't at all threatening or challenging to most Trumpers in and of itself. Yeah, Hitler Youth had songs about Hitler being their savior. Most people just know about the marching and military songs. Like, I just wonder, like, how does it compare to, like, other music of its time? You know what I mean? Like, cause this is, I just wonder, like, the ratio between this and, like, you know, actual decent rap versus, like, the relationship between, like, Nazi music and, like, other music of the time. I'm curious. I mean, I don't really want to know. I don't actually want to listen to Nazi music. That's like, yeah. I could live without ever knowing what Nazi music sounds like. I'm just wondering, you know, like it wasn't oh yeah, but because Jazz was banned. So oh my god. Yo, oh my god. Vice was founded by Gavin McInnes. The apple doesn't fall from the tree. Yeah, they kind of pushed him out, but yeah, it you know, they're still useful. They're still useful, you know, idiots to people like Gavin McInnes. Nazi music was super generic. That's the banality of evil right there. God. Oh, nope. That's not where you put it. Okay, let's try it like that. Let's try it. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so here's the big question, right? Here is the big question I know you all wanted to know. We're going to put some deep slate around this. Why are we putting deep slate around this? Because the Nether is, you know, I don't know what's on the other side here. Probably some pretty bad stuff. So we want to make sure that nothing super bad can come through here. Okay. God, I need some more. Okay, there's the cobblestone. All right, let's go through. I shouldn't be bringing my diamond pick here, should I? I don't know how bad it's going to be. Right away. Okay, well, that's... Did you see that? I almost died. Right away, I get hit by gas. They put out my... It's a good thing I had this thing. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take everything that's valuable at all to me, and I'm going to put it in a chest over here, because that is dangerous. I don't even have another, like, flint and steel, right? Okay, Well, you know what we didn't see over there? We didn't see any. We didn't see any of the deep dark. We didn't see any of the skulk. For a Nazi, if all they are doing is plagiarism, that's like a gold star. If you're a Nazi, plagiarism isn't a big deal. And we're still swagging, got the new wagon. Yeah, basically. She's not male enough for them to listen to her. What makes her think telling them she's gay will make them more sympathetic? Yo, it's this thing called the parasocial contact hypothesis. Like that, the brainy version of this, like what you'll hear from Stardust. Like, why do you hang out with groypers? You say you're on the left, right? Why do you hang out with groypers, right? The explanation you'll get is that there's this thing called the parasocial contact hypothesis. It's a hypothesis that says that like people being exposed to marginalized groups that they're intolerant of for long enough will become tolerant of them. And once they see the humanity in this marginalized group, once they meet somebody from that marginalized group, they can, so this is the idea of like representation. Like some people will use the parasocial contact hypothesis to say this is why we need representation. There's probably other reasons. There's probably better justifications for representation than that, right? In terms of a community's own ability to see themselves represented. But some people will use use the parasocial contact hypothesis for that, a justification for that kind of stuff. But there's also people that will say, well, that's why we need to go and make ourselves seen by people that hate our guts, people that talk eliminationist rhetoric against us, right? If they're exposed to us enough, if they deal with us enough and they finally say, oh God, I really don't like trans people, but that one trans person was okay, then they're going to be like, you know what? Forget it, DeSantis. Forget it. We're not going to G-side them after all. That's it's not good thinking. It's not clear thinking. It's not right. It's ridiculous, right? That's what I'm guessing, if I was to guess, that's the premise that she's operating on, right? What type of jazz was made because normal Veremak listened to it? Oh, that type of jazz. It was alternative or basically underground stuff. Best case is usually that they find someone they consider one of the good ones. Yeah, well, in the end, it doesn't work, right? It's a cowardly strategy put forward by people who don't know what they're doing, and left to their own devices would get us all unalived. Yeah, that's what that is. It's ridiculous, right? This Twitch poll thing, okay? It's messed up, right? And it's very and think about like who it benefits, right? Having the good ones, having the people that are like trying to reach out to the fascists, right, and change their mind by like, look at me, I'm human, human being over here. I know I represent everything that you hate, but I'm a human being. Please don't hurt me, right? Like that they love it. They love it, right? Because while those people are concentrated on this, they can be concentrating on orchestrating their plans to round us all up. That's where that ends. It's frustrating. It's frustrating that people like don't get that. Let's see. I just want to take as much as I can like out of there. Don't really need that much wood in there, I don't think. Okay. All it does is convince the liberals and centrists that they can talk the issue out, even though they've moved from talk to action. Yeah. Like if this was an Ionesco play, these people would be petting the rhinoceros, right? That's what that is. Oh yeah, wait. Oh, let's put some of the bread up too. Because that nether is pretty dangerous. It's not always like that. Sometimes you land in a nether place that's relatively safe, and there's every chance that when we go back in there, the ghast will be despawned and we'll be able to, you know, get out there. And I don't know what exactly we need from the Nether. Like, if we're gonna go to the end, then we need to find like a we need to find a fortress to get the blaze rods. We need to find a bastion to make the trades for ender pearls. That's, you know, that's what a speedrunner would do. Oh, no, 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 no. What am I thinking? There's a diamond pickaxe. That does not belong in my inventory. I mean, I have more diamonds, but there's no reason to lose that. Yeah, I don't know what, like, I'm sorry that got me so mad. I wasn't trying to get angry. Oh wait, let's make some coal too. Coal goes right here. And then definitely take the pickaxe out of my inventory. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Okay, now we can go in there. Now I feel like, yeah, we got nothing super valuable in here. Nothing that can't be easily replaced. But yeah, I was just basically trying to make a, you know, like to block off like that portal from getting broken. Oh my god, there's so much dangerous stuff there. There's so much dangerous stuff. God, I'm so worried that I'm gonna get run up. Oh my god. It's usually not that bad. Like, legitimately, it's usually not that bad. Okay, so eat more food. Isn't that wild? If we yeah, that's exactly right, Charnel. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Come on, come on. You kind of need, you usually need like a... Wait, maybe the shield blocks their fireballs, I can't remember. Come on, eat it up, eat it up, eat it up. Let's try one more time. Block off this side. You can see some glowstone there. Glowstone is useful. I mean, it's, you know, it's nice at least. Then it's what kind of keeps the gas from blasting us from this side. Then that side. It's okay. Oh, is that really all of my cobble? I got some netherrack too. Okay, I hear the ghast. It kind of sounds like a baby. Here you are. Here you are. So you can fight these dudes if you, these gas if you, you gotta like sort of time it right and hit the thing back to them, get the return to sender. Now those are, let's see. I really should have, gold on me, right? 'Cause see those things? Those guys are dangerous too. Those are zombie piglins. Looks like they're not aggressive. Unless I hit them. If I hit one of them though, then all of them. In fact, I think that includes like if I hit back a gas ball, a gas fireball, and it hits one of them, then they all come for me and I will be dead so quickly. What are you doing? I just need to pick this up, okay? Don't get in my way while I'm mining. Yeah, they're not aggro, but they'll walk right in front of you while you're like mining, and if you accidentally hit them, it's bad. It's really bad. It looks like the gas went away. So it was only dangerous because that gas was like right there. But none of these dudes are aggressive immediately. Now you can kind of see if somebody's aggressive by if they start coming for you. See, I don't think he's coming for me. Nope. Not coming for me. There's a lot of these guys though. It's just dangerous being around this many. But there they are. Yeah, we're cool. We're chill. We're chill. I think you maybe can trade with these guys. Oh no, maybe it's the piglins you gotta trade with, right? These are zombie piglins. There's also regular piglins. Regular piglins I don't think are hostile unless you go for, unless they see you mining gold or they see you mining, they see you opening a chest, they'll come for you, right? But these dudes are okay. But these are the zombified version of the piglin. Now don't call them zombie pigmen, even if you're used to it. Like, did they just give me something? No. They will, I think they might trade with you at some point. If you give them, like, gold, they will trade items to you for that gold. There's some soul fire down there. I see the blue stuff. That's soul fire. This is regular fire. Pretty dangerous dimension, all things said. There's soul sand down there. The brown stuff is soul sand. That's what you grow nether wart in. Nether wart is one of the main ingredients to so many different potions. Can we come over here? Oh my god, this is so dangerous. Yeah, no. I am not dealing with that. And before you say use a water bucket, remember, any water that gets poured out in the nether, it just immediately disappears, right? So you can't really do that either. You just have to kind of look and see, is there a way for me to get over? Is there a way for me to get down there? I might have to use gravel. I'm gonna have to come back here with some gravel. Yeah, welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. And I don't think you can get... I don't think we can get off this island. Yeah, we actually could. We could get over there if we wanted to. I was kind of wanting to go over there, but... And I don't see anything exceptionally useful. Oh, you know, I should have brought my spyglass. If I brought my spyglass, I could see, like, at a distance and see if there's any, like, what we're looking for are structures, right? There's one structure that's the Nether Fortress. That's the one with blazes in it. There's other structures called bastions. This is where the piglins live. Oh, look, we don't have this in our world. We don't have these, so let's pick these up. The first time we've gotten a hold of any of this. gonna leave one to grow. Let's see. I think they spread. Watch your step, because you could always have like a hole that goes straight into lava if you're not careful. Oh, that's more quartz. Oh, see, now that's gold. Now, I'm not sure, but I think if I start mining this, which I can't even do, like, right, I don't have a better pick, so I can't even do that. It's probably for the better, though, that I can't mine the gold, because it's just, it'll make the piglins possible. I don't remember if it's like the regular piglins that come for you if you mine the gold, or if the zombie piglins will do it too, but I don't want to take my chances on that. Other thing that we need to do is make some gold armor. So I said before I was going to wear any armor because my main enemy is the warden. That's not true anymore. There's also enemies in this dimension, and some of them will refrain from attacking me if I'm wearing gold. Also, I'm going to need gold to trade with them to get the ender pearls. They'll give me ender pearls or other good trades, potentially. But yes, so far everything in here. Okay, so yeah, like I said, the piglins are generally, these are zombie piglins. There's also regular piglins. They're usually only a problem if you're going for the gold, or if you're trying to, you know, get a if you're trying to open a chest or something like that. If you're trying to get some loot, then they'll come after you. There's also piglin brutes. And the piglin brutes have axes. That's how they look different. Usually you'll also see them making like a beeline towards you, because they're automatically aggro. They automatically want to attack you. Can we go here? Is that a possibility? Yeah, it looks like it. Like we can. So dangerous in here. So dangerous. I would say this is like more dangerous than the ancient city. It's, you know, ancient city is a very dangerous place. This is slightly more dangerous. So yeah, there's that stuff. Let's grab that. And there's not really, I don't think there's anything you do with quartz. I think it just looks pretty. What's that noise? That's that noise. What was that? Just listen for sounds in here. Nothing's attacking me though. Okay. So there's more gold. Can't go for that, but I can go for this. That's a hog. That piglin. Okay, so that was a regular piglin. I didn't hear it, but I did see it. We're gonna go back in there and get my stuff. It shouldn't be too hard. But that's why I didn't bring a bunch of stuff with me. Wait. What if I'm wearing gold? I think that piglin won't attack me if I'm wearing gold. Let's do that. We were almost there too. Wait, where is my house? That's that. Where's the house? Where's the house? It's right there. Okay. Gonna make some gold. My husband is gonna laugh at me for that, but I deserve it. I accidentally glued my kintsugi bowl to itself. Oh, damn. Wait, the gas sounds like your cat? Okay, so what are we looking for? We're looking for this stuff. And just make a hat out of it. I think that wearing this hat will keep me safe. I'm not sure. I'll be honest, like the Minecraft has changed a lot. I regret nothing. I regret nothing. That's how I feel. I regret nothing. I knew that thing was, I was like, that's a different sound. Like, right, you got to pay attention to that. You got to trust your instincts. If you hear a different sound, that probably means a different mob is around. Protect yourself at all times, just like you're boxing, right? That's what I always tell my students. Protect yourself at all times, even though they're not trying to fight anyone. It's good if you're learning kickboxing to just like learn to keep your guard up, for instance. I hear a ghast. I hear a ghast. Okay, so wait, somewhere here? No? Those are like right around here somewhere. So it's nice to know that the regular piglins will actually attack you. I think I can attack if the piglin attacks me, I think I can attack it back without having all these zombie piglins, which they're neutral. They won't necessarily come at me. The neat thing about these guys is I think if the ghast hits them with a fireball, they'll attack the ghast, but only if the ghast is low enough. That is soul sand, I think. Is it? Soul sand. They changed the texture, huh? We got soul sand and we got soul sand. So wait, soul soil? Oh, this is soul soil. This is different. Okay. I mean, that's good to have. Anytime you get different blocks, like, right, grab them. Because in our world, we don't have anything. Is that bone? That's bone. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, that is something that doesn't like me. Just get back. Let's just get back with our stuff. Okay, that's what we'll do. Oh, I hear something different. That's what I need to get. Let's eat some food. Eat some food. Just go over there somehow. All right. Good night, Iron Orchids. Have a good sleep. I got like a little bit of the bone block. That's good. There's like other stuff though that I wanted to get. I also didn't see anything that looks like a structure. It's really hard to see anything in here too. Oh wait, the other thing I want to get is some of this nether, some of the nether rack. I hope this doesn't piss anybody off for me to be mining this. As long as I don't go for a gold block, I think I should be okay. Also, I thought they were gonna attack me when when I got my gold. 32 of these blocks, that should be enough. Okay. So we're gonna come back into here. All right. Safety. Obscurity. Just another freak in a freak kingdom. Your internet died? Where are we? Where are we? There we are. Okay. All right. Well, we've made our journey into the Nether. That's pretty cool. Put that back here. Put that back here. Get my stuff out of there. It's worth it to go back there, right? It's worth it to go back there and try to find structures to loot, especially if we want to go to the end and everything like that. But the main thing that we need is going to be down. It's going to be down here, right? The main stuff that we need. We already got our yeah. So the main thing that I'm looking for from raiding the city. The ancient city is books. Sand soil. Sansoy. It's Sansoy. It's Sansoil. We got our Sansoil and our soil sand. We're good. We are up to, wait, 57? Oh, I thought we got to 60. Are we at 60 on YouTube? Maybe my thing's just not updating. Did we get to 60? I don't know. Either way, chat. If you haven't liked yet, go ahead and like. Prove that you care about me. No, just kidding. I love you, chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. You mean the world. 61 on YouTube. You mean the world to me. Whether we get the numbers or we don't, whether we get the numbers today or we get the numbers tomorrow, right? You mean the world to me. And I love this community. You are what makes me able to keep going on. You are what keeps me strong. And I hope I can do the same for you. Sorry about getting into that content. That was so super cursed. I hope I didn't put anybody else in a bad place. That's just like, I'm sorry if you saw like an angry side of me. It's just, it really frustrates me when people have like really naive views of how to deal with fascists like that, right? That scares the crap out of me. And like, that's my reaction, is to get really angry and dark. But anyway, that was Maga Rap. We covered so much today. I'm going to raid you into Willow. You know, hopefully you're in the mood for more gaming stuff. I haven't raided Willow in a while. It's good to say hi to our friend Willow. Willow covers, does, you know, gaming stuff. It's really good gamer, actual gamer, right? Actual gamer. And also covers a lot of really important trans stuff, does a lot of good work for the trans community, is a great source for information. So give her my love, and I will see you on the flip side. Meow. And there we go with the raid. We are raiding in. If you haven't hit that like button yet, YouTube, I'm still seeing you. You're still seeing me. Go ahead and hit that like button. Supposedly we're at 61. The higher you can drive that, the better. The more people that will be exposed to NCC, and the bigger that I will get, the funner the chat will get. Everything good is on the other side of that like button that you're gonna press with your mouse, right? So Much love. I will see you hopefully, I don't know, what am I thinking? Thursday is what I'm scheduled for. I'll probably see, let's be real, I'll probably see you before then. But if not, talk to you later.